The year is 1906, and on a September day at the Bronx Zoological Park in New York, hundreds of eager visitors jostle for a view inside the monkey house. Behind the iron bars, amidst chattering chimpanzees and an orangutan swinging on a perch, sits a young African man. He is diminutive in stature, quietly weaving a hammock from twine as a parrot flutters nearby, and a sign on his enclosure reads, "The African Pygmy, Ota Benga, age 23 years, height 4 feet 11 inches, bought from the Kasai River, Congo Free State." The crowd gawks and laughs. Some do so uneasily, others marvel openly. But few seem to be troubled that a fellow human being has been placed on display like an animal. Ota Benga, labeled a missing link, has essentially been caged for public amusement. But this disturbing scene was not an isolated spectacle born of one zookeeper's cruelty. It was part of a widespread practice during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the so-called human zoos. The term human zoo is a modern label for a phenomenon that once went by more genteel names: anthropological displays, ethnological expositions, or living exhibitions. But whatever the name is, the concept was the same. Groups of people, always almost non-European, often indigenous or colonized populations, were exhibited in staged, natural environments for the edification and entertainment of mass audiences. These shows were ostensibly educational, presenting viewers with the chance to observe the world's primitive races up close. In reality, human zoos traded more on sensationalism, racial stereotypes, and a bit of colonial arrogance. They reduced a living human being, whether it be a man, a woman, or even a child, to a curiosity behind a fence or in a cage. Regardless, millions of ordinary people flocked to gape and gawk at the exhibits, as imperial governments, showmen, and scientists touted them off as proof of evolutionary superiority. Yet, even at the time, there were a few critical voices, recognizing the profound exploitation and cruelty at work, but unfortunately drowned out by the clamor of those at the ticket counter. But here we are today to tell the story in hindsight. The human zoos. Not many people know about it, but it's very real. So spend the next hour with me and you'll come out of it with a pretty good understanding. Now, of course, I'm going to begin the video by the customary thank you to the people who are keeping this entire channel ad-free, a veritable oasis away from the slop and the ads and the constant bombardment we're getting these days in 2025. It's going to get worse before it gets better, but you won't have to put up with it on this channel, because we are ad-free, supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks and PayPal, and those who check out the merch store. But short of that, the best thing you can do for us is spread the word. Tell your friends, share on social media, and do the normal like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button thing. It really helps us out more than you know. So with all that being said, let's not say anything more about it and just enjoy today's program. Well, we have to begin by saying that human beings in general have always been objects of interest to one another and curiosity. And that especially counts for when you encounter someone who seems exotic or different. If anybody's been traveling around and places, you see kids come up to you that might not have seen a person of your race before, and they ask pretty inquisitive questions. Pretty common for those who've gone to the more far-flung parts of the world. But the idea of exhibiting humans for others to behold is unfortunately not a unique invention of the Victorian age. It has much older precedents. Anthropologists and historians have pointed out that as far back as antiquity and the Renaissance, people have collected and displayed other people who were considered unusual. For example, in the early 16th century, Cardinal Hippolytus Medici in Rome kept a collection of people of diverse races, alongside a little menagerie of rare animals. According to one account from that time, his living collection included individuals from Africa, Asia, and the Americas, described patronizingly as savages who could converse in many languages. The Medici princely curiosity for human diversity was, in its own way, a precursor of the human zoo, though in a more private garden than a public fair. During the Age of Exploration, though, European courts and circuses became increasingly fascinated with exotic peoples brought from overseas. Explorers sometimes abducted or enticed indigenous individuals to return with them as living trophies of discovery. And when the English navigator William Dampier arrived in London in 1691, he brought with him a man from an island in the East Indies, a tattooed native of Miangas, in today's Indonesia, whom Dampier billed as a painted prince. Londoners lined up and paid good money to see this man, exhibited under the stage name Prince Giolo. He was displayed nearly nude to showcase his intricate tattoos, and marketed with sensational stories about his supposed royal status. The public's curiosity was piqued, but at a terrible cost. Within only a few months, the islander fell ill, and then he died of smallpox, never having truly understood what was really going on, this spectacle around him. His brief display in a tavern-turned-museum left behind nothing but a pamphlet and a grim foreshadowing of how often such human exhibitions would end in tragedy. By the 19th century, freak shows and traveling exhibitions of human oddities had become a popular entertainment in Europe and America. Impresarios like the famous P.T. Barnum made fortunes showcasing individuals who they labeled as prodigies or monsters of nature. Barnum's exhibits included the likes of Joyce Heth, an enslaved African-American woman, purported falsely, that is, to be a 161-year-old nurse of George Washington, and the Siamese twins, Chang and Eng Bunker, whose conjoined bodies astonished audiences. In the early 1800s, a Khoisan woman from southern Africa named Saartjie Baartman was displayed in London and Paris under the stage name Hottentot Venus, her body scrutinized and fetishized in a degrading spectacle of racialized voyeurism. And these shows were, in many respects, direct ancestors of the human zoos to come. You see, they treated individual human beings as objects of spectacle, catering to public fascination with the other. But still, classic freak shows typically focused on extraordinary physical traits or disabilities of solo performers. What would emerge in the second half of the 19th century was a shift from single curiosities to whole groups of people exhibited in constructed environments, purportedly as representative samples of races or cultures deemed to be more primitive on the scale of human progress. The 1870s, however, brought an age of empire, and with it a new kind of human exhibition that mirrored the ambitions of colonialism. And no figure was more instrumental in pioneering these ethnological shows than Carl Hagenbeck, a German animal trader and showman who would later found Europe's most famous zoo. Hagenbeck had built his career capturing and selling wild animals to zoos and circuses, But in 1874, he hit upon a new idea. Why not exhibit indigenous people in a setting that recreates their native life alongside the animals of their land? That year, in Hamburg, he staged what is often considered the first modern human zoo exhibit. He brought a group of Sami people, Laplanders from northern Scandinavia, along with their reindeer, sleds, and tents, and he set them up in a faux Lapland encampment for public visitors. Unlike earlier sideshow displays, Hagenbeck's presentation strove for a veneer of authenticity. The Sami were encouraged to wear their traditional clothing, tend to their reindeer, and enact daily routines as if they were at home in the Arctic. By placing people in a simulation of their natural habitat, Hagenbeck made visitors feel as if they were traveling to a distant land, encountering a pristine, primitive culture. And the formula proved to be wildly successful, and it did not go unnoticed by other entrepreneurs and institutions. Hagenbeck's subsequent shows grew even more ambitious. In 1876, he organized a troupe of Nubians from Sudan to tour Europe, followed by an exhibit of Inuits. He referred to them as Eskimos. They were from Labrador in 1880. These early ethnographic shows drew huge crowds. They went to cities like Paris, Berlin, London, and of course the imitators were not far behind. Europe's zoos, exhibition halls, and fairgrounds soon hosted a rotating cast of entire villages imported from around the world. The practice spread to America as well. By the turn of the century, one could find Somali families displayed in native huts at London's Crystal Palace, Plains Indians performing dances in Berlin, or Amazonian tribespeople paddling canoes in a lake on the outskirts of Paris. Promoters often stress the educational and scientific value of these exhibits. The late 19th century was the height of social Darwinist thinking and racial anthropology. Scientists and anthropologists were frequently complicit in these human displays, using them as opportunities to study what they considered as specimens of various races of mankind. In one notorious case from 1880, the great German biologist Rudolf Virchow convened a special meeting at the Berlin Zoo when a group of Inuits were being exhibited. Before an assembled audience of scholars, Virchow examined the Inuit individuals as living examples of a foreign race, measuring their skulls, assessing their physiques, etc., just like as if he was observing captured wildlife. Published reports of the time show an unsettling scientific eagerness to categorize human beings alongside a presumed evolutionary hierarchy. Europeans and white Americans, of course, placed themselves at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, and everybody else was sort of filtered down on the lower rungs. Of course, on those lower rungs were the people who were now on display, whose cultures were dismissed as childlike or unsophisticated. Well, the public presentation of these shows made the message even more explicit. Human zoos became a tool of propaganda of sorts. Each exhibit, implicitly or explicitly, told a story of Western dominance, and here in the flesh were the inhabitants of Africa, Asia, the Americas, the Pacific, living in a state of nature and backwardness, justifying that civilizing mission of colonial powers. When France hosted a grand exposition in Paris in 1878, it featured a display of indigenous people from its new colony of Senegal as part of a grand Negro village. Visitors strolled through a fabricated African village populated by actual Wolof and Serra people, shipped from West Africa, and told to carry on daily tasks under the eyes of French spectators. The exhibit was promoted as showing the fruits of France's colonial enterprise, an imperial trophy case of human beings. It was so popular that a decade later, in 1889, Paris did it again, and this time at an even larger scale. That year's World's Fair, marking the centenary of the French Revolution, famously introduced the Eiffel Tower. But another star attraction was the village Niger. The fair's organizers brought in 400 indigenous people from across the French colonial empire, Africans, Asians, Pacific Islanders, and installed them in an artificial tropical village as living exhibits. Over the 6-month exposition, a staggering 28 million people visited the fair and poured through the native village, making it one of the most successful human zoos ever. But for the majority of those visitors, it was likely the first time they had seen an African or Asian person. The exhibition deliberately framed these families as specimens of a less evolved stage of humanity, conveniently affirming the colonial ideology of the day. But France was not alone in this. By the 1880s and 90s, every major colonial power and many commercial showmen were in the human zoo business. In Germany, Hagenbeck's touring shows were so prominent that the German word Volksschau, folk show, became synonymous with human ethnographic exhibitions. The Berlin Zoological Garden regularly hosted such shows. One of Hagenbeck's Nubian troops drew so many Berliners in 1877 to 78 that the press coined the term Nubiacola, Nubian frenzy, to describe the especially enthusiastic response of certain local women. As one showman later recalled, the tall bronze-skinned Nubian men, often dressed in little more than loincloths, quote, excited the young girls most of all. And more than a few flirtations ensued across the barriers of the exhibit. Whether they were genuine or somewhat in teasing fashion, we don't quite know, but we do know that the entire phenomenon was very different to what people were used to, provoking both titillation and anxiety. German colonial circles were perturbed by tales of women becoming Nubian-crazed. There were even a few that actually ran away with the performers. In fact, when one Nubian troupe prepared to depart Berlin in 1878, police had to be called in after several Nubian men refused to leave their local sweethearts. Armed officers forcibly separated the interracial couples at the train station to ensure Africans would be sent home. Of course, this was before the days of the height of the Weimar Republic. But such incidents, of course, fueled a few racially based fears and even influenced colonial policies. The German Empire would later enforce strict anti-miscegenation rules in its African territories, partly out of concern that the enticements of these shows undermined racial boundaries. Now elsewhere in Europe, the world's fairs and colonial expos became prime venues for human zoos. The Belgian government, for instance, staged a striking human exhibit during the 1897 International Exposition in Brussels. At the behest of King Leopold II, who personally owned the Congo Free State as his colonial fiefdom, the large Congo village was constructed on the grounds of the Tervuren Palace outside the city. And it was there where 267 Congolese men, women, and children were put on display around an artificial lake. They paddled canoes, they cooked food, and performed dances for the visiting public. Belgian citizens came in droves, eager to get a glimpse of their colonized subjects, and it's estimated that 1.3 million Belgians, out of a population of only 4 million at the time, by the way, visited the Tervuren Human Zoo at that summer. Now that's an extraordinary turnout. that testified to the intense popular interest. If only I could have that kind of turnout on my channel. That's okay, we're doing all right though, aren't we? Yet the exhibition, had a deadly side to it too. The problem was that summer was unseasonably cold and damp, and at least 7 of the Congolese performers died of pneumonia, or just cold-related illnesses during the exposition. They had been made to live in drafty imitation huts, wearing light tropical clothing in the chilly Belgian weather. After the fair ended, the bodies of those 7 Congolese were simply dumped in an unmarked mass grave in a local cemetery, their individual names forgotten. The public, however, remembered only the success of the spectacle. So proud were the organizers of their human zoo that they decided to establish a permanent museum of colonial achievements at the site, the institution that is known today as Belgium's Royal Museum for Central Africa, had its direct genesis in that 1897 human exhibit. By the turn of the 20th century, human zoos had become a familiar fixture at major fairs and zoological gardens, not just in Europe, but also in the United States. The 1904 World's Fair in St. Louis, or St. Louis, I'm not sure how you guys say it. Some people say Louis, some people say Louis. I don't know. I'll say Louis, maybe. Yeah. Officially, the Louisiana Purchase Exposition was a showcase of American progress and imperial pride following the U.S. victory in the Spanish-American War. Fair organizers were keen to display America's new colonial possessions and the diversity of its frontiers, assembled what was possibly the largest human zoo ever on American soil. Get this, over 1,100 indigenous people were brought to St. Louis from overseas, including hundreds of Filipinos from various tribes, that is the Igorot, Negrito, the Moro, etc., recently subdued in the Philippine-American War, as well as Inuit from Alaska, Native American groups, African pygmies from Central Africa, and others. The fair created expansive ethnographic villages, where these people were instructed to live out their days as performers, and for 8 months, fairgoers could wander from a simulated Filipino village to an African pygmy camp, to a Native American teepee settlement, observing what was billed as Stone Age peoples alongside exhibits of the latest electric light technology and agricultural machines, a deliberate contrast between the primitive cultures and the modern civilization. And you might imagine, too, that the conditions for these on display in St. Louis were often harsh. And you would be correct. Many of the Filipinos, for example, were forced to endure Missouri's winter while wearing traditional loincloths and scant clothing intended for tropical heat. A bit of a recipe for disaster. Observers noted that the Igorot villagers brought from the mountainous regions of the Philippines suffered especially when the temperatures dropped. Yet the organizers insisted they continue their daily demonstrations outdoors for the crowds. The Igorots were also coerced into performing a ritual that the Americans found titillating. Kind of, not so much, but they basically made them eat dogs. You see, in their home culture, Igorot communities would occasionally consume dog meat as a part of certain feasts or rituals. And sensing a marketing opportunity, the St. Louis Fair managers had the Igorot group butcher and roast dogs in front of audiences, over and over again. Kind of look at the savages spectacle. Newspapers gleefully reported on the dog-eating Igorot tribe, and this lurid display became one of the fair's most famous attractions. It mattered little that in genuine Igorot culture, such a ritual would be done sparingly, but at the fair it was performed almost daily to satisfy public curiosity. And then there was basic welfare and dignity, both in short supply. A report from the exposition noted that poor sanitation and a lack of potable water in the camps led to outbreaks of dysentery and other illnesses among the performers. Medical care was minimal. That year, at least 2 members of the Filipino exhibit died on the fairgrounds, their names and exact stories barely recorded. It is known that their bodies did not even receive private burials. Instead, in a final insult, the remains were sent to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., to be part of the museum's anatomy collection. In death, these individuals were treated as specimens to be preserved in jars or measured by scientists, emphasizing again how dehumanized they'd become by this entire enterprise. Despite such cruelty behind the scenes, the St. Louis World's Fair was hailed as a great success and drew nearly 20 million visitors. The human exhibits were considered an integral part of the fair's educational mission. Anthropologists involved with the exposition organized special events like Anthropology Days, during which indigenous participants were encouraged to compete in athletic contests. Think about foot races, javelin throwing, archery, stuff like that. This was all to demonstrate their physical prowess, or sometimes lack thereof compared to Europeans. Not surprisingly, the contests were often rigged or laughably mismanaged, and they ended up reinforcing patronizing stereotypes. One American anthropologist bluntly concluded that these savages scored poorly in these pseudo-Olympics, thereby proving the innate superiority of the Anglo-Saxon athlete. Such was the pseudo-scientific smugness that underpinned a lot of these displays. Yet even more disturbing was that case of Ota Benga, the one that we mentioned in the introduction, which we'll talk about in a bit more detail. The young Congolese man who, after appearing at the St. Louis Fair, ended up in a New York zoo. Ota Benga had been bought from the Congo in 1904 by an American specimen hunter named Samuel Phillips Werner, who was tasked with acquiring pygmy people for the St. Louis anthropology exhibit. After the fair, Werner eventually took Ota Benga to New York, where in 1906 the Bronx Zoo director, William Hornaday, agreed to give Ota Benga temporary housing on the zoo grounds. Now this temporary housing evolved into one of the most infamous human zoo episodes in history. Hornaday, with the encouragement of a prominent racial theorist, Madison Grant, decided to place Ota Benga on exhibit in the zoo's monkey house, effectively labeling him as another specimen in the private collection. So day after day, crowds swarmed the monkey house to see the African pygmy displayed alongside an orangutan. Hornaday posted signs with an overtly racist message, identifying Ota Benga as an evolutionary missing link, a living proof in their eyes that Africans occupied a liminal stage between apes and civilized white men. Many New Yorkers accepted this display at face value. Newspapers ran headlines. One of the headlines was, quote, "Bushman shares a cage with Bronx Park apes," and attendance at the zoo went absolutely bonkers. Tens of thousands came to see Ota Benga. A celebrity for the wrong reasons, I suppose. But here's the thing. This exhibit also sparked one of the earliest organized backlashes against human zoos. Outraged by the sight of a black man in a cage, a group of African-American clergymen in New York protested vehemently. The Reverend James H. Gordon and others demanded Ota Benga's release, denouncing the exhibit as an insult to their race and to human dignity itself. Reverend Gordon pleaded in a meeting with zoo officials, quote, "Our race, we think, is depressed enough without exhibiting one of us with the apes. We think we are worthy of being considered human beings with souls." Yeah, fair enough. Well, these protests gained some traction in the press. and then a few uncomfortable questions were raised. Even in 1906, there were plenty of people who were asking, how could this be allowed just a few decades after the end of slavery? Bowing to mounting pressure, and probably nervous about a bit of bad publicity, the zoo removed Otobenga from the cage after a couple of weeks and released him into Reverend Gordon's custody. But Hornaday, the zoo director, felt no remorse. He scoffed at critics, privately writing that when the history of the zoo was written, Otobenga affair would be the Otobenga affair, rather, would be its most amusing chapter. So it was easier for him just to dismiss the moral objections as overreactions than to confront the fundamental cruelty of what he had done. But for Otobenga himself, the aftermath was pretty tragic. Though he was freed from the zoo, he never truly recovered from the trauma and homesickness. Attempts were made to repatriate him to Africa, but they all failed. He ended up in the orphanage in New York and was later sent to a vocational school in Virginia. There, in 1916, a decade after his humiliation in the zoo, Otobenga took his own life, despairing that he would never find his way home. Now, that story remains one of the most poignant indictments of the human zoo era. The human cost behind the spectacle is laid very bare. So what was it like to be inside a human zoo, looking out at the endless sea of curious faces? We are fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, to have some testimonies from the very people who were put on exhibit. The voices are rare, as most of the exhibits left no written records, but one pretty good account comes from Abraham Ulrikab, a 35-year-old Inuk man from Labrador, that's northeastern Canada, who along with his family was recruited by a showman to travel to Europe in 1880. Abraham was educated by a Moravian missionary and kept a diary during his months-long ordeal as a living exhibit in Germany, France, and Austria. His diary, later translated, offers a glimpse of daily life in a human zoo from the perspective of the attraction. In September 1880, Abraham, his wife, and their 2 young daughters and 3 other Inuit companions found themselves displayed in the Berlin Zoo, lodged in a makeshift Eskimo hut for visitors to peer at. Abraham writes of the constant intrusion of the crowd, quote, "Going out by daytime is impossible because of all the people. We're totally surrounded by them, by many different faces." He describes how the enclosure would be filled up immediately whenever they attempted to step outside, throngs of Berliners pressing in to get a closer look at the Inuit family with their fur parkas and kayaks. The Inuit tried to maintain their dignity, even attending church services when chaperoned by sympathetic missionaries. But the experience was clearly taxing. In his diary, Abraham notes that one of his fellow Inuit, a man named Tobias, had, quote, stopped being cheerful because he was tired of the people. The novelty of fame, if one could call it that, quickly gave way to exhaustion and melancholy. Just imagine being gawked at, day by day, a specimen behind a railing. Horrible. The Inuit adults keenly felt this humiliation, I'm sure you can imagine. As a German newspaper at the time observed, on the faces of the Inuit women there was a melancholic expression. They knew fair well that they were being exhibited, exposed to the curious, prying glances of old and young. The author of that 1880 article went on to express a pang of conscience that many others apparently did not feel. Quote, "We cannot express a feeling of embarrassment about these human exhibitions, and especially about human exhibitions in zoological gardens." And such sentiment, of course, was far ahead of its time. A rare open criticism, of a practice that most people in the era just accepted without question, whether as education or entertainment. Depends on who you ask. Now, for Abraham Ulrich's group, the journey ended in heartbreak. If you were expecting a happy ending, well, videos are not really one for that. They continued touring through Europe into the winter of 1880, under the management of their handler, who happened to neglect one crucial precaution. He failed to have them vaccinated for smallpox. In Paris, the entire Inuit troop contracted smallpox amid the crowded conditions, and within weeks, all 8 Inuit, Abraham, his entire family and friends, died one by one in a foreign land far, far from home. Abraham's diary entries cease as illness overtakes him, but his earlier words stand as a haunting chronicle of people treated as commodities. He had written wistfully of his hope that they might earn enough money in Europe to improve their lives back home, but also of his longing for Labrador, and the stinging awareness that nothing about their treatment was truly respectful. His diary was later found preserved in a Moravian church archive, one of the first person testimonies of a person who lived and perished as an exhibit. But not all participants in human zoos were strictly coerced. Some saw it as a kind of opportunity, or at least they believed it to be in the first place. Remember that the aim of the game is exploitation. It is not going to be a good deal. A few indigenous performers even managed to subvert the format to an extent. For example, members of Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, such as the Lakota Sioux leader Sitting Bull, use their tours in Europe to publicly complain about the U.S. government injustices, rather than just silently play off the role of the savage. But Buffalo Bill's show was somewhat distinct from the ethnological exhibitions. It was more of a scripted performance. In the classical human zoos at fairs and expositions, there was little room for political statements or personal agency. Performers were expected to conform to the stereotype that was assigned to them. Don't go off the script. They were given daily schedules, costumes, and props to perform traditional dances or rituals, whether or not these things were truly traditional or not. If the crowd expected war dances or spear throwing, the organizers made sure that those were on the program. The authenticity of these shows was often quite superficial. In some cases, if real cultural practices seemed too dull or complex for audiences, well, they just make up some fake ones. There were instances, too, of African-American performers being hired to pose as African tribespeople, or Filipinos coached to stage mock tribal wars with each other to thrill spectators with a bit of cannibal combat. The priority was entertainment and drama, not accurate anthropology. Daily life in a human zoo was a strange mix, a bit of theatrical routine and a lot of personal discomfort. Many exhibits essentially lived on the fairground or zoo premises for months. They slept in the constructed huts or tents at night, and were on duty whenever the venue was open to visitors. They often had to deal with invasive strangers attempting to touch them, feed them, or talk to them in languages they did not understand. At the 1958 Brussels World Fair, which featured what is often described as the last official human zoo, the Congolese men and women in the exhibit were enclosed behind a bamboo fence. The Belgian visitors would call out to them, trying to elicit a reaction. One contemporary journalist noted that if the Congolese did not respond to the catcalls, that spectators would throw coins or even bananas over the fence, taunting them like animals in a cage. And this was not in 1858, but 1958. And that's well into the era of television, and after the United States had been founded. A pretty sobering reminder that attitudes underlying human zoos did not vanish overnight after the Victorian era. Those being exhibited were typically at the mercy of the organizers for food, shelter, and medical care. Some organizers were more humane than others, sure, but the profit motive often led to cost-cutting and neglect. Remember, it's never cost-cutting, it's profit-raising. Well, the case of the Congolese at the 1897 Brussels Expo and the Filipino and Inuit deaths at the World's Fair show that exhibitors frequently failed to provide adequate protection against climate and disease. Outbreaks of measles, influenza, or smallpox could rip through a native village whose inhabitants lacked immunity to European diseases, tragically echoing the very real depopulation that imperial contact had caused in the colonies themselves. But on top of the physical hardships, the psychological toll was immense. For many, the experience of being gaped at and treated as inferior confirmed their worst suspicions about their masters. It was not uncommon for people to return home with bitterness or a sense of betrayal. Some did not live to return at all. Others were essentially stranded in foreign countries after an exhibition, left to fend for themselves when they were no longer entertaining or useful. In one case, 2 Congolese men who had been part of an American exhibition were abandoned in the U.S. by their agent and had to be taken in by a black colleague in the South until they could eventually go home. The human zoo enterprise was one of mercenary callousness. To the showman, these individuals were just mere exotic commodities to be shuffled around, displayed, and then when the show is over and the ticket sales run dry, to be discarded. But the question remains, why exactly did so many otherwise ordinary people, families, students, businessmen, throng to see these exhibitions and accept them as something that was just completely normal? Well, part of the answer lies in the scientific and social context of that age. You see, human zoos were bolstered by the prevailing racial theories and imperial ideologies of the 19th century. This was the era in which European and American thinkers increasingly spoke of a hierarchy of races, with Caucasians at the top, and Negroids, Mongoloids rather, and other primitive races further down the ladder. Colonialism was rationalized as the white man's burden to uplift or civilize the uncivilized peoples. Now, within that worldview, displaying colonized peoples in a zoo, it kind of made sense. You see, it visualized that hierarchy for everyone to see, and it sort of showed, well, this is what they're like. The exhibits almost always juxtaposed the modern and primitive. Fairgoers could see the newest technological marvels in one pavilion, i.e. all of the fancy European stuff, and then next they would see the loincloth-wearing pygmies in huts, thereby convincing themselves that, well, that technology and empire, well, it was all just proof of inherent superiority. Promoters often described the displays in pretty patronizing and dehumanizing language. They spoke of giving these tribes an opportunity to participate in the world community by traveling abroad, or claimed that the indigenous people were happy and smiling under the appreciative gaze of civilized folk. Colonial officials would say that these exhibits demonstrated the progress being made in educating the natives, or conversely showed how much work remained yet to be done to bring them up to standard. There was also a strong undercurrent of social Darwinism, too, a notion that by observing living fossils of primitive mankind, one could glimpse what the early stages of human evolution looked like. Of course, we were all just trying to figure things out back then. Took a few dark roads. I think that's safe to say. Now, go back to Otabenga. When he was placed in the Bronx Zoo, It was very explicitly to argue that he represented a lower step on the evolutionary ladder, an idea that prominent scientists of the day, steeped in eugenics, didn't find objectionable. It was just the prevailing theory of that age. Madison Grant, who we've mentioned, the conservationist and racial theorist who was behind the Otobenga exhibit, would later write a famous eugenic tract called The Passing of the Great Race, warning of a dilution of racial purity. For him and his peers, human zoos were just one more piece of evidence to marshalling their cases, that purity and hierarchy were simply just biological facts. Now, it is important to recognize that none of these attitudes were fringe at the time. World's fairs and zoos were prestigious institutions. When Paris held its vast colonial exhibition in 1931, essentially a final grand showcase of the French Empire, it drew some 34 million visitors in 6 months. Among them were writers, professors, families, and just the general run-of-the-mill tourist from around the world. The expo featured replicas of temples from Indochina, an artificial Madagascan village, and hundreds of colonial subjects performing in each zone. It was advertised as the ultimate educational experience. At the expo's entrance, a grand sculpture depicted France as a maternal figure, leading the grateful Africans and Asians by the hand. Well, inside, human zoos hammered home that message, that the colonized were childlike and static, in need of a hand up to enter that more modernized state of living, while Europe was dynamic and advanced, and so on. And it is pretty chilling to reflect that this occurred in 1931, not even a century ago, and was seen as a pretty family-friendly day out. Get a little bit of ice cream, too, while you're watching all of the loincloth Africans in their cages. Pretty strange by our modern standards. Now, that being said, there were the critics and dissenting voices, even if they were in the minority. We noted that German article from 1880 that decried the embarrassment of human zoos in a zoo. Well, another form of protest came in unexpected areas. In 1903, Japan, which was a colonial power — Europeans do not have the monopoly on colonialism, we have to say that — well, they hosted an industrial exposition in Osaka, which included a human pavilion, essentially Japan's own attempt at a human zoo, featuring indigenous Ainu from Hokkaido, as well as people from Okinawa, Taiwan, and Korea, and they were territories that Japan was integrating into its empire at the time. To the surprise of the organizers, this exhibit triggered anger among some of the very populations depicted. Go figure, right? Well, there were students from Okinawa and Korea who were in Tokyo, and they lodged complaints at seeing their compatriots portrayed as backward and primitive in Osaka. Japanese newspapers published anonymous editorials condemning the Ningen Hakurankai, the human exhibition, as an affront to human dignity. One Japanese writer argued it was, quote, inhumane to exhibit people as if they were objects in a zoo, expressing shame that his country was borrowing a demeaning practice. And this is pretty noteworthy because it shows that not everyone at the time passively accepted things as they were. And even within Europe, as early as the 1880s, and increasingly by the early 20th century, a few voices began to question these shows. Humanitarian activists, especially missionaries or religious figures who had personal relationships with indigenous peoples, sometimes objected on moral grounds. In the Otobenga case, it was ministers who led the charge. In France and Britain, a handful of journalists visited the exhibitions. Excuse me, I keep saying expeditions instead of exhibitions. I do apologize for that. In any case. well, those who visited the exhibitions in France and Britain wrote articles that hinted at the exploitative nature of it all. But still, the criticisms were often dragged out by those who were, well, overwhelmingly fascinated by it, and of course the official support that such events enjoyed. What ultimately led to the decline of human zoos was a combination of changing public sensibilities. World War II and its aftermath brought a significant change in racial attitudes, at least on the surface. The rise of anti-colonial movements and the beginnings of decolonization after 1945 also made the colonial exhibition seem increasingly anachronistic and, well, frankly, offensive. And is telling that one of the very last instances, the 1958 Brussels Human Zoo, was met with a degree of discomfort, even at the time. Belgium's government tried to present it as a celebration of Belgian-Congolese harmony, which, if you know anything about the Belgian Congo, there's nothing harmonious about that. Well, of course, many observers found it to be quite crass. Good Lord, I need to do a video on the Belgian Congo soon. If you thought my serial killers and insane asylum videos were pretty graphic, well, you just wait until you learn about the Belgian Congo. In any case, by the 1960s, as civil rights movements gained strength and former colonies became independent nations, the entire idea of a human zoo became utterly unacceptable. So looking back, I think it's a bit of a reminder of how easily scientific and cultural institutions can participate in gross dehumanization under the guise of education. The backlash, when it finally came, forced institutions to confront this ugly history. For instance, the very same Bronx Zoo that had caged Odo Benga in 1906, in recent years issued a formal apology, acknowledging that the episode was an unconscionable violation of human rights. I don't know what good that's going to do now, but, I suppose it's the thought that counts. In 2020, the organization that runs the zoo publicly admitted that the zoo's founders and scientists at the time shared in distasteful ideologies that made such an exhibit possible. European museums, too, have had to grapple with the legacy, not least because some still hold remains and artifacts of those once displayed. The remains of 2 Filipino individuals who died in the 1904 St. Louis Fair, for example, were only identified in the Smithsonian collection many decades later, and there are ongoing discussions about repatriating such human remains to their communities. But, I suppose, everyone at their time in history, they just go by their own moral standards. And we've mentioned a few times that this back then was completely normal. I don't want anyone to be so arrogant to think that right now in 2025, or whatever year you're watching it, that we've got it all right. There's going to be things in 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, that the people of those times are going to look back on us and think that we were quite barbaric and quite savage. There's issues in the modern world that need to be contended with. And, well, there are a lot of things that many people think are quite normal. What those things are, well, perhaps you can figure them out yourself. In any case, I think that's enough for today. So, I hope you enjoyed this video on the human zoos. Perhaps you weren't aware of the phenomenon, but hey, it is what it is. It is the year 897, and inside the walls of the Vatican, a macabre trial is taking place. But the defendant is not a living man, but rather a corpse. The rotting remains of a former pope, dressed in pontifical robes and propped up on a throne. Presiding over this tribunal was Pope Stephen VI, who bellowed accusations at the lifeless body before him. As stunned clergy and onlookers watched, the dead Pope was declared guilty, his sacred vestments torn from his body, and 2 fingers, the ones used for blessing, were cut off. This was a bizarre event that really took place. It's known as the Cadaver Synod. Yet, as much as it sounds like morbid fiction, it is indeed historical reality, an example of how the papacy, an office meant to embody spiritual virtue, has at times been held by men of astounding vice and cruelty. But how bad does it get? Who are the most evil popes to exist in history? And are they really as bad as they were charged of being? Well, there's plenty of them. Many popes earned reputations for holiness and wise leaderships, while a notorious few did quite the opposite. And we're not here to talk about the good guys. We're here to talk about history's most nefarious and hated popes. So, if you'll come with me for the next hour, we can meet some of these odd characters. But allow me to welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers, and welcome back to anyone joining us again. Good to have you with us. And I'll remind you that this channel is completely ad-free. You won't get any interruptions. You've got enough ads in your daily life. You don't need them here, too. Well, it's because we are funded by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and also those who check out the merch store and give the occasional donation. All links available in the pinned comment and video description. But aside from that, you're helping out just by enjoying the content with us. Give it a like, subscribe, and comment, and that's a step above. Now, with all that being said, let's begin with our first infamous pope. Our first tale is one that we've already introduced briefly in the introduction. It takes place in the late 9th century, a time of deadly factional politics in Rome. Pope Stephen VI had scarcely warmed the papal throne when he became obsessed with vengeance against his predecessor, Pope Formosus. And what was so bad about Pope Formosus? Well, he'd been involved in complex rivalries among the powerful Roman families and Frankish emperors, and his enemies were now Stephen's patrons. And so, in that unprecedented act of malice, Stephen VI literally dug up his corpse and put it on trial. And so we find ourselves in January of 1897 at that spectacle of the Cadaver Synod. So imagine that horror, and perhaps the fascination of ordinary Romans crowded in the Basilica of St. John Lateran as their pope screamed accusations at a corpse. It doesn't seem like popely behavior, doesn't it? A deacon was appointed to speak on behalf of the deceased, attempting a surreal defense of Formosus's actions. But Stephen, driven by rage and likely pressure from the powerful house of Spoleto, had already decided the outcome. He declared the dead pontiff guilty of perjury and violating church canons, and as punishment, he ordered that his body be desecrated. The 2 fingers for blessing were cut off, and the corpse, stripped of its sacred garments, was unceremoniously thrown into the river Tiber. Not the traditional burial method for popes. Well, this event did more than just shock the conscience of Christendom, but it also had an effect on Rome's populace. You see, the sight of their bishop performing such a profane act horrified the layman and the clergy alike. It was not acceptable behavior. In the months that followed, anger swelled in the streets of Rome. Common people who revered the papal office, even if they had little power in its politics, were outraged that a pope would defile the dead in what seemed like a travesty of justice. Their anger turned into action. A public uprising swept through Rome. In the summer of 897, Pope Stephen VI was deposed by an infuriated mob and thrown into prison. There, amid the same dark cells where he had cast Formosus's supporters, he met a grim fate. He was strangled to death by his captors. His reign lasted barely a year, and it ended as violently as it began. In the aftermath, the Church was eager to wash away the stain of the cadavered synod, for obvious reasons. Later that same year, Pope Theodore II, who reigned only 20 days, by the way, had Formosus's body retrieved from the Tiber and reburied with honor in St. Peter's Basilica. Better late than never. I mean, yes, public anger is one thing, but public anger when it comes after the fact. I mean, I suppose it's the bystander effect when things like this are going on. People just are so confused and taken back by the spectacle that they don't realize yet what's really going on. Happens a lot. Well, in any case, another successor, John IX, convened synods that nullified the cadaver synod and forbade any future trials of a corpse. These measures show the extent to which Stephen's actions were seen as a horrifying aberration. Medieval chroniclers describe the cadaver synod with a sense of shock, a nadir of papal dignity. And I suppose you can imagine the conversations in Roman taverns and marketplaces after Stephen's fall, ordinary citizens expressing relief that God's wrath might be sated now that the blasphemous pope was dead, and of course hoping that such a spectacle would never happen again. So much for a civilized Rome. Well, I'm afraid things did happen again. Not exactly like the cadaver synod, but the days of evil popes were not over yet. The 9th and 10th centuries would offer yet more turmoil. Stephen's bizarre ritual was not an isolated incident of insanity, but a symptom of a larger sickness in the papacy's worldly entanglements. You see, in this era, powerful Roman clans and European nobles treated the papal throne as a prize to be seized. Well, that's either by force or intrigue. And so, the very next decades would see the papacy slide into an age so infamous that, well, it would be dubbed by later historians as a pornocracy, that is, the rule of harlots. And that brings us to perhaps the most scandalous figure of that dark age, a young pope whose depravity became legendary. This one brings us to the mid-10th century, when Octavianus of Tusculum became Pope John XII, and with him the papacy sunk into an astonishing low point of moral corruption. You see, John XII was around 18 years old when he was elevated to the papal throne in 955, effectively inheriting the title from his powerful father, a little bit of nepotism. In fact, his father, Alberic II, a prince of Rome, had secured an oath from the Roman nobility that his son Octavianus would become pope, uniting secular and spiritual power into one happy little family. Thus, unlike most who rose through church ranks, John took office as a teenager with minimal ecclesiastical training, or for that matter piety, which is kind of a requirement. It's the basic thing to be a pope, right? So what followed was a reign so scandalous that even contemporary churchmen, not prone to exaggeration, were quite appalled. John XII treated the papacy as his personal fiefdom, and the Lateran palaces as a playground. One contemporary observer wrote that the Lateran was turned into a brothel. And indeed, John's papal residence reportedly swarmed with women, from noble ladies all the way down to prostitutes, enjoying lavish banquets and sordid parties, all at the church's expense. The Pope was accused of adultery, fornication, and even incest, allegedly carrying on with his late father's mistress and with his own nieces. He openly gambled with dice, invoked pagan gods during games, and according to later church council records, he didn't even bother to celebrate Mass properly. It was said that he would toast Venus and Jupiter over wine, more concerned with worldly pleasures than the holy sacraments. Such accounts came to us largely through the pens of his adversaries, but even allowing for exaggeration, they certainly paint a picture of a man who was completely indifferent to the spiritual responsibilities of his office. Clerics in Rome and across Europe were understandably aghast. One chronicler, Bishop Liutprand of Cremona, attended a synod in 963 that catalogued John's misdeeds in unsparing detail. The council accused the young pope of sacrilege, simony, perjury, adultery, incest, and even murder. Some specific charges read like a criminal resume. John had allegedly ordained a 10-year-old boy as a bishop in exchange for money, essentially selling church officers, once again against the rules. He also was accused of castrating and murdering a deacon, also blinding his own confessor, who later died, and a few instances of him going around and setting fires to people's homes. These accusations came to a head when John's reckless behavior finally threatened the political order. Desperate for military aid against local Italian rivals, John had earlier invited the powerful King Otto I of Germany to Rome, and even crowned him Holy Roman Emperor in 962. But almost immediately, John betrayed Otto, entering secret alliances with the emperor's enemies. When Otto discovered the treachery, he marched back to Rome. John, panicking, fled the city. In his absence, Emperor Otto convened that synod of bishops at St. Peter's which formally deposed John XII for his crimes and elected a new pope, Leo VIII. John XII, however, was not quite done. As soon as Otto and his army left Rome, John gathered allies and seized the Lateran palace again, expelling his replacement in a burst of bloody violence. Rome was then thrown into chaos. Rival popes, rioting noble factions, and terrified commoners were all caught up in between. For ordinary Romans, these power struggles felt like a never-ending nightmare. Within a single year, they saw 3 different claimants as pope: John XII, Leo VIII, and even an anti-pope appointed by John's faction. Each change typically accompanied by street fighting and reprisals. John XII's end was as ignominious as his life. In May of 964, at about age 27, he died. Suddenly and fittingly, the circumstances were a little bit dodgy. Most popular stories were possibly apocryphal, but widely believed, and as John met his death in the bed of a married woman, killed in the act of adultery by an enraged husband who had caught them red-handed. Another version suggests that he was struck down by a paralytic stroke while in flagrante delicto. Either way, even in death, John became a cautionary tale. To the church reformers of later generations, he embodied the depths of corruption that could infect the highest office. To the common faithful of his time, the saga of John must have been bewildering. Imagine hearing that the vicar of Christ, instead of tending to prayers and alms, was rolling dice in taverns and violating people's sisters and daughters. Yet the immediate aftermath of John's fall offered a bit of hope. You see, it spurred Emperor Otto and others to insist on more stringent standards for papal elections. And indeed, Otto decreed that no pope would be valid without imperial approval, hoping to prevent local corrupt cabals from elevating another one like John. But moving on from John, if a single character embodies the absolute degeneration of the papacy before the great reforms of the Middle Ages, that might be Pope Benedict IX, infamous for being possibly the youngest pope in history and the only man to have held the office more than once. Benedict's career was a whirlwind of scandal, violence, and even a literal sale of the papal throne. He was the nephew of two previous popes, and the product of the powerful Tusculan family's grip on Rome. Through flagrant nepotism, and likely hefty bribes, Benedict, who was actually born Theophylactus, which Benedict a lot easier to spell, I suppose, was placed on the chair of Peter in 1032. His age at ascension is disputed. Some sources claim he was as young as 12, though modern historians think he was around 18 or 20. But in any case, he was shockingly unfit and, frankly, immature. Not his fault, he's just a young lad. Contemporary church writers mince no words about his character, though. The Catholic historian Pope Victor III, who had lived through that era, later wrote that, quote, "His life as Pope was so vile, so foul, so execrable, that I shudder to think of it." Certainly not mixing words, that's for sure. Well, even allowing for pious hyperbole, it's clear that Benedict IX utterly disgraced the office. During Benedict's papacy, Rome was treated to the spectacle of a pope whose debaucheries rivaled those of John XII. He hosted wild parties, reputedly engaging in orgies and unspeakable violence. It was rumored that Benedict had a penchant for both men and women, and perhaps did not care whether his partners were married or even, in some accusations, if they were unwilling. Crime and assassinations also peppered his tenure. The Lateran Palace saw its share of intrigues and disappearances of Benedict's opponents. Ordinary Romans soon reached a breaking point with this tyrannical young pope. By 1044, Benedict's openly dissolute life so infuriated the populace that an uprising forced him out of Rome. In his stead, the rebels elected an anti-pope, Sylvester III. But Benedict, backed by his aristocratic family and hired troops, retook Rome by force mere months later, and his rival was ousted. This tumult, two popes vying for power in the city, gravely undermined whatever spiritual credibility the office held. So imagine being a simple Roman Christian at this time. One Sunday you're told that the Pope is Sylvester. The next, Benedict has violently reclaimed that title. Chaos like that could only breed cynicism and confusion among those faithful. But incredibly, the story does not end there. After regaining the papacy, Benedict soon found that being the Pope was not as fun as he thought it would be, especially when he began entertaining thoughts of marriage. Yes, the Pope wanted to marry his cousin and settle into a more secular life. So, in 1045, Benedict decided to just sell off the papal office to the highest bidder. The buyer was none other than his own godfather, the pious priest John Gratian, who reportedly paid a hefty sum of gold to persuade Benedict to resign. John Gratian was then acclaimed as Pope Gregory VI. And so, for the first time in history, the papacy had been bought like a common piece of property. This brazen simony shook Christendom, and even many worldly cardinals could not stomach it. Benedict happily took the money, though, and he left Rome. Things were good for a time. No sooner had Gregory VI tried to clean up the mess in Rome than Benedict IX had second thoughts. Perhaps his proposed marriage fell through, or maybe he just simply missed the power. But either way, Benedict gathered armed supporters and returned to Rome yet again, claiming he was still the legitimate pope since his resignation was invalid, being a simony transaction, that is. By 1046, the city of Rome found itself in an almost absurd predicament. 3 rival popes roamed: Benedict IX, Gregory VI, and the earlier usurper, Sylvester III, who also refused to relinquish his claim. The common Romans, not to mention the wider church, were frankly fed up with the situation. But fortunately, the German king, and soon-to-be emperor, Henry III, decided that enough was enough. Henry descended into Italy with an army, summoned a council at Sutri in late 1046, and he deposed all 3 papal claimants in a sweeping act. The factions were dismantled. Sylvester was packed off to a monastery. Gregory, Benedict's godfather, that is, willingly stepped down and was exiled for his role in buying office. And Benedict IX, that stubborn troublemaker, was excommunicated and literally chased out of the city. Henry III then installed a respected German bishop as Pope Clement II, restoring a semblance of order. For the ordinary faithful, the fall of Benedict IX and the intervention of a foreign secular ruler showed how low the papacy could sink. The holiest office in all Christendom had become a plaything for a corrupt Roman elite, and its rescue had to come from an outside power. It was certainly a humbling moment for the Church, but also a turning point. In the aftermath, a series of reformist popes, inspired by the growing Cluniac reform movement, were to eliminate simony and enforce clerical celibacy, partly in reaction to those scandals of Benedict's time. As for Benedict himself, remarkably there are accounts, perhaps legendary, that he did eventually repent of his sins. One narrative suggests that he retired to a monastery and died penitent, an ending almost too neat for such a villain. Whether it's true or not, by the time of his death, Benedict had already secured his place in history's Hall of Shame. His unique distinction, the man who was Pope 3 times and literally put the papacy on the market, stands the stark lesson in how corrupting absolute power and wealth can be, especially when handed to one dangerously unworthy individual. Well, by the turn of the 14th century, the papacy had recovered much of its power and most of its prestige, perhaps too much for its own good. Pope Boniface VIII exemplifies the late medieval pope as a grandiose autocrat, a man whose unyielding quest for supremacy embroiled him in deadly conflicts and left a legacy tarred by accusations of arrogance, cruelty, and even a bit of heresy, too. Boniface VIII, born Benedetto Caetani, came to the papal throne in 1291, and under controversial circumstance, too, he convinced his holy but ineffectual predecessor Celestine V to resign, and some whispered that Boniface all but forced the poor man out. Once in power, Boniface sought to magnify the authority of the papacy to unprecedented heights. He famously proclaimed, quote, "It is absolutely necessary for the salvation that every human creature be subject to the Roman pontiff. That line from his 1302 bull Unum Sanctam summarized his outlook, that popes should command kings and emperors, not the other way around. Boniface envisioned himself as the supreme overlord of Christendom in both temporal and spiritual affairs. But this bold doctrine did not sit well with the secular rulers of the day. Boniface soon found himself in ferocious disputes with powerful monarchs, notably King Philip IV of France. Philip insisted on the right to tax the French clergy and govern national affairs without papal meddling. Boniface responded by wielding spiritual threats. He excommunicated officials, and in 1302 asserted the aforementioned blanket supremacy of the papacy. The quarrel escalated beyond mere words. Philip's propaganda machine accused Boniface of terrible offenses: corruption, sodomy, even sorcery and atheism. These charges were likely exaggerated or completely false, concocted to undermine the Pope's moral standing, but nonetheless they indicate how Boniface was perceived by many as a worldly man, avaricious, one who had overstepped his bounds. In fact, Dante Alighieri, the great Italian poet, certainly held a dim view of Boniface. In the Divine Comedy, written shortly after Boniface's era, Dante consigns multiple corrupt popes to hell. In the Inferno, Dante actually encounters Pope Nicholas III, damned for simony, who, while burning upside down in a rock, mistakes Dante for Boniface arriving prematurely. Dante thus implies that Boniface VIII, still alive when the poem was set, was such a notorious Simonist and sinner that hell eagerly awaited him. To Dante and many of his contemporaries, Boniface represented the corruption of a church that had become too entangled in temporal greed and power. Boniface's conflict with King Philip culminated in a dramatic and violent episode known as the Outrage of Anagni. In September of 1303, as Boniface was preparing a bull of excommunication against Philip, the French king's advisor, Guillaume de Nogaret, along with the members of Rome's powerful Colonna family, longtime enemies of Boniface, by the way, launched a surprise attack on the papal palace at Anagni. The armed men burst in and found the aging Boniface VIII virtually alone. According to later accounts, the proud pope was slapped in the face by a henchman, one named Sciarra Colonna, a stinging humiliation for a man who saw himself as the supreme power on earth. Boniface was held hostage for 3 days, during which he reportedly refused all food, saying he'd rather die of starvation than yield to his foes. The local people of Anagni, however, were shocked at this sacrilege against the Pope, and soon rallied to free him. Though Boniface was rescued and brought back to Rome, the ordeal had broken him. He was deeply shaken by the insult and mistreatment, and within a month he fell gravely ill. In October of 1303, Boniface died, reportedly gnashing his teeth and raving to himself. Some exaggerated rumors even claimed he died completely mad, biting off his own hands in despair. A chronicler quipped he had, quote, "come in like a fox, reigned like a lion, and died like a dog." Pretty acidic. Certainly shows how Boniface's contemporaries saw the arc of his life. Cunning in his rise, ferocious in power, and pathetic in downfall. But after Boniface's death, his enemies were not quite finished. Philip IV, that is, pressured the next pope to posthumously put Boniface on trial for heresy. Though that trial never reached a conclusion, the new Pope Clement V quietly shelved it. The fact that a pope's memory could be so sullied was unprecedented. Within a few years, the papacy itself was moved to Avignon under French influence, in part due to the French dominance established after Boniface's debacle. For ordinary Catholics, the spectacle of a pope in violent conflict with the king, excommunications flying, and eventually the pope's abduction was as disorienting as it was scandalous. Many may have wondered at the time, if the pope and the most Christian king are behaving like warring feudal lords, where is the sanctity of the church? Boniface's Jubilee year of 1300, which he had organized as a grand pilgrimage to Rome drawing throngs of the faithful, must have seemed a distant memory, as rumors of his disgrace circulated. In the long run, Boniface's pontificate showed the danger of an over-centralized papal power and unchecked ambition. It was a harsh legacy, but one that also fanned the growing embers of criticism that would in centuries to come burst into flames of open challenge to papal authority. Well, next we have the tale of Pope Urban VI, and that is one of tragic transformation. From a reform-minded outsider to a paranoid tyrant whose actions helped ignite the Great Western Schism. Bartolomeo Pregnano, the Archbishop of Bari, was elected in 1378 as Pope Urban VI, under rather extraordinary circumstances. For decades, the papacy had been exiled in Avignon, France, and Romans were desperate to have a pope back on the home front. A restive Roman mob outside the conclave demanded a Roman or at least an Italian pope. Under this intense pressure, the cardinals chose Prignano, an Italian, though not actually a Roman. They hoped that they could appease the public by doing this. And at first, it seemed to be working. Many hailed Urban VI's descent. He was not a cardinal, so he came as an outsider expected to reform the luxurious, easygoing lifestyle of the Avignon-trained curia. Indeed, Urban began by rebuking the cardinals for their vanity and luxury, calling for austere piety. He had kept his balance. He might have been a fine pope. Well, but almost immediately, Urban's personality took a dark turn. He was described as unstable, prone to violent rages and wild mood swings. The very cardinals who elected him soon regretted their choice, as Urban began insulting them publicly, calling them names, bullying them essentially, and even threatening their lives at points. The situation just kept getting worse and worse. The largely French group of cardinals felt unsafe and fled Rome that summer, claiming that Urban's election had been made under mob intimidation and thus was invalid. They declared Pope Urban VI deposed in September 1378 and elected a different cardinal as a rival pope, Clement VII, who set up his court at Avignon. In doing so, they inadvertently split the Catholic world in two. For now Europe had two popes, each with his own college of cardinals, and each excommunicating the other. This tragic split, the Great Western Schism, would last for 40 years. It would divide kingdoms, dioceses, and even families over which pope they recognized. Urban VI, however, must bear much blame for the start of the crisis. You see, his intemperate behavior alienated even those who initially supported him. For the ordinary Christian in, well, let's say, England or Italy, suddenly hearing that the church now had two heads must have been quite confusing. Which one was the legitimate vicar of Christ? That was the question on everyone's lips. A source of scandal and dismay, undermining the faith and the institution that the church was a unified guide to salvation. And Well, Urban's subsequent conduct only made things worse. Well, Urban ensconced in Rome, grew increasingly tyrannical and suspicious of everyone and everything around him. You see, he surrounded himself with a small cadre of loyalists and harshly dealt with any perceived disloyalty. In 1385, an event occurred that cemented Urban's reputation for cruelty. Some of Urban's own cardinals, who had remained with him, allegedly conspired to appeal to a church council to end the schism, and possibly part of that deal would be removing Urban himself. Well, when Urban got wind of this, he was not pleased. He reacted with a vengeful fury. He ordered the arrest of 6 cardinals, whom he suspected of disloyalty. These princes of the church were subjected to torture on the Pope's orders. Chroniclers report that in his vindictiveness, Urban personally supervised some of the tortures himself. One famous anecdote relates that Urban complained bitterly when the cardinal's agonized screams were not loud enough. He apparently said that he didn't hear enough screaming coming from the torture chamber. Now that's a bit chilling, isn't it? Whether it's true or not, it was recorded by contemporaries, so we should mention it. In any case, eventually, several of the cardinals were executed, done to death under the Pope's very nose in the castle of Nocera. Never before had a Pope tortured his own cardinals. Even many of Urban's loyal followers were appalled by his actions. Urban's war against his rivals was not only fought with chains and dungeons, it played out on the broader stage of Europe's battlefields. The schism meant that different nations took sides. France, Scotland, parts of Spain recognized the Avignon Pope Clement VII, while England, the Holy Roman Empire, and much of Italy decided to stick with Urban in Rome. Each pope's patrons fought diplomatically, and sometimes militarily, wreaking havoc in parts of Europe. Urban himself got entangled in the Kingdom of Naples politics, turning on Queen Joanna of Naples, who favored the Avignon claimant, and eventually ordering a crusade against her. This conflict led to instability and violence in Italy, where mercenary armies clashed and the civilian population inevitably suffered siege, famine, and pillage. It was as if a civil war had erupted within Western Christianity. Urban's allies sacked towns loyal to the anti-pope, and vice versa. Believers on both sides were bewildered that Christ's supposed representative could be responsible for so much bloodshed. In the end, Pope Urban VI died as he had lived, in turmoil, and perhaps by foul play. In 1389, while in Rome, he was said to have succumbed to injuries after a fall from a mule, but rumors swirled that he might have been poisoned by those who could no longer tolerate him. No firm evidence exists, but the mere existence of such rumors is telling. But he did leave behind a continuing schism. Indeed, after his death, the Roman cardinals quickly elected a successor, Boniface IX, and the dual papacies dragged on. It would take until 1417 for the Church to finally reunify under one pope, after years of rival claimants, and even a period with 3 simultaneous popes at one time. And by that time, the prestige of the papacy had been deeply tarnished. So for the average Christian in Europe, the Great Schism was a spiritual nightmare. Many didn't know which pope to obey. Saints and theologians were also divided in their loyalties. Urban's savage behavior did little to reassure anyone of the papal officer's sanctity. In fact, Catherine of Siena, a famous saint who initially supported Urban as the rightful pope, later wrote sorrowfully about the wolves in the church tearing Christ's body apart. Of course, that's not literally Christ's body, but she means the church. Though she did not name Urban as one of the wolves, his actions clearly precipitated the tearing. So, we can say that through his despotic paranoia, he earned a dark place in papal history. He showed how even a man elevated to the highest position could stoop to the basest cruelty, all the while believing that he was doing nothing wrong. Well, next up we've got something you might have heard of. The surname Borgia. It's become synonymous with corruption, nepotism, and lust, and that is thanks largely to the notorious reign of Pope Alexander VI. Born Rodrigo Borgia in Spain, he was the second member of his family to become pope. In fact, his uncle, Calixtus III, had briefly reigned earlier in the century. Alexander VI's pontificate during the High Renaissance encapsulated both the grandeur and moral rot the papal court when it sinks to its worst. His era gave us lurid tales of poison and passion, pageantry and power politics, all centered on one man who pursued the aggrandizement of his family above all else. Under Alexander, the papacy became a family business in an almost blatant way, which shocked many contemporaries and later historians alike. So let's start from the beginning. When Rodrigo Borgia ascended to the throne of St. Peter in 1492, it was widely believed that he secured his election by bribing the College of Cardinals. You're not meant to do that. In any case, huge sums of gold reportedly changed hands. Lucrative church offices and estates were promised in exchange for votes. Even in a time not known for its scruples, this election stood out. The new Pope, Alexander VI, wasted no time in enriching his children. And yes, you heard me right, unlike most popes, he openly acknowledged several children from his long-term mistress, Vanozza de Catane. He elevated his illegitimate son, Cesare Borgia, to the rank of cardinal, at the age of 18, by the way, and showered titles of wealth on his other offspring, including the infamous Lucrezia Borgia. The nepotism was flagrant. He wasn't even bothering trying to hide it. Lands of the papal states were carved into dynastic fiefs for the Borgias. Valuable offices went to teenage relatives, and advantageous marriages were arranged for his children into powerful noble houses. For example, Alexander made Caesar resign his cardinalship to become a secular warlord, and with French help, Caesar carved out a mini-kingdom in central Italy by force of arms. All of this done under papal blessing, by the way. Well, this effectively had turned the papacy into a launching pad for the new Borgia dynasty of princes, a goal that Alexander pursued ruthlessly. The moral atmosphere of Alexander VI's court was infamous too. Banquets and masquerades filled the Vatican palaces, and the Pope, well into his 60s, continued taking mistresses. One legendary event that came to symbolize the degeneracy of Alexander's reign was the Banquet of the Chestnuts in 1501. According to the diary of Johann Burchard, the papal master of ceremonies that is, Alexander VI hosted an orgiastic banquet in the Vatican, where 50 courtesans danced nude among the attending clergy and nobility, scooping up chestnuts and scattered on the floor in a lewd game. The Pope allegedly looked on, laughing as prizes were offered to guests who demonstrated sexual stamina with these courtesans. The scandalous story, though reported by a usually reliable contemporary, is so extreme that some historians have questioned its full veracity. But whether it was slightly exaggerated or not, it was fully believed and certainly reflected how people viewed the Borgia court. A den of iniquity, not seen since the days of Caligula. One can scarcely imagine how the ordinary citizens, especially the more devout Catholics, reacted to whispers of such debauchery. Some likely dismissed them as gossip, but many knew of the Pope's open vices and were frankly sickened. Preachers like the fiery Savonarola in Florence railed against Rome as a new Babylon, condemning the papal court's corruption and predicting divine wrath. Alexander VI's wickedness was not limited to lavish vice. It also had a deadly edge. The Borgias were often accused of resorting to poison to eliminate rivals or wealthy cardinals whose fortunes they coveted. It was dangerous in Alexander's Rome to be a cardinal with an ample treasury, because the Pope might suddenly redistribute your wealth after he kills you. One striking case was Cardinal Orsini. He was arrested on the Pope's orders under dubious charges and died in captivity, after which Alexander promptly seized his estates and riches for the benefit of Caesar. And of course many suspected that he was quietly poisoned. Caesar Borgia himself was notorious for political assassinations. He had rivals strangled or stabbed, often with his father's knowledge or tacit approval. The Pope's enemies lived in fear. Some who spoke out, like the reformer Savonarola, were excommunicated and eventually executed. Savonarola was burned as a heretic in 1498 after defying a papal order, though Florence's authorities carried it out. Thus, beyond the gilded excess, Alexander VI's Rome had a reign of terror for those who crossed the papal family. The impact of Alexander's papacy on the wider world was complex too. On one hand, he was skilled in diplomacy, and he did make significant decisions, like arbitrating between Spain and Portugal in 1494 to divide newly discovered lands in the Americas, the line of demarcation that granted much of the New World to Spain. But even that act can be seen cynically. He was effectively parceling out the world like a secular emperor. In spiritual terms, the Borgia scandals fueled a growing chorus of dissent. Common people saw high church officials living more luxuriously and sinfully, more than any prince would, and it bred cynicism and anger. In Germany, Martin Luther was a young man during Alexander's reign, and the general atmosphere of a corrupt Rome would later influence his resolve to challenge papal authority. Well, even in Rome, murmurs of discontent were palpable. When Alexander VI eventually died in 1503, many thought it was the devil finally collecting his due. There is a grisly anecdote about his death as well. The Pope fell suddenly ill, possibly from malaria, although rumors insisted it was from accidentally drinking poison intended for someone else, and he died within days. His corpse decomposed rapidly, bloating, blackening, reportedly to the point that it barely fit in the coffin. Onlookers took it as a sign of God's judgment. One contemporary wrote that Alexander's body swelled up like a wine skin left in the sun, an object of public revulsion even in death. Yet interestingly, one of Alexander's successors, Pope Julius II, who hated the Borgias, later remarked that Alexander, for all his faults, had been effective at strengthening the papal states. It was a grudging acknowledgment that the Borgia Pope's political acumen was undeniable, albeit employed for unscrupulous ends. Well, by the second decade of the 16th century, the papacy had returned to respectability in form, if not in spirit. Pope Leo X, born Giovanni de' Medici, you might have heard of the family name, was not a flagrant monster like Alexander the Sixth. In fact, he was quite a cultivated man, a connoisseur of art, music, and pleasure. But it was precisely Leo's worldliness and financial recklessness that earned him the infamy as one of the evil popes, in the sense that his actions or inactions had disastrous consequences for the Church. Leo X's name is forever linked to the Protestant Reformation, which his opulent papacy inadvertently sparked. A famous saying often attributed to Leo captures his spirit. Since God has given us the papacy, let us enjoy it. Well, that certainly sounds like trouble, doesn't it? Enjoy it how? Whether or not he actually said these words to his brother, it was widely believed, and for a good reason. Leo took the throne at 37 years old, the scion of the mighty Medici family of Florence, and he behaved more like a Renaissance prince than a vicar of Christ. He loved extravagance. He threw lavish festivals, sponsored grand cardinals in Rome, and spent prodigious sums on Renaissance art and architecture. He was the Pope who continued the costly construction of the new St. Peter's Basilica, originally began under Julius II. To finance his endless spending, Leo borrowed heavily and also resorted to selling offices and indulgences on an unprecedented scale. Now, just quickly, if you're not up with your Catholic words and terms, an indulgence was a church-issued remission, temporal punishment of sins, something that could be granted for pious acts, but under Leo, indulgences became a commodity, hawked by traveling preachers in exchange for money. The most notorious campaign was in 1517. That was when Leo authorized a special indulgence to fund the completion of St. Peter's Dome, partnering with a German archbishop who needed money to pay off his own debts. Aggressive preachers like Johann Tetzel roamed through Germany, promising peasants that their coins could spring souls from purgatory. Quote, as soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs. A crass commercialization of spiritual grace, and one that appalled many devout Christians and scholars alike. It was the immediate provocation for Martin Luther, an Augustinian monk and theology professor, to pen his notorious 95 Theses later in 1517, questioning the Church's authority to sell indulgences and highlighting the corruption. Leo at first paid little heed to the brewing storm in the north. He was too busy with revelry and patronage. He kept a menagerie, including a white elephant named Hanno, gifted by the King of Portugal, an exotic symbol of his court's excess. When the elephant died, actually, Leo mourned it lavishly. Some noted that he seemed more troubled by his pet's death than the crisis fermenting in Germany. But the Pope also had a well-known appetite for fine foods, and perhaps for other sensual delights, if you know what I mean. Some of his contemporaries accused him of sodomy and keeping young men for his pleasure. Rent boys, basically. Though these claims were likely part of a hostile, rumor-mongering mill that was common at the time. Hard to prove it right or wrong, to be honest. Modern historians differ on Leo's personal morality, but there's no doubt that he was indifferent to reforming the Church. He famously said of the papal office that aforementioned, quote, let us enjoy it, and indeed he indulged in costly entertainments, such as a banquet where 65 courses were served amid theatrical performances. While Leo and the Roman elite feasted, the common faithful in many parts of Europe were growing disillusioned with a church that seemed to constantly demand money, whether it be for baptisms, marriages, indulgences, all the while their spiritual leaders lived it up. Well, by 1520, the challenge from Martin Luther could no longer be ignored. Luther's calls for reform had turned into open defiance. His writing spread rapidly thanks to the new printing press. Pope Leo X eventually excommunicated Luther, branding him a heretic when he refused to recant. But the movement Luther sparked had already taken hold among many German peasants and princes who were weary of sending money to Rome and being subject to what they saw as an immoral clergy. A direct line can be drawn from Leo's decision to squeeze Christendom for funds to the outbreak of the Protestant Reformation, which tore Western Christendom apart. And tearing it apart was, soon, peasants revolted, princes raised armies under the banner of religious reform or defense, and decades of war and persecution ensued. Leo didn't see the worst of it, because he died in 1521, reportedly so broke that he left unpaid bills all over Rome. The story goes that when the word of his death spread, his creditors stormed the Vatican to seize what they could. The papal treasury was virtually empty, drained by Leo's profligacy. But for all his patronage of high culture, i.e. Raphael's magnificent tapestries in the Sistine Chapel, for instance, they were commissioned by Leo. Pope Leo X was judged harshly by contemporaries who cared more about the Church's soul than its artistic glories. The Florentine historian Francesco Guicciardini wrote a scathing assessment that under Leo the Vatican was given over to luxuriousness, and Leo, quote, expended the treasures amassed by his predecessors and by himself in amusements and festivals. Common folk in Protestant-leaning lands began to see the Pope not as a holy father, but as a kind of antichrist figure, greedy, deceitful, and depraved. Anti-papal cartoons of the time depicted the Pope as a devil selling salvation. And such was Leo's legacy among the burgeoning Protestant sects. Even within Catholic lands, he was viewed as an embarrassment. The need for reform in head and members of the Church had always been talked about for generations, but under Leo it was never taken seriously. And so in a way, Leo's failures gave birth to two movements, the Protestant Reformation outside, and eventually the Catholic Counter-Reformation from within, whereby later popes and councils worked to rectify abuses. Unfortunately for Leo's immediate successor, the situation would only worsen. That successor, Pope Clement VII, would face the direct consequences of the tumult that Leo helped to create, including one of the most horrific events to ever befall the city of Rome. Well, maybe we've saved the best or the worst for last. Not sure, whichever way you take it. If there was ever a pope beset by misfortune, partly of his own making, it was Pope Clement VII. Born Giulio de' Medici, the illegitimate son of a brother of Leo X, by the way, Clement VII inherited a troubled church and a volatile political situation in Europe. By 1523, when he became pope, the Protestant Reformation was in full swing in Germany, challenging papal authority left, right, and center, and the papal states were entangled in the power struggles of mighty monarchs, chiefly Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire, who was also King of Spain, by the way, and King Francis I of France. Clement was a shrewd and experienced statesman. He had served as Leo X's right-hand man, and was a cardinal for many years. Yet all his cleverness often backfired. He is remembered as a pope whose indecisive and self-interested policies led to catastrophe. The sack of Rome in 1527, a calamity that people of the time likened to the ancient Goths' destruction of Rome. But that wasn't it. In addition to that, Clement's refusal to annul Henry VIII's marriage to Catherine of Aragon, partially out of fear of offending Catherine's nephew, Emperor Charles V, triggered the English Reformation, and that ripped England away from Catholicism, So in short, Clement presided over the most tumultuous and destructive moments in papal history, arguably, earning him a notorious spot among the bad popes. The sack of Rome deserves particular attention, as an event that brought unspeakable suffering to ordinary Romans. So how did that all happen? Well, the problem was Clement tried to play a double game in the rivalry between Charles and Francis. Initially, he allied with Charles, but after the French king was defeated and captured in 1525, Clement grew wary of Habsburg dominance with their big chins. You've seen the pictures. Well, by 1526, he switched sides, joining a coalition of Italian states and France, that is the League of Cognac, to resist Charles' power in Italy. It was a bold and some might say foolish gamble. Charles' armies, a mix of Spanish veterans and German mercenaries, marched south, many of whom were Lutheran and held the Catholic Church in contempt. By early 1527, these unpaid and mutinous troops were heading toward Rome, the rich prize of the Pope's own city. Clement had little effective military defense, and he had underestimated the threat. On May the 6th, 1527, Charles V's forces stormed the walls of Rome, and the ensuing sack was brutal beyond measure. The emperor had not explicitly ordered the pillage, and later he expressed regret, but he couldn't control his army. For 8 days, Rome was subjected to horrors reminiscent of the fall of ancient Rome, maybe even worse. Soldiers went on a rampage, looting, murder, destruction, everything. Churches and palaces were stripped of all valuables. Priceless art and relics were smashed or stolen. Homes of rich and poor alike were ransacked, and their inhabitants tortured to reveal hidden treasures. Monks and priests were killed, or brought out to the streets to be taunted and mocked. And the nuns, well, they suffered tragic fates at the hands of the soldiers that will remain unspoken. The Vatican Library may have been lost, had not some quick-thinking secretaries bribed the invaders to spare it. One eyewitness, the artist Benvenuto Cellini, took up arms in defense of the city. By his own account, he shot the enemy commander, the Duke of Bourbon, dead during the assault. But that did not stop the onslaught. And where was Pope Clement VII during the apocalypse? Well, he was holed up in the Castle Sant'Angelo, the fortress-like castle near St. Peter's, along with a couple of thousand troops and civilians. The Pope had fled there at the last moment, escaping through a secret corridor from the Vatican as Swiss guards made a heroic last stand to cover him. Yes, 147 of the valiant Swiss guards were slain on the steps of St. Peter's, a sacrifice still honored by that court today. And it is, if you're familiar with it, the topic of that Sabaton song. I forgot what it was called. You'll tell me in the comments, you'll know it. So, in Castle Sant'Angelo, Clement cowered while Rome burned and bled. He could do nothing but watch smoke billow from the city and pray for deliverance. For months, Clement remained a virtual prisoner in the castle, as the occupiers controlled Rome. Reports say he grew a long beard of penitence, a dramatic sight since popes were normally clean-shaven, mourning the sack of the holy city. Outside the castle, terrible scenes continued. Plague broke out from the heaps of unburied bodies. By the time the soldiers finally departed, Rome's population had dropped from about 55,000 to 10,000. Due to death, capture, many citizens were taken as slaves or ransom, and of course just flight. It was an utter humiliation for Clement. People across Europe Both Protestant and Catholic interpreted the sack of Rome as divine punishment on the decadent church or on the treacherous pope, depending on one's viewpoint. In Protestant lands, satirists gleefully pointed out that the Holy Father had been made to eat his bread of sorrows, besieged and impoverished. In Catholic lands, there was a more somber sense that the unchecked worldliness of the papacy had invited the wrath of God. As for Clement, he eventually surrendered to the emperor's terms, paying a huge ransom and ceding territory. When he was finally released, the Pope emerged to a destroyed city. The psychological blow was perhaps even greater than the physical one. The illusion of the Pope's invulnerability was shattered. For ordinary Romans who survived the Clementine era was one of trauma and loss. Families destroyed, livelihoods gone, and a deep sense of betrayal that their shepherd had led them astray into such disaster. Clement himself never quite recovered his authority. He had to appease Emperor Charles V in every way thereafter. In 1529, Clement even had to crown Charles V as emperor in a grand ceremony. The same man whose troops had ravaged Rome, an event dripping with political necessity and irony. Clement also largely abandoned his earlier alliance with France. Survival dictated reconciliation with the stronger power. His other notorious decision was his handling of King Henry VIII's divorce case. In the late 1520s, Henry VIII of England pleaded for an annulment of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, who had not borne him a male heir. Catherine, however, was Emperor Charles V's aunt. Under normal circumstances, a politically astute pope might have found a face-saving way to grant the annulment. But Clement, now effectively under Charles's thumb after 1527, could not afford to anger the emperor again by disgracing his family. So, Clement stalled, equivocated, and ultimately refused Henry's request. Henry responded by rejecting papal authority altogether, declaring himself the supreme head of the Church of England. By 1534, England had broken away from Rome. Monasteries would be dissolved, Catholic loyalists executed, and centuries of adherence to the Pope overturned. It was a seismic shift in European religion and politics. Clement lived just long enough to see the very beginning of the English schism. He died late in 1534. Some might argue that Clement was trying to uphold doctrine in refusing Henry. But the reality is that his political engagements left him with no freedom to maneuver. His papacy ended with Christendom even more splintered. Not only were Protestants growing in Germany and beyond, but now an entire kingdom was lost to Rome, and it was all because of his decision. But it is perhaps too simplistic to label Clement VII as evil in the way we might straightforwardly label John XII or Benedict IX. He wasn't personally debauched or sadistic. He was, however, cunning to a fault, indecisive when it mattered the most, and consistently prioritized Medici family interests and Italian politics over the broader well-being of the Church. And these flaws proved to be calamitous. Ordinary people suffered terribly, whether the peasants of Germany drawn into religious wars, the faithful of England forced to choose loyalty to the king or to the pope, or the citizens of Rome massacred in 1527. In large part, it was because of Clement's actions, or his inactions, and whether we use the word evil or not, certainly earns him a place in this tragic pantheon of failed popes. Imagine for a moment that you uncover a small clay tablet from ancient Mesopotamia. After translating it, you see it's a bill of sale. But it's not for grain, it's not for beer, it's for a human being. and in fact one such tablet from the city of Shurupak, dating to around 2600 BCE, records the sale of a house along with a male slave. You see, slavery is not a modern invention. It's as old as civilization itself, perhaps even older, emerging from independently different cultures as soon as societies became complex enough to produce surplus wealth and wage war. Today we're going to talk about how far back can we trace the practice of slavery, from the prehistoric roots of captive labor through the earliest written records in the Bronze Age. We're going all across the ancient world: Mesopotamia, China, India, Egypt, the classical Mediterranean, even a little beyond, and we'll find some of the earliest evidence of slavery. And of course, sure, it's grim, but I think that these details that we're going to go through are going to reveal some pretty surprising insights. From Sumerian kings who freed debt slaves in social reforms, to the Egyptian generals rewarded with captives, to the Chinese warriors whose prisoners were sacrificed after years of servitude, and the Greek philosophers debating whether some people were simply born slaves by nature. So how far back does slavery go? Let's find out. But let me just welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers. Hope you consider subscribing if you like this kind of content. And allow me to issue the usual caveat that you don't have to worry about being interrupted by ads on this channel. We hate the ads as much as you do, and I hate how the world is completely full of them. So, we don't have any on here. Consider this your sanctuary away from the mid-rolls. What we do have, though, is a rather active supporter base on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and we also have the occasional donation through YouTube Super Thanks and the PayPal. All of the links can be found in the pinned comment and description, channel description and video description, but also your word of mouth helps us out too. Tell your friends, tell your family, even tell your enemies. Who knows? Maybe you'll become friends over the common interest. In any case, thank you for your support and doing all the algorithm like, comment, subscribe thing. Now I've said it once, I won't say it again. Let's get relaxed and enjoy the video. So how did slavery begin? Well, long before written records, human societies likely practiced forms of captivity and forced labor on a small scale. In purely nomadic hunter-gatherer bands, true slavery was probably rare. In fact, there's very little economic benefit to maintaining captives when you're on the move. We don't really need proof of that, it's just simple economics. But by the Neolithic era, that is after 10,000 BC, as people settled into farming villages, the conditions for slavery emerged. Early farmers had surplus food to feed slaves and fixed homes where captives could be restrained. Archaeological evidence is pretty rare from these early times, so much of this is reasoned from later patterns. Anthropologists theorize that warfare and raiding in prehistoric times often led to captives being kept alive as dependents or forced laborers instead of being killed. And indeed, some of the earliest complex foraging societies, for example, we can look at those of the resource-rich Pacific Northwest coast much later, practiced slavery, showing us that, well, whenever people acquired wealth and status, owning others could confer prestige or labor. And here's one intriguing hint that comes from the roots of language. The very word slave in many Indo-European languages traces back to the terms for captive or spoils of war. Now this suggests that in the dawn of chieftains and proto-states, victorious warriors often enslaved defeated enemies rather than simply exterminating them. There are prehistoric mass burial sites where adult males are killed, but women and children are missing, possibly taken as captives or slaves by the victors, though definitive proof is elusive of that. By the late Neolithic and Chalcolithic, which is the Copper Age, agricultural societies from Mesopotamia to the Indus Valley were engaging in large-scale conflicts. It is likely that enslaving war captives was already a recognized practice. And then there's myth and oral tradition too. We hear echoes in those realms. Many ancient origin stories and legends, passed down later in writings, depict people in servitude. And while direct evidence before writing is scant, it's reasonable to conclude that slavery had its roots in prehistory, simply an outgrowth of human warfare, social stratification, and, well, boiled down simply to the desire to exploit the labor of others once communities grew large and settled. As soon as some individuals or groups accumulated significantly more wealth or power than others, that is the circumstance for the institution of slavery to really crystallize. Well, let's look at the earliest known written references to slavery. Of course, they come from Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers. It is the Tigris and Euphrates, by the way. And this is where civilization and writing first blossomed. In ancient Sumer, by the 3rd millennium BCE, slavery was an accepted part of life. We have already seen the Shuruppak tablet from 2600, documenting the sale of a male slave, and in fact numerous cuneiform tablets, cuneiform being the writing that they use, by the way, from Sumerian cities record slaves as property. Sale contracts, inheritance documents, and work logs all indicate a society where some people were owned by others. Early on, many slaves were war captives, or they might have even been the children of captives. Others became slaves through debt bondage. You see, if a farmer fell into debt, he might pledge himself or his children as collateral. The existence of slavery is plainly affirmed in the oldest law code that we have. It is the Code of Ur-Nammu, written around 2100 in Sumer. This code, inscribed in Sumerian on tablets, delineated two major classes of people: the free and the enslaved. It even included laws to regulate slavery. For example, if a slave married a free person, he or she could not be forced out of the household, suggesting some rights within a household. And a bounty of 2 shekels was set as the reward for anyone who returned an escaped slave. Already, we do see that by Ur-Nammu's time, slaves were common enough that runaways were a concern, and had to be dealt with by strict law. By the early 2nd millennium, Mesopotamian societies had elaborate slave laws. The famous Code of Hammurabi of Babylon from around 1750 devotes many provisions to slavery. Hammurabi's laws reveal a system of chattel slavery, where slaves were property but also an integral part of the economy and legal sphere. For example, the code threatens death to anyone who helps a slave escape or harbors a fugitive slave, and that shows how seriously masters guarded their human property. A person who captured and returned a runaway was entitled, just as in Ur-Nammu's code, to a cash reward. Well, the final law of Hammurabi's code chillingly states that if a slave denies his master, the master shall cut off the slave's ear as punishment. Slaves in Babylon could be acquired in various ways, whether purchased abroad from slave markets or taken as prisoners of war, or even native Babylonians enslaved as punishment for crimes or inability to pay debts. Several contracts for the sale of slaves survive on clay tablets, and that indicates an active slave trade. These slaves labored in agriculture, domestic service, workshops, and temples. But despite the harshness of slave laws, there were still a few avenues for freedom. Masters could free slaves, and some ex-slaves, called freedmen, rose to prominence in business or administration. Mesopotamian records even preserve instances of slaves buying their own freedom, or even being adopted by their masters. Furthermore, Mesopotamia provides the first evidence of something like social reform targeting slavery. A remarkable example is the reform edict of King Urukagina of Lagash, around 2350, sometimes hailed as history's first social reformer. Although the full text is fragmentary, give us a break, it's 4,000 years ago, Urukagina is said to have abolished the practice of forcing citizens into debt slavery and ended the corruption by which the powerful would seize the property and personage of the poor. One line in later summaries of his reforms says, "The widow and the orphan were no longer at the mercy of the powerful man," implying that he cancelled debts and freed debt bondsmen. Now in Sumerian, the word for freedom, ama-argi, literally return to mother, appears for the first time in these contexts, meaning a person freed from debt slavery could go back to their family. This concept of debt cancellation, and thereby liberation of slaves, recurred in Mesopotamian history. Later Babylonian and Assyrian kings often proclaimed freedom decrees to release people who had fallen into debt bondage. And it is quite inspiring to note that alongside slavery's deep history is an equally old tradition of questioning or mitigating it, the seeds of an idea that slavery was an injustice to be remedied. Well, Mesopotamian society by the late Bronze Age, which is 1600 to 1200, things came crashing down in 1200 if you don't know, was thoroughly stratified. Large households might own dozens of slaves, palaces, temples, and wealthy families among them. Assyrian records from the first millennium depict brutally effective slave-taking wars. The Assyrian kings regularly boasted of capturing entire populations. One Assyrian inscription might read in effect, "I conquered the city and took however many people captives as slaves." And those captives were typically sold in slave markets or forced to toil on imperial building projects. We even have a treaty from 1480 between two Near Eastern kings, that is, Idrimi of Alalak and a neighboring ruler, specifically agreeing to return each other's runaway slaves, showing international cooperation to uphold the slave industry. And all this evidence from Mesopotamia, the tablets, the laws, the treaties, it already makes clear that slavery was an established institution from humanity's earliest cities and kingdoms. By 2000 to 1500 BCE across the Fertile Crescent, slaves were just part of society, a mixture of domestic servants, agricultural laborers, miners, artisans, forming a significant, if subordinate, class in the economy. For better or worse, the cradle of civilization had within it the cradle of slavery as well. From the cradle to the slave. Ooh, I should have called the video that. Nah, maybe not. Well, let's move over to Egypt now. You can't talk about the ancient world without that. And it presents a somewhat different picture. Yet slavery was undoubtedly present from an early date. We go to the old kingdom of Egypt, the Pyramid Age, around 2600 to 2200. And in this time, well, they had to harness massive labor forces to build the pyramids. But, surprisingly, These workers were not slaves, at least not in the classic sense. Actually, archaeology suggests that they were mostly paid laborers or conscripted peasants working in rotation, a form of corvée labor. But this doesn't mean that Egypt did not practice slavery, because they certainly did, especially as it came into contact and conflict with foreign peoples. Chattel slavery, people treated legally as property, is attested in Egypt from at least the late 3rd millennium onward. Egyptian texts and tomb paintings begin to mention that foreign prisoners of war were enslaved, often Nubians from the south or Asiatic captives from Sinai or Canaan regions. In the Old Kingdom, large segments of the native population were tied to the land or temple estates, sometimes described as serfs or bonded workers, rather than outright slaves. But when Egyptian armies started campaigning abroad, especially by the Middle Kingdom around 1900, pharaohs brought back captives in quite significant numbers. One Middle Kingdom text uses a word that literally means bound for life to describe foreign war prisoners, indicating their enslaved status. Doesn't get any more clear than that. But by the New Kingdom era, between the 16th and 11th centuries, Egypt had become an expansionist empire, and large-scale slavery is well and truly documented. Victorious pharaohs routinely took captives in war and distributed them as slaves to temples and loyal officials. A vivid first-hand account comes from the autobiography of Ahmose, son of Ebanna, an Egyptian naval officer who served under Pharaoh Ahmose I in 1550 BCE. Now Ahmose recounts how in the war to expel the Hyksos, that kind of Asiatic rulers of northern Egypt, complicated stuff, there's a full video I did on them a while back. Well, in this war he personally captured enemies. After one battle at Avaris, he says, quote, "I took captive there 1 man and 3 women, total 4 heads, and His Majesty gave them to me as slaves." Now this simple line, 4 heads given as slaves, it speaks volumes, I think. You see, around 1500, an Egyptian commoner could be rewarded with a human, just as one might receive cattle or gold. Egyptian tomb scenes from the New Kingdom poignantly illustrate such scenarios. The tomb of Rekhmire, the vizier under Thutmose III around 1450, shows Asiatic and Nubian slaves making bricks for state projects, overseen by Egyptian supervisors with sticks in hand. The sticks weren't there to swat the flies away, I assume. Well, the accompanying hieroglyphic texts actually name these laborers as captives from foreign lands, confirming that Egypt did employ enslaved foreigners in construction, just not what everybody thinks from the outset. But these images eerily parallel the biblical tale of the Hebrews enslaved to make bricks in Egypt, Exodus 1:14, and indeed New Kingdom Egypt certainly had a few slaves that were Semitic. Whether or not the specific Exodus story is historically accurate, that's an argument for another time. But papyrus documents like Anastasi 4 and 5 of the Ramesside period give further evidence of slave labor. They mention gangs of workers, some of whom are clearly slaves, being used in royal building projects and agriculture. Egyptian terminology for slaves is a little bit confusing, though. Words like hem, or male him, and bak could mean servant in some contexts and slave in others, which it's a little bit of a different kind of thing between a servant and a slave. I mean, we have different definitions. And in any case, the Egyptians did not have a single concept of slavery identical to later Western ideas. There were degrees of servitude, you see. Many peasants in Egypt were bound to land or to temple estates, a condition that's not really far from serfdom. Others were personal slaves in households, often of foreign origin. Foreign war captives were openly treated as property. For example, in Thutmose III's reign, they have annals that boast of enslaving captives after his Syrian campaigns. And in one list of booty, along with gold and cattle, he says servants, male and female, taken from the defeated city. Royal records also show that pharaohs gifted slaves to temples or rewarded officials with slaves. The great temple of Amun at Karnak during Ramesses III's reign, that's around 1180, lists thousands of foreign captives on its staff, essentially enslaved temple labor. Now, interestingly, Egyptian law allowed some rights to slaves, and even the possibility of integration. In the New Kingdom, it became common for Egyptian masters to adopt favored slaves or just marry them off into the local population, after which their children might be free. There are records of slaves earning wages or owning a few personal possessions. Some could even buy their freedom. Later in Egyptian history, the first millennium BCE, explicit references to slavery become fewer, in part because other forms of unfree labor, like debt servitude by contract, grew more common. And by the Hellenistic period, that is after Alexander's conquest in 322 BCE, when Greek and later Roman rulers controlled Egypt, chattel slavery in the full legal sense expanded. Ptolemaic Egypt had slave markets, and all the familiar features of Mediterranean slavery. But in the strictly pharaonic periods, slavery was often tied up with warfare and conquest. Egyptian ideology portrayed the pharaoh as masters of all lands and peoples, and in ritual scenes bound captives, symbolizing foreign nations, decorate the thrones and footstools of those great kings. Thus, slavery in Egypt certainly had a strong ethnic component. Foreigners like Nubians, Libyans, etc., were typically the ones who were enslaved, whereas native Egyptian peasants, while oppressed and corvied, were not usually brought or sold as chattel. In any event, by about 1500 BC, Egypt clearly had a sizable population of slaves anyway. As one document describes, slaves plowed fields, tended cattle, worked in textile shops, and of course just served in households. Sober glimpses of their life come from a New Kingdom text called the Satire of the Trades, which I did a full reading of, by the way. Basically, a scribe is extolling the superiority of his profession by describing the wretched conditions of everybody else. The gardener who is, quote, subject to the yoke, or the weaver who gets beaten for slacking. Now, he's not explicitly saying slave, but it is evident that coercive labor under the threat of punishment was widespread in Egyptian society. Egypt often romanticized for its pyramids and mummies, sure, but it's also a place where slavery was well and truly part of the general atmosphere, especially of captured foreigners, just woven into the fabric of a splendid civilization. It can't all be so shiny, can't it? Well, let's turn away now to another ancient kingdom, and we'll look at India and South Asia in general, where the evidence for early slavery is a bit less direct, especially compared to the cuneiform-rich Near East. Yet it is quite clear that forms of bondage and slavery definitely existed from the ancient times. So, the Indus Valley civilization, that forgotten Bronze Age kingdom, 2600 to 1900 BCE, contemporaneous with Sumer and Egypt, left behind thousands of inscribed seals and tablets. But its script remains undeciphered. Thus, we have no written laws or narratives from Harappa or Mohenjo-daro to tell us about their social structure. Archaeology does show that these cities had marked social stratification, luxurious houses versus workers' quarters. So it is plausible that some form of servitude or bonded labor did exist. However, without texts, we step into the historical period of the Vedic age, roughly 1500 to 500 BCE, to find mention of slavery in India in a more overt form. The Vedic literature does not contain a word tied directly to slave as used elsewhere, but they do mention a class of people called the Dasa or Dasyu. In the Rig Veda, which is the oldest Vedic text, 1400 to 1200 BC, Dasa appears as the name for enemy peoples subdued by the Aryan tribes. Over time, Dasa in Sanskrit came to mean slave or servant, indicating that they were originally war captives. The defeated Dasa peoples likely became slaves to their conquerors, and indeed later Indian texts equate the term Dasa with an enslaved person. But by the late Vedic or epic period, that is the first millennium BCE, we get clearer references. The great epics Mahabharata and Ramayana, though compiled later, certainly depict settings where kings and nobles kept slaves or bonded laborers. More concretely, some of the earliest Indian law codes and economic texts discuss the practice of slavery too. The laws of Manu, traditionally dated to around the 2nd century BC to the 2nd century CE, include rules about slaves. They describe how a person might become a slave, for example, by capture in war or voluntarily selling oneself off, or being born to slave parents. And they also exhort masters to care for slaves kindly, while still treating them as property, of course. Now, these laws also differentiate the types of servitude. Debt bondage. A person becomes a slave as payment of a debt for a period. And that was pretty common too, sometimes considered less dishonorable than being a purchased slave. Still, it's not good in any way, really. Well, ancient Indian society was heavily stratified by the caste system. Still has remnants of that today. And one might say that the entire Shudra Varna, which is the lower of the 4 Varnas, was in a position akin to servitude, serving the higher castes. However, caste is not exactly slavery. Shudras were not chattel, and could not be bought or sold. So chattel slavery as such was somewhat limited among native Indians, but it did exist, especially for foreigners or outcasts. Now, a key source for the Mauryan period, the 4th to 3rd century BC, is the Arthashastra, a statecraft and legal treatise attributed to King Kautilya, or Chanakya, the minister of Chandragupta Maurya. The Arthashastra explicitly outlines laws and regulations for slavery. It identifies several categories of slaves too, those captured in war, those who sold themselves, and those born into it, and also those enslaved as punishment. The treatise is surprisingly humane in some provisions. For example, it says that if a slave saves up or somehow pays an equivalent value to what he was bought for, he can regain his freedom. He regains his Arya-hood, as the text puts it. But it also forbids slaves of the upper 3 Varnas, the Brahmin, the Kshatriya, and Vaishya, implying that by law only Shudras or foreigners should be enslaved, and an Arya, a member of the first 3 Varnas, could not be made a slave except perhaps as a judicial punishment. And this also resonates with the account of the Greek ambassador Megasthenes, who actually visited India around 300 BCE, believe it or not, and he actually wrote in his work Indica that, quote, all Indians are free, and no Indian at all is a slave. Well, Greek observers were struck that in Indian society people did not call each other slaves in the way that Greeks did. Megasthenes likely didn't really mean it in a literal sense, but more that India did not have large markets or chattel slaves like he was used to seeing in the Mediterranean. And yes, this is partly true. Ancient Indian economies did not rely on slave labor to the extent of, say, Greece and Rome. Instead, a lot of labor was performed by the lower castes and under obligation by sharecroppers, serfs, bonded laborers tied to tradition and caste duty. Nonetheless, the very need for the Arthashastra to regulate slavery shows that the institution was present. It even gave slaves some protections. Injuring or killing a slave unlawfully could be punished, and masters were admonished not to be excessively cruel. A slave who was crippled by a master's beating might even be freed as compensation. Well, as for the Indian sources, they also mention female slaves, often as household servants or perhaps concubines. In literature, kings and nobles are described as having personal attendants and maidservants who were unfree. The Mauryan Empire likely had state-owned slaves working in mines or farms, especially war captives from border areas. In subsequent centuries, with the rise of wealthier urban centers in India, slave markets did operate, often trading in foreign slaves, Greeks, Central Asians, whether they were captured or purchased. Now, during the ancient period of South Asia, roughly up to the Gupta Empire, which is the 4th century CE, slavery existed but was somewhat limited by social custom. An entrenched caste hierarchy provided much cheap labor by serf-like conditions, reducing the need for mass enslavement of one's own people. Foreigners or tribal people on the margins might be more likely to be enslaved. One might say that in ancient India, every slave was as much the exception. Well, in that mainstream society that prided itself on the ideal that all Indians are born free. Yet bondage was nonetheless a reality. The presence of a Sanskrit term for slave, dasa, the inclusion of slavery in the law books, and accounts by observers all confirm that even in the spiritual land of the Vedas and Buddhism, people were held as property from early times. No Shangri-La here, I'm afraid. Well, let's continue further east, a little bit northeast. We go to ancient China, and slavery too has deep roots there, going back to the very birth of Chinese civilization. The first historically confirmed dynasty of China, the Shang dynasty from 1600 to 1046, presents some of the most gruesome evidence of slavery in the archaeological record. The Shang were warlike kings, ruling from walled cities in the Yellow River Valley, and left behind thousands of oracle bone inscriptions. The earliest Chinese writing, etched on turtle shells and ox bones for divination, that is. Now these oracle texts, along with excavated royal tombs, reveal a society that practiced large-scale human sacrifice. And crucially, many of those sacrificed were slaves or war captives. Shang kings routinely inquired of the gods via oracle bone, should they sacrifice humans, and if so, how many? The answers apparently were often yes. Unfortunately, the archaeological evidence of the last Shang capital, which is called Yin, which is near modern-day Anyang, is quite startling. Over a period of about 200 years, the Shang carried out an estimated Get this, 13,000 human sacrifices, and that is just at the site of Yinshu alone. Now, these were not random killings, but they were ritually prescribed offerings to royal ancestors and deities. Long-established rituals, that's for sure. But where did all the victims come from? Scholars conclude that they were largely war captives kept as slaves until they were killed. In other words, the Shang dynasty appears to have been a slave society in part, where enslaved prisoners of war were a form of tribute and sacrificial resource. Some were used for labor in the interim, for example, to till fields or work on building projects, and then eventually dispatched in rather grisly ceremony. The Chinese archaeologists have also uncovered burial pits full of headless skeletons at Shang sites, clearly sacrificial victims. Oracle bones explicitly mention captives, often men from rival tribes, being offered. One oracle inscription records that on a certain day, human captives were sacrificed, and then notes that it rained. Perhaps a bit of confirmation bias, seen as the gods being appeased. The Shang distinguished between different kinds of human sacrifice. One type, called Xunzang, was the burial of personal slaves with their master. When a Shang aristocrat died, some of his household slaves were expected to follow him in death, either by taking their own lives or by being buried alive in his tomb. Archaeology confirms that Shang royal tombs often contain skeletons of young men and women around the main coffin, likely these retainer sacrifices. These individuals were often the personal domestic slaves of the deceased, and tomb pits show both genders in roughly equal measure. The second type of sacrifice, renji, literally human offering, was a mass sacrifice of war captives to gods or ancestors, often conducted as public ritual. These renji victims were overwhelmingly male, typically foreign warriors captured in battle, so-called field slaves. The Shang kept such war captives as forced laborers for some time, perhaps months or years, and then during major ceremonies just rounded them all up and killed them. One staggering sacrificial pit at Anyang had the remains of 399 people sacrificed at once. In essence, the Shang state shows us slavery's dark intersection with religion. Slaves were not only economically useful, but also spiritually valuable as offerings. But let's look outside of sacrifice. How else were slaves used in early China? In the Zhou dynasty, which succeeded the Shang around 1046, society remained feudal and aristocratic. The Zhou kings and nobility also kept slaves, though Zhou inscriptions and texts like the Zhou Li and others suggest a broadening economy where peasant serfs were more common for farming than outright slaves. Still, war captives continued to be enslaved. And one clue is actually linguistic. Now, the Chinese character for slave, nu, became a generic term. Well, later writings use it to refer to unfree persons still to this very day. It hasn't changed. Well, additionally, early Zhou bronze inscriptions occasionally mention giving slaves as gifts. Now, just before I do move on, I read that wrong. It's not nu, it's nu. Excuse me. Nu is a bit different, okay? Nu is the correct reading, excuse me. The common term for it being a noli, I think it is, noli, yeah. Now, for example, a nobleman might receive bondmen and bondwomen as a reward from the king for services. The famous historical work, Zuojuan, from the 5th century BCE, describes events in the spring and autumn period where conquered populations were enslaved en masse, or captives taken as household servants by the victors. Now, by the time of the Warring States period from the 5th to 3rd centuries BCE, we have more literature shedding light on slavery. The philosophical text Mencius, from the 4th century BCE, condemns tyrannical rulers who treat their subjects like pawns or beasts, presumably alluding to mass enslavements and abuses in that admittedly chaotic era. Legalist writings coldly discuss state-owned slaves, often criminals sentenced as such. The state of Qin, which would eventually unify China as the Qin Empire, was known for using convict labor, which, well, akin to enslaving criminals, of course. The Great Wall and other massive works of the Qin were built by hundreds of thousands of forced laborers. Some were prisoners, slaves in all but name, but others were simply conscripted citizens, and you didn't have a choice in that part. Under the Qin and subsequent Han dynasty, the law formally allowed enslavement as punishment. Serious criminals could be made guannu, government slaves, or sent to labor camps or mines. And then there was private slavery. That also existed. Wealthy Han Chinese owned slaves, though often those were household servants rather than agricultural field gangs. Most Chinese farming was still done by free or semi-free peasants, you see. The Han historian Sima Qian knows that in some cases impoverished peasants sold their children as slaves during famine, indicating slavery as a social safety valve in desperate times. It's notable that Chinese philosophy, especially Confucianism, did not celebrate slavery, and often looked down on slave traders or extremely harsh masters. There was an assumption that ideally society should be orderly, and each class would be in its place, and enslaving one's own countrymen was certainly not a virtue. But enslaving outsiders, well, that was a little bit more acceptable. For instance, throughout Chinese history, foreign barbarians, quote unquote, captured in wars from Central Asia, Mongolia, etc., might end up as slaves. Conversely, Chinese caught by nomadic raiders sometimes ended up as slaves in foreign lands, so you give as good as you get, I suppose. Well, despite such occurrences, slavery in China was somewhat different from in the West. China never had an economy dependent on plantation-style slave labor on a vast scale. Slaves were a smaller percentage of the population, used mainly in elite households, or certain state industries like mining, salt production, or even as eunuchs in palaces. Well, nonetheless, slavery's antiquity in China is unquestionable. By 1200 BCE, slaves were being sacrificed by the dozens, and by 500, one Chinese state, the state of Chu, that is, even reportedly used slaves as collateral in financial transactions. But we should mention a pretty important aspect, and that is that human sacrifice lingered in China in diminished form even into the imperial era, as did the Qin and early Han. It was outlawed by the Qin, though, but there are records of the Qin first emperor burying alive convicts and slaves to accompany his massive tomb. The Han dynasty largely ended sacrificial burial of slaves. Instead, they made do with figurines, but the practice had already illustrated how slaves' lives were literally at the mercy of their masters' deaths in earlier times. So we can say that early China from the Shang onwards shows slaves primarily as an extension of warfare. The prisoners of war become slaves, and the slaves could become offerings to heaven. Later Chinese empires continued to have slaves, of course, but that moves beyond the earliest times. We're not really going to talk about the Tang and the Song and the Ming and the Qing. We're not going to talk about all that. But crucially, the pattern's pretty familiar. Whether a complex society could take captives, or have legal punishments, slavery would arise in any case. And in China's very specific case, we have a dramatic twist of those captives feeding a large-scale cult of human sacrifice. That's another reminder that in antiquity, the enslaved had utterly no control, not just of their labor, but of their very lives. Well, let's go back to the Mediterranean. If Mesopotamia and Egypt invented slavery in the Old World, if we're going to use that term, it was the Greeks who arguably turned it into a defining foundation of society. Ancient Greece, especially the classical period from the 5th to 4th centuries BCE, is often called the first true slave society, meaning a society where the economy and culture was profoundly dependent on slave labor. But Greek society, too, has roots reaching back much earlier. The Bronze Age Mycenaean Greeks, from 1400 to 1200, left linear B tablets, which contain the word doero, later Greek doulos, meaning slave, and doera for female slave. Now these tablets inventory slaves as part of palace property, indicating that the kings of Mycenae, Pylos, etc., owned slaves who worked in textile workshops, agriculture, and as servants. Some slaves in Mycenaean records even have non-Greek names, suggesting they were captives from abroad, maybe Anatolia or Thrace. And when the Mycenaean civilization fell around 1100, Greece entered a dark age. But that doesn't mean that slavery disappeared. Not at all. By Homer's time, around the 8th century, we see in the Iliad and Odyssey a very clear picture of slavery in the heroic age. In these epic poems, which, though mythic, reflect early archaic Greek values, enslaving defeated enemies is just taken as a normal thing. In the Iliad, after the fall of Troy, the Trojan women are portioned out as slaves and sold to the Greek victors. The Odyssey provides a more intimate look. Odysseus' household has both male and female slaves, managing his livestock and home. But perhaps the most touching story is that of Eumaeus, Odysseus' loyal swineherd. In the Odyssey, Book 15, Eumaeus tells how he himself was of noble birth, the son of a chieftain, nonetheless, but as a child he was kidnapped by Phoenician traders and sold into slavery, eventually ending up as Laertes' slave in Ithaca. Now, this story shows a pervasive slave trade in the Mediterranean. Phoenician merchants, sailing the seas around 1000 to 700 BCE, often trafficked in human cargo, snatching children or buying captives to sell elsewhere. Thus, even a Greek prince could tragically become a slave if fortune turned, which the epics use to evoke pathos. But when we move to the classical Greek city-states, from 500 to 300, slavery becomes a lot more central. Athens in the 5th century had tens of thousands of slaves. They worked in all sectors, in households as cooks, maids, tutors, and nurses, in workshops as potters, smiths, textile weavers, on farms and, well, notoriously the short straw, the silver mines of Laurion, where conditions were brutal. An Athenian might own a few household slaves, while wealthier citizens owned 50 or more, and the state itself owned a large number of public slaves, for tasks like policing. The Scythian archers who kept order in Athens were actually slaves owned by the city. Scholars estimate that in classical Athens, perhaps 1 in 3 inhabitants was a slave. The idea of citizen freedom in Athens existed in contrast to the unfree status of many others. Freedom for the few, supported by the labor of the enslaved many. Now, Greek law and philosophy both dealt extensively with slavery too. In 594 BCE, The Athenian lawgiver Solon famously enacted the shaking off of burdens, which abolished debt slavery for Athenian citizens. No longer could an Athenian fall into slavery over unpaid debts. Solon also freed many Athenians who had become slaves at home or abroad due to these debts. This was a one-time emancipation of citizens, but it did nothing to end chattel slavery of non-citizens. In fact, after Solon, Athens turned increasingly to importing foreign slaves to meet its labor needs, since its own citizens could no longer be enslaved for debt. By the 5th century, the slave markets of the Greek world were bustling. Delos, Chios, and Ephesus were known centers of the slave trade, where Syrians, Thracians, Phrygians, and Scythians and others were bought and sold. In Greek philosophy, Aristotle provided one of the most infamous justifications of slavery. Writing in the mid-4th century, Aristotle declared in his work Politics that slavery is simply a natural institution. He argued that some people are slaves by nature, lacking the rational capacity for self-governance, fit only to be ruled by a master. His definition of a natural slave was, quote, anyone who, while being human, is by nature not his own but of someone else, effectively a human piece of property. And he elaborates that such a person is a tool for action, essentially a living instrument belonging to another. Aristotle asserted that it was expedient and right for these natural slaves to serve their natural masters, just as the body serves the soul. But not all agreed with Aristotle's view. Even in his own time, some philosophers, and especially the later Stoics, would argue that all humans have a spark of divine reason, and thus slavery is a violation of nature. But Aristotle's stance mirrored a common Greek rationalization, and as that many Greeks felt that barbarians, i.e. non-Greeks, were naturally inferior, and thus fit to be slaves. Indeed, a large portion of Greek slaves were from non-Greek regions, and that reinforced the prejudice. It was said proverbially that no man is free in Scythia, implying that all Scythians, an ethnic group from the Black Sea, were prime candidates for slavery. Now, the Greeks also provided early evidence of large-scale slave revolts and resistance. One famous group, though technically a different status, were the Helots of Sparta. The Helots were an entire population, the subjugated Messenians, enslaved by the Spartans in the 8th to 7th centuries BCE. They were essentially state-controlled serfs, tied to the land, and compelled to farm for their Spartan masters. Treated harshly, Spartans even had institutionalized terror campaigns where young Spartan men would secretly assassinate Helots to instill fear. The Helots occasionally rebelled, and one major Helot revolt in the 460s BC nearly overthrew Sparta from within. I almost said overthrew. Excuse me. Well, in other city-states, too, we hear of slave conspiracies. The idea of abolishing slavery outright was scarcely conceivable to most ancients. I mean, who's going to do the work, right? You know, simple questions with very complicated answers. However, individual slaves could sometimes achieve freedom. Manumission, the act of freeing a slave, that was practiced quite often. In Delphi and other places, inscriptions survive recording manumissions. A master might free a slave as a reward, or by allowing the slave to purchase himself. Freed slaves in Greece became metics, that is, resident foreigners, and did not attain full citizen rights, but some prospered as traders or craftsmen, so not too bad. In any case, by the Hellenistic period, that is post-330 BC, Slavery remained fundamental in Greek-influenced kingdoms. For example, the economy of Hellenistic Egypt under the Ptolemies had a significant slave component, and the Greek city of Delos reportedly sold tens of thousands of slaves a year at the height of its slave emporium. Strabo, the Greek geographer, remarked that Delos could receive and sell 10,000 slaves in a single day. So great was the demand around the Mediterranean. Now, we could have the last section talking about Rome, but everyone talks about Rome, so let's talk about other early civilizations, Africa and the Americas. It would be incomplete without looking beyond the classic old world, because slavery was in all parts of the world virtually, including sub-Saharan Africa and pre-Columbian Americas, in their early civilizations and societies. So let's start off with sub-Saharan Africa. Slavery's antiquity is a little bit harder to date here due to later recording, but it certainly did not begin with the Atlantic or the Arab slave trades. Those were later exploitations of an existing practice. Early African kingdoms and communities had forms of servitude and slavery from their formative periods. For example, the kingdom of Kush, ancient Nubia south of Egypt, was practicing slavery at least by the first millennium BC, if not earlier. Egyptian records from the New Kingdom, as we saw, frequently mention Nubian slaves, which means those Nubians were captured from somewhere, likely from other Nubian tribes or farther south. The later Meroitic kingdom of Nubia, around the time of Christ, had its own slaves and likely traded with some Ptolemaic and Roman Egyptian traders. Well, farther west, along the Sahel, early states like Ghana and Mali, though slightly later, early medieval, certainly incorporated slavery too. But even before large empires, smaller African societies did. Anthropologists note that in many traditional African societies, slavery took the form of domestic servitude or kinship slavery. A slave might be integrated into a household, sometimes even assimilated over a generation, but remained the master's property. The distinction between a slave and a low-caste clan member, well, that could be a little bit blurry in these kind of contexts. But one of the earliest explicit records of African slavery, outside of Egypt that is, comes from Carthage in North Africa. Now, Carthage was a Phoenician colony founded in the 9th century BCE, and it was a full participant in the Mediterranean slave economy. The Carthaginians both owned slaves and traded them, acquiring Berber captives from the interior of North Africa, for example, and selling them abroad. In Carthaginian religion, quite chillingly, there are reports by Greek and Roman sources of child sacrifice, and some of those children might have been of servile origin, though that is a bit of conjecture. In any case, after Rome destroyed Carthage in 146 BCE, 50,000 Carthaginians were enslaved at once. A whole nation in chains. And that shows how war could generate slaves on a mass scale. Meanwhile, East Africa had contacts with the Greco-Roman world via the Red Sea. A Greek text, Periplus of the Etherian Sea from the 1st century CE, notes that the East African coast, Azania, roughly modern Kenya and Tanzania. Is it Tanzania or Tanzania? I was told Tanzania by a Kenyan girl, so I go with Tanzania. Well, they supplied slaves, ivory, and other goods to traders. This implies that East African communities were enslaving people, perhaps war captives from inland, and selling them to visiting merchants very early on. In West Africa, evidence for very early slavery is mostly archaeological, or perhaps oral. Archaeology at sites like Igbo Ukwu in Nigeria from the 9th century CE can't see slaves directly, but later Arabic accounts around the 8th and 9th centuries mention that West African rulers had slaves, and sometimes gave them in tribute. So it's reasonable to assume that by the time that the first cities or state organizations arose in West Africa, like along the Niger River in the early first millennium CE, enslaving captives or debtors was known, and indeed the concept of pawnship, using persons as collateral for debt, has a long history in Africa, blurring into slavery when things are not redeemed. Now, crossing oceans to the Americas, although the large-scale slave trade here began with European colonization, indigenous forms of slavery predated that by centuries. In Mesoamerica, the Maya civilization, in the classic period of 250 to 900 CE, certainly practiced slavery of their own. Maya inscriptions and Spanish accounts indicate that Mayans took war captives and often made them slaves or sacrificial victims. Commonly, in Maya wars, captured nobles might be sacrificed to the gods, while lower status captives became laborers or servants. Some large Maya cities had slave markets, where one could trade in slaves, often war captives or debt slaves. Similarly, in the Aztec Empire, from the 14th and 15th century CE, slavery was a recognized institution. The Aztecs had a unique system, where a person could even sell himself into slavery due to poverty, with the possibility of later manumission under certain circumstances. But most Aztec slaves were war captives, from the many conflicts the Aztecs engaged in. These captive slaves had a grim fate. Many were destined for human sacrifice. The Aztecs are quite famous for their large-scale ritual sacrifice. Did a video about it about a year ago, I think. But for example, at the Great Temple's dedication in Tenochtitlan, sources claim thousands of slaves and captives were sacrificed in just a few days. However, not all were killed immediately. Some Aztec slaves were kept by masters for labor, or perhaps as household servants. An interesting aspect of Aztec slavery is that the slave status was not always permanent. Slaves could earn freedom, and their children were always born free. So there's a dramatic practice too. An Aztec slave could gain liberty if he managed to escape the market and step into the king's palace courtyard, symbolically placing himself under royal protection, a bit like sanctuary. But if caught, he was returned to his master, and I assume the master would not be very impressed. Now, the very existence of slave markets in the market district of the Aztec capital shows how institutionalized it was. One could buy slaves of various ethnic backgrounds. The Aztec Empire encompassed many peoples, that is. Now in South America, the great Inca Empire, around the 15th century, officially did not have chattel slavery of fellow Incas. Instead, the Incas imposed a system called mita, a rotational labor draft. This was a form of corvée, where each community provided a quota of workers for state projects. However, the Incas did have servile classes. The Yanacuna were permanent servants of the Inca state or nobility, essentially lifelong bond servants who could be bought or transferred, which is very close to slavery. And like the other empires, the Incas took war captives too. Some were made servants, and others sacrificed in the mountaintop rituals. The famous ice mummies of sacrifice use, if you want to look that up. Now additionally, certain Amazonian tribes and others on the fringes of the Inca realm practiced slave-taking in warfare long before the Europeans even arrived. Even in regions without large states, forms of slavery existed. In what is now the United States and Canada, many indigenous peoples had slaves too. For instance, the Pacific Northwest Coast societies practiced hereditary slavery. War captives and their children became household slaves of the chiefs. These slaves worked in food processing, fetching wood and water and other menial tasks, and they were sometimes killed in potlatch ceremonies as displays of wealth. A rich chief might dramatically kill a few of his slaves to show that he could absorb the loss, a practice as shocking as its telling of the slave's lack of personhood. Well, in the American Southeast, tribes like the Creek and Cherokee took war captives as slaves. Though often these captives were adopted into the tribe over time, a kind of kinship slavery, where a slave could gradually become a low-status member of the community. The point is that no part of the world was truly without slavery, and it's hard to really say that anybody in particular invented it. Once human societies reached a certain point of complexity, the darker aspects of human nature seem to kick in. So from the earliest chieftains in Polynesia who might enslave shipwrecked foreigners, to the Iron Age Celts in Europe who chained slaves to plough the fields, the institution appears again and again, and sometimes again. Often it was small-scale and domestic at first, a handful of slaves serving a family, and then in some places like Greece, or Rome or the Aztecs, well, it scaled up to be a pillar of the economy, and sometimes even a pillar of the religion. So, how far back does slavery actually go? Well, it all suggests that slavery is as old as recorded history, likely even older. From the moment humans began to farm, accumulate wealth, and fight each other, the practice of exploitation was not far behind. Well, slavery in its many forms has certainly been a recurring thread in the human story. Yet alongside this dark institution, there's also early glimmers of something else. The recognition, however faint, that slavery was not the natural fate of all humans. We saw Urakagina's reforms curbing debt slavery. We saw Solon freeing citizens from bondage. Philosophers and religious leaders in antiquity, from Stoics to Buddhists, spoke to the fundamental worth of every individual. Ideas that in later eras would ignite movements to abolish slavery altogether. But that is another story, and largely a modern one. In the scope of our ancient history, what stands out is just how pervasive and accepted slavery was. And that is the end of the video for today. Thank you very much for listening. A little bit longer than usual, but that's okay. It's a complex topic, and like I said, there is a temptation to always talk about Rome, but come on. We can't allow ancient Rome to dominate every part of our ancient history discussion. The world is a lot bigger than that, and yes, credit where it is due in the empire, and there was nothing else like it. But, well, there's plenty of other channels that I'm sure talk about that. I talk about it enough. Anyway. The people of the past were different to you and I. In the squares of early modern Europe, crowds once gathered around towering stakes to watch accused witches be burned to death. The crackling of flames mingled with prayers and cries, and presiding over this grim theatre were the witch hunters, magistrates, inquisitors, and self-styled devil's scourgers, who propelled the witch craze into an era of terror. These men, some driven by fanatical faith, others driven by ambition or greed, became infamous for orchestrating waves of witch trials that consumed the lives of thousands. It is one of those dark paradoxes in history, that those claiming to defend Christian society often employed methods as cruel as the evil that they purported to fight. And so today we are lining up the worst of them, all the way from the first witch hunters to the end of the story when things become a little bit more enlightened. We'll go through Germany, France, England, and even Spain. And by the end, we would have met a cast of characters that we prefer not to come across in their heyday. But allow me to welcome you to the channel first. If you're new, good to meet you. For those coming back, great to have you back again. And let me remind you, we are all here ad-free because of those lovely people supporting on Patreon and the YouTube Members tab. Also, those who choose to donate and look at the merch store help too. That's how we keep everything ad-free. Because no one likes ads, don't they? Perhaps they're as hated as witch hunters. Maybe. Well, if you do want to support the channel in another way, you're already doing it just by enjoying your time here. And maybe you can tell your friends and do the like, comment, subscribe thing, hit the hype button. Oh, that's the next step up from that. In any case, we won't go on and on about that. Let's just enjoy the video now, shall we? Our worst of the witch hunters of Europe. Well, of course, we should begin with Heinrich Kramer, a German Dominican inquisitor of the late 15th century, often credited as the architect of the European witch craze. Kramer, Latinized as Henricus Institoris, was by all accounts a zealous and single-minded person. In 1485, he attempted one of the era's first major witch trials in the Tyrol region, targeting a woman named Helena Blavatsky, and several others for allegedly consorting with the devil. The proceedings did not go exactly as Kramer planned. Local authorities and the Bishop of Brixen grew suspicious of Kramer's dramatic accusations and obsessive questioning, which made everybody uncomfortable when he was fixating on the women's sexuality and supposed demonic liaisons. Apparently his accusations were quite graphic and imaginative. A little bit too much detail. Finding his methods extreme and unsupported by solid evidence, the ecclesiastical court in Innsbruck decided to halt the trial. Well, Kramer was dismissed humiliatingly, and according to one report, even denounced by the bishop as senile and crazy for his overzealous behavior. It was a public de-pantsing in spiritual terms, but this did not make him stop. The embarrassment only fueled Kramer's determination. He became convinced that the failure of the trial was not due to any flaws in his approach, but rather the pervasive influence of the devil and the foolishness of those who doubted the reality of the witches around them. And so, in 1486, just a year after his expulsion from Innsbruck, Kramer poured his frustration and wrath into writing the Malleus Maleficarum, Latin for Hammer of the Witches. Published in the following year of 1487, this treatise would become the most infamous book on witchcraft and its prosecution. The Malleus Maleficarum codified the conspiracy theory that witches, especially female witches, were in league with Satan to undermine Christendom, and it laid out ruthless steps for their identification and extermination. Kramer insisted that witchcraft was not a superstition, but a real and present danger to society. He described witches in lurid detail, their pacts with the devil, sealed by sexual intercourse, their supposed ability to fly at night to diabolical assemblies called sabbats, and their use of malevolent magic to harm neighbors, crops, and newborns. Of course, the text is a little bit misogynistic, to say the least, and it kind of reflects Kramer's obsessions. Quote, "All witchcraft comes from carnal lust, which in women is insatiable." Well, the words of the Malleus Maleficarum. It encapsulates its thesis that women, viewed as morally weaker and more carnal, comprise the vast majority of witches. Kramer marshaled biblical and classical references to argue that women were especially prone to demonic temptation, even claiming that the very word woman, femina in Latin, signified feeble in faith. Well, such pronouncements helped cement that stereotype that the witch, this spiritual evil-doer, was typically female, often older or marginalized woman, whose purported sexual depravity and spiritual frailty made her the easy prey for the devil. Think about widows, women who live on the outskirts of town, this sort of thing. They were the ones who would have the fingers pointed at them pretty easily. But crucially, the Malleus Maleficarum served as more than a catalogue of witch beliefs. It was also a how-to manual for persecution. Kramer outlined legal procedures that heavily favored conviction. He recommended extensive use of torture to extract confessions, on the logic that witchcraft was crimen exceptum, an exceptional crime where normal rules of evidence simply did not apply. According to the Malleus, even a single uncorroborated accusation could justify arrest and interrogation under torture. The book describes stratagems to break a witch's will, keeping the accused awake at night after night to wear down her resistance, or feigning sympathy to lull her into a false sense of security before resuming harsher questioning. The Malleus even sanctioned deceptive promises of mercy to encourage a confession, only for the court to execute the convicted witch afterward, since clemency given to servants of the devil was, in Kramer's view, not morally binding. Deception used against the most evil of things. It's a weapon worthwhile having. But not all contemporaries were whipped up in the craze. Not everyone approved of such extreme measures. The leading theologians at the University of Cologne condemned the Malleus soon after its publication, noting its illegal procedures and deviations from Catholic doctrine. Yet despite, or perhaps because of this controversy, the book spread like wildfire. It went through numerous reprintings over the next century, becoming a go-to reference for magistrates and inquisitors all over Europe. The authority of the Malleus was bolstered by a papal bull, Summis Desiderantes, 1484, which Pope Innocent VIII had issued at Kramer's request, affirming that witches were a real menace and urging the Church to combat them. Armed with this papal endorsement and his detailed manual, Kramer enjoyed renowned prestige. He continued witch hunting in the 1490s, though none of his later cases achieved notoriety of the Innsbruck affair. And then he died in 1505, never witnessing the full impact of his work. But he certainly left behind quite a legacy. The Malleus Maleficarum became the blueprint for witch hunters in the centuries to follow, effectively transforming the medieval pursuit of heretics into an early modern pursuit of witches as a diabolical conspiracy. Kramer's obsessive campaign against a handful of alleged witches, once derided by his peers, thus ended up inspiring a far broader craze and bloodier persecutions than he or anyone else could have ever imagined. And so, by the late 16th century, witch hunting had evolved from isolated trials into an intellectual and legal enterprise fueled by these learned demonologists, men who believed wholeheartedly that the devil was waging war on Christendom through human agents. Even prominent thinkers lent weight to the cause. The French jurist Jean Bodin, for example, wrote in 1580 that showing mercy to a witch was itself a crime, thus giving scholarly legitimacy to uncompromising persecution. But it was often local magistrates and churchmen who turned such theories into action on the ground. In the French-speaking Franche-Comté region, one judge, Henri Bourget, became notorious as the witch hunter of Burgundy. Around 1600, Bourget tried to execute dozens of alleged witches, even claimed that some could shape-shift into wolves. He asserted bizarre tests for guilt, insisting, for instance, that a true witch could not shed tears under interrogation. Such notions, born from observing torture left some suspects beyond crying, only reinforced his certainty that he was catching devil-worshippers. Bourget's published work, Discourse on Sorcery of 1602, spread these ideas throughout France, including his vivid accounts of werewolves and witches' sabbaths. Over in the German lands, Peter Binsfeld exemplified the demonologist-turned-persecutor. Binsfeld, an auxiliary bishop of Trier, was one of the driving forces behind the huge witch trials in that territory. In 1589, he published the On the Confessions of Witches work, a treatise that argued virtually any confession obtained, even through torture, was credible. He claimed that one witness or accusation was enough to begin prosecution, since witchcraft, being an exceptional crime, required exceptional rigor from judges. Binsfeld fully endorsed the use of torture, and even suggested that children could be tortured if necessary to get at the truth, though he modestly cautioned that very young children, under 12 or so, should not be executed. How nice of him. He also encouraged people to denounce witches without hesitation, even if the accused witch was a family member or close friend. In Binfeld's uncompromising view, tolerating a witch was far worse than breaking earthly bonds of kinship. His work also famously listed the chief demons of hell and their specialties. He would pair each of the 7 deadly sins with a particular demon prince, an indication of how deeply he dwelt in the lore of the demonic. With Binsfeld's learned imprimatur, the campaign against witches in Trier gained ferocious momentum, as we will see in a moment. He provided an educated theological justification for a frenzy of trials, proving that the witch hunt was not solely the domain of fanatical villagers, but also of elite intellectuals. But perhaps the most prolific witch hunter of the era, at least by his own account, was Nicholas Remy, Latinized as Remigius, in the Duchy of Lorraine. Remy was a magistrate who between 1581 and 1591 oversaw a relentless series of witch trials. In 1595, he published his work Demonolatry, not demonology, but demonolatry, in which he bragged of having sent 800 witches to execution, and driven many more to flee for their lives. While modern historians doubt the number was quite so high, Remy's impact on the region was certainly enormous. He explained that his zeal was personal. After his young son died unexpectedly, he kind of flew off the handle a bit. Remy blamed a local old woman who had begged him for bread, and, well, apparently it was her who he suspected of cursing the child. He had the woman arrested and put to death, and thereafter, pursued witches with vengeance in his heart. Remy's demonolatry became a bestseller among witch hunters, spreading his methods and stories across Europe, such as the Malays had done a century earlier. In it, he argued for the eradication of entire witch families, on the premise that witchcraft ran in bloodlines. If a mother was a convicted witch, Remy presumed her daughters were likely guilty of it as well, and he sought to wipe out this stock entirely, kind of like rooting up a nest of snakes. He even asserted that witches lived in fear of him. The judge that some dropped dead immediately upon encountering him. A rather self-serving legend, I think, that he took as a divine validation of his work. Remy's ego and cruelty were extraordinary, but they typified the fervour of many witch-hunting judges of his time, who saw themselves as holy warriors on the front lines against an invisible battle. So the intellectual groundwork laid by demonologists like Binsfield and Remy found its most horrifying application in the massive witch hunts that erupted in parts of Germany around the turn of the 17th century. In several Catholic prince-bishoprics of the Holy Roman Empire, witch trials grew from sporadic cases into wholesale terrors, engulfing entire communities. These prince-bishops, men who were both secular lords and high clergy, took it upon themselves to cleanse their territories of this malevolence, often with fanatical thoroughness. They appointed ruthless witch commissioners and used the machinery of state and church to pursue witches as relentlessly as any political or religious enemy would. One of the earliest and most notorious of these mass persecutions occurred in the bishopric of Trier in the late 1500s. Johann von Schonenberg, the Archbishop-Elector of Trier, had already been rigorously re-Catholicizing his region as part of the Counter-Reformation. He then turned his attention to witches as a third front, after Protestants and Jews, in purging what he saw as a societal corruption. Under Schonenberg's watch, special inquisitors roamed from village to village, armed with a list of suspects and broad mandates to extract confessions. Between 1587 and 1593, at least 360 people were executed for witchcraft, and that's just in the city of Trier alone, and hundreds more in smaller towns and rural districts, making it one of the first large-scale witch hunts in Europe. Entire families were wiped out. At one point, 2 villages were reportedly left with only a single woman in each, all other women having been burned as witches. People of every rank fell victim. Among the dead were nobles, city councillors, parish priests, and even one of Trier's judges. Frenzy fed upon itself, as accusations multiplied, and no one dared to speak against them. Well, when a diocesan priest, Cornelius Loos, did try to criticize the trials, he was swiftly arrested in 1593 and forced to publicly recant his errors in front of the Archbishop's court. Meanwhile, the financial incentives of the hunt became clear. Property of the convicted was confiscated, enriching the treasury and the officials. One contemporary noted that the executioner of Trier had suddenly become wealthy and rode a blooded horse like a noble, profiteering from the constant burnings. Of course, when you have things like this, the money's not far behind, isn't it? Under Schonenberg's patronage, the persecution took on a grimly systematic character. Witches were eliminated town by town, and the Archbishop of Trier earned his place in history as one of the great orchestrators of a witch genocide. A similar nightmare unfolded in the small principality of Fulda a few years later. Balthasar von Dernbach, the Prince Abbot of Fulda, had been reinstated to power in 1602, after what was a long exile, and he wasted little time in directing his wrath toward alleged witches. He deputized a trusted official, Balthazar Noose, as a chief witch commissioner. And over the next 3 years, from 1603 to 1606, around 200 souls were arrested and executed in the Fulda witch trials. Among the first victims was Merga Bien, a wealthy and outspoken local woman. Merga was pregnant when accused, but that did not save her from torture. She was forced to confess that she had killed her previous husbands and children via sorcery, and in a grotesque twist, also forced to confess that the child in her womb was actually fathered by the devil. Merga Bien was burned alive, and her case struck terror into the populace. Even if a prosperous pregnant wife could be the devil's handmaiden, anyone could be. The Fulda trials under Noose were brutal and swift, snaring people of all ages and backgrounds. After Prince Abbot von Dernbach died in 1605, however, the zeal began to subside a little bit. Rumors did circulate, though, that Noose had been using the trials to extort money and settle scores. And guess what? An investigation revealed that Noose had abused his extraordinary powers. The new authorities arrested the witch commissioner himself and convicted him of corruption and murder. Balthazar Noose was eventually beheaded, a rare instance where a witch hunter was actually held accountable. Though notably, he was punished not for burning innocents per se, but for doing so without due authority once his patron was gone. But the zenith of Germany's witch craze came in the 1620s, amid the chaos of the 30 Years' War. 2 Catholic French bishops, in particular, unleashed what have often been called the Great Witch Purges. These occurred in the neighboring territories of Würzburg and Bamberg between roughly 1626 and 1631. In Würzburg, Prince Bishop Philipp Adolf von Ehrenberg presided over a series of trials that, by contemporary accounts, sent 900 to their deaths. The victims spanned all social groups, from destitute old women all the way up to nobles, from the illiterate peasant all the way to the university-educated priest. Entire extended families were completely eradicated. One chilling list of those executed in Würzburg even includes a 9-year-old boy, and he was accused simply because he was the son of a convicted witch. The boy's 12-year-old sister, a blind girl, a respected professor, and even the city's own mayor's beloved daughter, noted as the prettiest girl in town, by the way. They all got executed. Talk about guilty by association. The Prince Bishop's Chancellor wrote that there were days when the courthouse hardly knew whom to try next. So many had been accused. At one point he estimated that in the city of Würzburg, 1/3 of the inhabitants were caught up in witch trials or rumors. Children in particular suffered. Dozens of boys and girls were burned as supposed devil worshippers, often on the testimony of older children, or under torture themselves. This mass hysteria seemed to know no bounds. Witches, it was said, were even infiltrating high places. Von Ehrenberg had 9 fellow clerics, including several cathedral canons executed, and he himself publicly claimed that Satan's followers were everywhere, devil behind every door kind of thing. But the frenzy finally relented in 1631, when the Swedish Protestant armies captured Würzburg during the 30 Years' War, and by then the Prince Bishop had fled, and his terrifying witch court ceased to function. But then there's the town next door, Bamberg, where an equally ferocious campaign was underway. Prince Bishop Johann George II Fuchs von Dornheim of Bamberg, what a name! He should be charged just for having a name like that. Well, he earned the moniker of Hexenbrenner, witch burner. And you don't get that if you're not extremely zealous. A deeply devout counter-Reformation Catholic, Dornheim was convinced that his diocese was infested with witches thwarting the true faith. And so, starting around 1626, he and his vicar general, a fiery preacher named Friedrich Forner, orchestrated a purge that rivaled Würzburg's. To facilitate that effort, Dornheim built the Drudenhaus, an elaborate witch prison in Bamberg City. This was equipped with torture chambers and engraved with pious Latin verses on the walls, admonishing the inmates to repent. Here, suspected witches were deprived of sleep. They got the thumb screws, they got the leg screws, and they were subjected to the full arsenal of interrogation. The results were pretty predictable. Wave after wave of confessions, implicating more and more people. Nearly 300 individuals were executed in Bamberg in the years of 1626 to 1631, and just like Würzburg, the hunt reached into lofty ranks. Perhaps the most famous victim was Johannes Junius, the Bürgermeister. And no, that's not the head cook at McDonald's, that just means a mayor. Of Bamberg, that is. The Bürgermeister, well, a man of status and dignity, Junius was swept up in 1628, when some accused witches under torture named him as an accomplice. Despite his vehement denials, he was tortured, and brutally so. In a secret letter that Junius managed to smuggle out of prison to his daughter, a document that survived to horrify later generations, he explained what had happened. He wrote, quote, "I have to say that I am a witch, even though I am not." He then went on to describe how after round upon round of unendurable torture, he finally gave a false confession, simply to end the pain. He begged his family to understand that everything he confessed about flying to Sabbaths or signing a pact with the devil was a lie coerced by agony. He went on to quote, say, "They never cease the torture until one says something, anything," end quote. Well, despite the letter, Johannes Junius was executed, another notable name on Dornheim's long list. The Bamberg trials went so far that they began to alarm even people outside the region. Relatives of some high-ranking victims appealed to the Holy Roman Emperor and the Pope. Eventually, Emperor Ferdinand II did intervene, sending a commission to Bamberg to investigate the rumors of judicial murder and lawlessness. At the same time, in 1632, the 30 Years' War again played a role. Swedish forces advanced into the area, and Bishop Dornheim, fearing the Protestant army, fled into exile. Deprived of its driving force, the Bamberg witch court completely collapsed. Dornheim died a few years later, still insisting in letters that he had only been doing God's will. But in the wake of his departure, surviving citizens of Bamberg were left to pick up the pieces. Families were torn apart, estates were confiscated, and that atmosphere of fear and distrust, well, that lingered long after the fires had died out. While German lands saw sustained mass hunts, France's most notorious witch-hunting episode was shorter, but it was intensely brutal. It was 1609, and the French crown dispatched a magistrate named Pierre de Lanque to the Basque country, in the far southwest of France. Well, his mission was to investigate an outbreak of witchcraft allegations in the region of Le Borde, which includes towns like Saint-Jean-de-Luz and the surrounding Basque villages. Delanque was a learned judge, but he was also a man of devout and intolerant temperament. In other words, an ideal candidate to conduct a witch purge. He arrived, convinced that the local Basque culture, with its unfamiliar language, its songs and dances, and the mingling of peoples near the Spanish border, bred impiety and devil worship. And so, over the next 4 months, Pierre Delanque's commission terrorized Le Borde. By his own reckoning, he executed about 70 supposed witches between July and October of 1609. Later writers would inflate the number to several hundred, though evidence supports a figure in, well, maybe a few dozen. In any case, most of the condemned were, surprise, surprise, women, but some men too, and even a few local priests got caught up in it. Delanque's zeal was such that he believed he was only scratching the surface, and after burning what to any reasonable person would have seemed like a shockingly large number for a small province, Delanque wrote that he suspected at least 3,000 more witches remained at large, and that's approximately 10% of the entire Le Borde population. He lamented that he could not stay longer to root them all out. What allowed Delanque to so rapidly accuse and execute people were the wild confessions he elicited. Using informants, threats, and torture, he persuaded many accused witches, including impressionable teenagers, to describe elaborate satanic gatherings. They spoke of flying to a distant mountain at night, where thousands of Basques, Spaniards, and their demon lovers met for Sabbaths. According to these confessions, which Delanque took at face value, without really having to ask many more questions, attendees would blaspheme the Catholic Mass and pledge obedience to the devil. They would dance back-to-back in obscene fashions, feast on foul parodies of sacred rituals, and then copulate in an orgy that included incest and bestiality. Delanque later wrote, with prurient fascination, that witches particularly loved to kiss the devil, who sometimes appeared as a goat or a satyr. And he catalogued signs of witchcraft that range from indecent dancing, even to something as innocent as owning a pet toad. One can only imagine the atmosphere of fear and hysteria that led ordinary villagers to spout these tales. Certainly, a clash of cultures was at work. Many Basques practiced folk customs and perhaps a bit of pagan-influenced healing or magic that Delanque viewed as utterly diabolical. Moreover, some local feuds and personal grudges were doubtless settled by accusing a neighbor. Delanque, for his part, poured gasoline on the fire, figuratively, by giving full credence to every little rumor, no matter how unfounded or ridiculous it was. But eventually, the central authorities grew concerned that Delanque was exceeding his mandate. The Parliament of Bordeaux, the appellate court overseeing Le Borde, recalled him toward the end of 1609. By that time, though, the damage was done. Delanque returned to Bordeaux, and he wrote a hefty book about the episode, which stands as one of the era's most extravagant demonological texts. In it, he defends his campaign and lays out grotesque findings, aiming to both justify himself to superiors, and warn Christendom of the purported enormities of the happening in that remote quarter. His work had an enduring influence, keeping alive the memory of the Basque witch affair and inspiring later inquisitors and writers. To this day, Pierre de Lancre's name in France is almost synonymous with cruel witch hunting. His 4-month reign of terror in the Basque country remains an example of how quickly a determined fanatic could turn a region completely upside down. But France had other witch persecutions, though none so personally associated with one man as Delancre. Earlier in the same decade, another unusual case unfolded in Provence, one that combined witchcraft with demonic possession. In 1611, in the city of Aix-en-Provence, a group of Ursuline nuns in a convent began exhibiting strange behavior. Convulsions, blasphemies, claims of demonic possession. Not normal for nuns. The local clergy called in Sebastian Michaelis, a respected Dominican inquisitor, to exorcise the devils. Under Michaelis's guidance, the possessing entities, speaking through the nuns, accused a local priest, Father Louis Gaffridi, of being a sorcerer who had cursed and seduced some of the nuns. Gaffridi was arrested, and despite scant material evidence and his own denials, he was convicted based largely on the nuns' seemingly supernatural testimony. And so, in 1611, he was brought up to the stake, and they burned him. Michaelis, convinced of the righteousness of this outcome, compiled the story in a book titled The Admirable History of the Possession of a Penitent Woman, published in 1613. In this work, he not only detailed the lurid accusations against Gaffridi, but also included a confirmed hierarchy of demons, which exorcised devils had supposedly revealed to him during the interrogations. Very convenient. This hierarchy, listing Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, Asmodeus, and others in a ranked order of hell, became famous in demonological lore. Michaelis's case was somewhat different from a typical witch hunt. It revolved around possession and targeted an ordained priest rather than the usual marginal figures. But it does show how a witch hunter's mindset could operate, even in elite circles. An inquisitor like Michaelis valued spectral evidence, that is, the speech of possessed persons, above normal legal standards, leading to an execution that many later viewed as a gross miscarriage of justice. The Aix-en-Provence affair, like the trials of Delancre, occurred in the context of an intense counter-Reformation zeal and local tensions, and it demonstrated that France was not immune to the kind of witchcraft panic that had swept Germany. However, after the 1610s, the French witch trials gradually became fewer, and when they did have them, they were markedly more restrained, especially as more skeptics in the judicial system questioned the validity of these witch-hunting methods. Too many mistakes in the past. People were getting over it. Well, across the English Channel, witch trials had a bit of a different character. England experienced witchcraft prosecutions from the 1560s onward, but they tended to be small-scale and handled by local courts under common law rules that required actual evidence, and they eschewed torture. So for a long time, England saw nothing like the continental crazes, but it actually changed mid-17th century, when the social upheaval of the English Civil War created an opening for the country's most notorious witch hunter to emerge, and that was a lad by the name of Matthew Hopkins. Matthew Hopkins was a young man in his 20s. He lived in Essex in 1644, when he began his witch-finding career. Styling himself the Witchfinder General, Hopkins took advantage of the breakdown of normal authority during the war, with many magistrates off fighting the usual social order in flux. He and an associate, John Stern, convinced local communities in East Anglia that they had special expertise in unmasking witches. And so from 1645 to 1647, Hopkins and Stern went on a whirlwind tour through eastern England. They hit Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, and neighbouring counties, and instigated the largest witch panic in English history. In those 2 or 3 years, they were responsible for accusations against over 250 people, and the executions of perhaps 100 to 120 convicted witches. Now, it was a bit different in England because they were mostly hanged, as English law mandated hanging rather than burning for witchcraft. Still doesn't make it better, but still. This constituted a substantial portion of all the people executed for witchcraft in England in the entire 17th century, just from these 2 guys. There's no wonder that Hopkins' name looms large. Hopkins' methods were aggressive and skirted the edges of legality, since English law did not officially allow torture. One of his primary tactics was watching. The accused witch would be tied in a hard stool or forced to stand, and a group of men, or occasionally women, would watch her for hours or days on end, ensuring that she did not sleep. The idea was that if a witch could not summon her familiar spirits, often imagined as demonic imps or animals because she was under constant surveillance, that those spirits would eventually appear out of frustration, or the exhausted suspect would babble something incriminating. In practice, this was effectively psychological torture by sleep deprivation. Hopkins also made use of the infamous swimming test. Although not sanctioned by law, it had folkloric support, and King James himself had endorsed it in his earlier writings. King James, well, he was notoriously after witches. Hopkins would have a suspect's hands and feet bound, sometimes with a rope around the waist, and then lower them into a pond or moat to see if they floated or sank. The idea was that water, being pure, would reject a witch, so witches would float like a cork, whereas an innocent person would sink, at risk of drowning if not quickly pulled up. It's a pretty cruel test, don't you think? But it damned people either way, and many communities considered it compelling evidence of guilt if a person floated. Another practice was the search for witches' marks on the body. Hopkins employed search women to examine the accused female witches in detail. Any strange blemish, mole, a birthmark, a third nipple even, could be declared a witch's teat used to suckle a familiar. Hopkins even carried a special pricking tool. It was said that some witch-finders also used retractable blades that could poke a mark without drawing blood or causing pain to, quote, prove that the spot was insensible, when in fact it was just an excuse to get a conviction. Well, whether or not Hopkins himself engaged in such trickery, we're not quite sure, but the examination itself was invasive and humiliating. With such techniques, Hopkins and Stern elicited numerous confessions. Often a victim deprived of sleep for nights on end would simply confess to anything suggested. Tales of meeting the devil, of having little animal familiars that suckled on their blood, of maleficent spells cast on neighbours and livestock, things like that. Hopkins had a checklist of sorts. Many confessions under his watch ended up sounding very similar, almost rehearsed, as they were guided by his interrogation. He notably claimed to have uncovered a coven of witches in one town, who all conspired together, reflecting the influence of continental ideas of organized sects. Hopkins charged fees for his services, of course. No surprise there. And while he later insisted that they were modest, some towns paid very large sums. One report says £23. That's a hefty amount in the 1640s. This had led some contemporaries to suspect that profit, not piety, was driving him. And certainly, he did operate like an itinerant contractor, drumming up business by writing letters ahead, or taking advantage of regions that had already had a recent witch scare and offering to deepen it. For a time, local Puritan authorities welcomed him. Puritan clergymen who held sway in eastern England during the war often preached support for his work, believing the turbulent times were evidence that Satan was especially active. By 1646, however, murmurs of discontent began. Some officials and clergymen started questioning why so many people were suddenly being found guilty, and on such thin evidence, nonetheless. The veteran Puritan minister, John Gall, published a critique of Hopkins in 1646, warning that the witchfinder's methods were akin to superstition and could condemn the innocent. Others were uncomfortable with the swimming of suspects, which smacked of medieval barbarism. And so, under increasing scrutiny, Hopkins felt compelled to defend himself. In 1647, he published a brief pamphlet, The Discovery of Witches, justifying his activities and denying the more lurid accusations, like the rumor that he himself was in league with the devil, or that he practiced torture for gain or personal amusement. He asserted once again that he was just doing God's work and following all the legal statutes of the time. Yet, by mid-1647, the mood had shifted. Maybe people had just simply had enough of all the bloodshed. Perhaps the end of the First Civil War in 1646 brought more stability and less appetite for witch panics. Hopkins retired back to his village in Essex. There in August 1647, he died, likely of tuberculosis. A legend later arose that Hopkins was subjected to his own swimming ordeal by skeptical villagers, but historians find no evidence of that. It would be nice if he was, though. The more mundane reality is that he probably fell ill and was buried quietly in the parish of Mistley. But with his death, the brief blaze of widespread witch hunting in England died out too. John Stern, his colleague, also quit the trade and faded into obscurity after publishing a defensive account of the trials. England would never again see such a witch hunt on the scale of what Hopkins and Stern had orchestrated. Matthew's career was short, but it was dramatic, and it earned him infamy for all time. In an era where England was fracturing under civil war and religious radicalism, he exploited community fears and took advantage of legal grey areas. He demonstrated how, even in a nation known for its procedural justice, a determined individual could whip up a witch panic given the right conditions. The fact that Parliament never officially sanctioned his title of Witchfinder General, it was entirely self-bestowed, did not prevent communities from treating him as such. Only later did the English look back in horror at those years. Today Hopkins is painted as a consummate villain in books and films, though in truth he likely believed in witches and considered himself a very devout man. Regardless, his methods and motives were severely criticized even by his contemporaries once cooler heads prevailed. Hopkins thus stands as a cautionary figure, much as Kramer, Remy, and Delanque do in continental history. Of course, amid the worst of the witch hunts, a few lone voices of reason or mercy did speak up. Occasionally they even managed to curb the violence. One remarkable example is Alonso de Salazar Frias, a Spanish inquisitor involved in the massive witch hunt panic in Basque Spain. Logroño and Navarre, that is. This was between 1609 and 1614. While his two co-inquisitors, were eager to prosecute the throngs of accused, some say 7,000 denunciations had flooded in, Salazar took the radical step of questioning the evidence. He carefully reviewed confessions and found them inconsistent and unconvincing, largely the products of fear and suggestion. In reports to his superiors, Salazar wrote, quote, "I have not found even a single proof or indication of real witchcraft," end quote. Well, largely thanks to his skepticism, the Spanish Inquisition halted the trials and released most of the subjects. In 1614, the Inquisition's Central Council issued new instructions inspired by Salazar's approach, effectively forbidding torture in witch cases, barring testimony from children, and requiring solid proof of maleficium, harmful magic, for any conviction. And as a result, Spain saw a dramatic drop in witch prosecutions. The Spanish Inquisition, so notorious for its harshness against heresy, which is a different thing, became notably cautious and even lenient regarding witchcraft. Salazar earned the nickname the Witcher's Advocate for his role, a rare instance of an authority in that era actively protecting those accused of witchery. In the heart of witch hunt territory, too, there were a few turning points. In Germany, Friedrich Spee von Langenfeld, a Jesuit priest who had served as a confessor to condemned witches in Würzburg, became horrified by what he witnessed. In 1631, he anonymously published a warning to criminal judges, a scathing critique of the trials. He condemned the use of torture and laid bare the vicious cycle of false confessions. Quote, "If the devil has any hand in these affairs, it is in filling the heads of judges and inquisitors with these notions." Ooh. Yeah. No wonder he published that anonymously. Well, he argued that even under torture, the innocent would confess anything, himself included. His brave words initially met with official disapproval, but over time they resonated. Educated opinion gradually turned against witch hunting, seeing it as a dreadful error, fueled by credulity and cruelty. By the late 17th century, skepticism about witchcraft was spreading across Europe. Courts increasingly demanded concrete evidence, and that made convictions harder. Influential voices, jurists, philosophers, clergy, began to classify witch trials as barbaric misjudgments. One by one, the hunts subsided. England's last executions for witchcraft took place in 1684, and its Witchcraft Act was repealed in 1736. The last execution in Scotland was in 1727. In France, all major trials ceased by the 1670s. The last known execution was in 1745. In Germany and Central Europe, a few isolated executions occurred into the mid-1700s, but by then authorities often viewed witch hunters with suspicion rather than support. What had once been seen as God's work became an embarrassment as the Enlightenment dawned. The very idea of witches gradually moved from a terrifying reality to a superstitious relic. In retrospect, the infamous witch hunters of Europe, Kramer, Binsfeld, Remy, Delanque, Hopkins, and their many counterparts, they left a legacy that serves as a dark lesson. These men were not monsters from birth. Many were educated, pious, even well-intentioned by their own lights. Yet in pursuing an imaginary evil, they committed a very real one. They demonstrated how fear and fanaticism, when given free rein and official sanction, could warp justice and unleash atrocities. Tens of thousands were tortured or killed for crimes they could not have possibly committed. Entire communities were traumatized by an enemy that never existed. And yet, From this dark chapter, the future generations slowly learned. The end of the witch hunts marked a growing commitment to evidence, due process, and skepticism of extraordinary claims, principles that formed the bedrock of modern legal systems and scientific thought. It was the late 15th century, and a Dominican friar named Heinrich Kramer found himself disgraced and frustrated in the city of Innsbruck. Kramer had arrived with a papal commission to hunt down witches, armed with a devout conviction and the authority of the church. But when he put a local woman, Helena Blavatsky, on trial for witchcraft in 1485, things did not quite go as planned. The accused and her associates boldly defied him. At one point, Helena is said to have spat at Kramer in the street and cursed him as a bad monk, and the local bishop's court threw out most of the charges as baseless. Rather than securing the execution of witches, Kramer was rebuked and eventually even expelled from the city as an overzealous fanatic, not welcome. As you can imagine, this was a crushing blow to his ambitions. But out of this failure, Heinrich Kramer would pen a notorious treatise, the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of the Witches, published in 1487. This book became the era's definitive witch-hunting manual, a detailed how-to guide on why witches are real, how to identify them, and ultimately, what to do to them. Kramer's story and the creation of the Hammer of the Witches is a window into the world of the witch hunter, but it also invites a provocative question. How exactly does one become a witch hunter? It's not a normal career, that's for sure. And the idea of a witch hunter as a distinct profession is largely a product of late medieval and early modern Europe. In the popular imagination, fueled by lurid legends and a sprinkling of modern fiction, we picture grim inquisitors and roving witch-finders, torch in one hand, the Bible in the other, tracking down sorcerers in dark villages. But the reality, as usual, is quite a bit more complex. For much of the Middle Ages, the very concept of hunting witches was viewed with a bit of skepticism, and at some points outright disapproval by the church and state authorities. Yet by the end of the medieval era and into the Renaissance, Europe saw the rise of men and a few women who took on the role of persecutors of witchcraft. These individuals came from different walks of life. They might be learned theologians, zealous clergymen, lay magistrates, and even village leaders. But they shared one thing, and that was the unshakable belief that witches, people, mostly women in league with the devil, were a mortal threat to Christian society, and that it was their sacred duty to root them out. So today, we're going to talk about, well, how one would become a witch hunter, how exactly that path was, and we'll examine the evolution of witchcraft beliefs in Europe alongside it with the legal and religious changes that put all of this into perspective. I suppose it's a manual on the job, a kind of workplace training. First, let me welcome you to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you. And if you've not subscribed yet, I invite you to hit that subscribe button. Now the other thing is too, you'll have no interruptions in this video. That's because we are sustained on this channel by our kind patrons, the YouTube members, those who check out the merch store, and also those who give the occasional donation on Super Thanks or the Patreon, the PayPal rather. All of those links are available in the pinned comment, video and channel description. And while you're there, give us a like and a comment and hit the hype button, always boost the algorithm, along with sharing on social media. Tell your friends about us. Now, with all that being said, you'll hear no more of it. On to the video. Of course, everything has to be put into its proper context, and you really must understand how witchcraft was viewed in medieval Europe. Now, starting early in the Middle Ages, that is, circa 5th to 10th centuries, the dominant attitude of the Christian Church was actually one of skepticism toward the existence of witches at all, and this was long before they had this apparatus of persecution, of course, at least in the form of powerful, devil-worshipping sorcerers. Now, church doctrine around the year 900, encapsulated in texts like the Canon Episcopi, attributed to Regina of Prum, taught that many beliefs about night-flying witches or pagan goddesses were not real. They were just delusions. Yes, delusions caused by the devil, but still just delusions. They weren't actually witches. According to this canon, any woman who believed they flew by night with a pagan goddess was simply misled by the illusions of the devil, and those who taught such things were true, well, they were falling into heresy. In other words, the church at the time held a shoulder-shrugging view that witchcraft was just not a real, tangible power. It was just in that bag of superstitions and false beliefs inspired by the devil to lure people away from a good Christian life. And for centuries, this surprisingly rational view prevailed among the educated clergy. Occasional cases of alleged sorcery were punished, but typically as minor morality crimes or even cases of fraud, not as this existential threat. In fact, a church council as early as 785, the Council of Paderborn under Charlemagne, went so far as to threaten capital punishment for anyone who, blinded by the devil, harmed or killed a person accused of being a witch who magically eats human flesh. Such vigilantes were themselves to be put to death for committing murder based on pagan superstition. Though this decree, that's an interesting one, don't you think? So the people who'd go out and find the witches, thinking they're doing God's work, well, they would find themselves at the pointy end of the law instead. And, well, it shows that in the early medieval period at least, that the authorities were more concerned with stopping witch hunts rather than encouraging them. Quite interesting, isn't it? But that didn't last forever. As the medieval era progressed, attitudes towards magic and heresy began to show a little bit of a shift. By the 12th and 13th centuries, the church faced serious challenges from heretical movements like the Waldensians, the Cathars, and of course a resurgence of occult practices. They were trying to pin them on the Knights Templar, that kind of thing. The formal institution of the Inquisition was established in the 13th century to combat these problems, mainly in the realms of heresy. And initially this papal inquisition, staffed largely by Dominican friars, and Franciscan friars, it's a bit of a strange Freudian slip, isn't it? Was not particularly focused on witchcraft as we think of it. It wasn't exactly like that. It was more that the inquisitors targeted more doctrinal heresy. But of course, in the process, they sometimes encountered cases of sorcery or folk magic. Well, let's look at 1258. We have a case where Pope Alexander IV directed inquisitors to pursue sorcery only if it explicitly involved heretical deviation. For example, if maleficium, harmful magic, was clearly tied to heretical rites or devil worship. Now, this indicates that mid-13th century church leaders still drew a distinction between simple folk magic and the diabolical witchcraft that would later become the witch hunter's job. Well, crucially, though, the door had been opened to considering witchcraft as a part of the Inquisitor's mandate, or at least in cases where heresy was suspected. And so, The late 13th and 14th centuries brought a few more ominous developments. A key turning point was the reign of Pope John the 22nd, that is 1316 to 1334, who became deeply concerned with reports of sorcery and black magic. John the 22nd himself feared that enemies were trying to kill him through magical means, a little bit of old-fashioned paranoia, making him respond by declaring witchcraft and magical conspiracy to be a form of heresy. In 1320, he authorized inquisitors in southern France to proceed against people accused of witchcraft, quote, by whatever means available, treating them as they would treat any other heretic group. Now, this papal intervention made it official church policy that practicing harmful magic in league with demonic forces was equivalent to heresy against the faith. And so, over the next few decades, several high-profile sorcery trials took place, often entangled with politics. For example, nobles and royal advisors in France were prosecuted for allegedly using magic to harm the king. The groundwork was being laid for the idea of the witch, not just as a village healer or a fringe-dwelling malcontent, but as a member of a broad satanic conspiracy that was threatening Christendom as a whole. And so by the early 15th century, parts of Europe experienced the first true witch panics in what is now Switzerland, in France, around the Alpine regions. A series of trials in the 1420s and 30s saw dozens of people executed for witchcraft, notably a Dominican theologian named Johannes Nieder, who wrote a book called Formicarius in 1437, which included the accounts of these early witch trials. Nieder described how uneducated women and some men were being accused of diabolical witchcraft, making pacts with the devil, gathering at secret nocturnal meetings and casting spells to blight crops or invoke demons. And this was a significant evolution in the stereotype of the witch, no longer just a solitary village crone casting the evil eye, but rather a member of an organized sect of devil worshippers. Nieder's writing still shows some ambivalence. He was skeptical, for instance, of claims that witches could literally fly through the air or literally transform into animals, but he affirmed that witches existed and could cause real harm with the devil's help. And he reported on actual trials too, for example in the region of Bern, where accused witches confessed under interrogation. These early accounts influenced later witch hunters greatly. So we might say that by the mid-15th century, the concept of the witch hunter was starting to take place as an individual. Authorities were beginning to treat witchcraft as a serious crime against the faith, worthy of investigation, and of course, worthy of punishment. But if there was one pivotal moment that created the space for this new profession to operate, it was the year 1484. That was the year that Pope Innocent VIII issued a papal bull, that is an official decree, titled Summis Desiderantes Affectibus, desiring with supreme ardor. This document essentially became the charter for witch hunting in Europe. In the bull, Innocent lamented that many persons of both sexes in certain regions of Germany have abandoned themselves to devils, incubi, and succubi, and by their sorceries cause ruin to crops, vineyards, fruits, and animals, as well as tormenting men and women, even preventing women from conceiving. Well, he explicitly acknowledged that these witches deny the Catholic faith and commit abominable offenses at the instigation of the enemy of mankind. Enemy of mankind, of course, being Satan, the devil. Well, most importantly, the Pope granted full authority to inquisitors, by name Heinrich Kramer and his colleague Jacob Sprenger, to prosecute this witchcraft without hindrance. A golden ticket, basically, license to kill. He warned that any local officials or clergy who obstructed these inquisitors in their work would face excommunication. In essence, the highest authority of the church had proclaimed that witches were real, they are extremely dangerous, they are terrible heretics, and those who hunt them down have the full blessing of the church to do whatever they want. Now, in hindsight, you can see how how this is all a little bit dangerous, but well, that's just the way it is, isn't it? Well, for an aspiring witch hunter in the late 15th century, Summis Desiderantis, was an absolute game changer. Take the case of Heinrich Kramer himself. As noted earlier, Kramer was struggling to assert his authority in Innsbruck until the Pope's bull arrived, affirming his jurisdiction. Armed with this document, Kramer felt emboldened, even if in practice local powers still found ways to check his zeal. After his humbling Innsbruck experience, humbling, perhaps embarrassing, Kramer poured his energies into writing the Malleus Maleficarum. He included the full text of Innocent's bull at the start of the book, as if to say to every reader and every skeptical priest or magistrate that the witch hunt has official sanction from God's messenger on earth, i.e. the Pope. Now, the Malleus itself, when published in 1487, went on to become a kind of handbook for generations of witch hunters across Europe. That's both Catholic and Protestant. But it is important to realize that not everyone in the church embraced the witch craze. It wasn't like everyone was on board. People did think for themselves back then. I mean, not as much as we do now with our wealth of information and the legal rights to speak out about things, but yes, people did think for themselves. And even after 1484, some senior clergy and theologians were quite uneasy about the excesses of witch persecutions. Kramer's own order, the Dominicans, and the theological faculty at the University of Cologne reportedly condemned aspects of the Malleus Maleficarum, questioning its legality and Kramer's views on women. And in the centuries that followed, certain church bodies, notably the Spanish Inquisition, often showed more skepticism than fervor regarding witchcraft cases. The Spanish inquisitors, after a major series of trials in the Basque region, 1609 to 1614, concluded that most of the supposed witchcraft was more of a result of panic, delusion, and even false accusations and confessions. One famous inquisitor, Alonso de Salazar, wrote in 1614 that, quote, there were neither witches nor bewitched until they were talked about. Good point. Basically arguing that the witch hunts themselves were creating the very phenomenon they sought to destroy. And of course, if your attitude is, there's a devil behind every door, you're constantly looking for something, well, you're bound to find it eventually, even if you have to stretch the definitions. But such voices of doubt were the minority during the height of the witch-hunting era, and they weren't speaking too loud. No one wanted to be at the end of the executioner's rope or put up on that stake like everyone else. The general trajectory from the late medieval into the early modern period was an escalation of fear of witches and a greater willingness by both church and state to authorize hunters to pursue them. And so by around 1500, the stage was set. Laws were being passed that made witchcraft a capital crime in secular law courts. For instance, in 1542, England enacted its first Witchcraft Act, making witchcraft a felony. And the Holy Roman Empire's criminal code, Carolina, of 1532, explicitly prescribed death by fire for those who committed murder by magic. Well, both religious courts and state courts were now empowered and even expected to prosecute as many witches as possible. In short, the intellectual, legal, and theological foundations were now all there, and the new job openings were appearing. witch hunter wanted in Innsbruck, witch hunter wanted in this town and that town. But who exactly would take the job? And how would they qualify themselves? What kind of person would become a witch hunter in medieval and early Renaissance times? Well, unlike some professions of the day, there was no guild or university course, no Cert 4 in witch finding. Instead, witch hunters emerged from various professions, primarily the clergy, but you had the judiciary and local government, and often their role as a witch hunter was an outgrowth of these primary roles. So we can identify several key factors that were commonly required for someone to take on the mantle. First was that deep conviction in the reality of witchcraft. First and foremost, an inspiring witch hunter had to truly believe in the danger that all of these witches posed. In an era of faith, it took a special kind of zeal to devote oneself to battling the unseen forces of evil. Many witch hunters were devout Christians, often clergymen, who had become convinced that the devil was actively recruiting humans, especially witches, to undermine Christendom. Well, for example, Heinrich Kramer was clearly driven by an almost obsessive conviction that witchcraft was not only real but rampant, epidemic proportions. Even when others doubted him, he would still hold to these beliefs. And in fact, as you say about those people who, when they hold very strong beliefs and are presented evidence to the otherwise of them, instead of accepting that evidence and taking a step back, they rather cling even stronger to those beliefs. You could probably assume the same with Kramer. But similarly, Jean Bodin, a French jurist who never personally tried witches but wrote an influential witch-hunting manual in 1580, argued fiercely that anyone who denied the reality of witches was not only a complete idiot and heretical, but effectively in league with Satan, holding hands, skipping down the road with him effectively. Now, a witch hunter's conviction might come from personal experiences, rumors, local tragedies, blamed on sorcery, maybe even a childhood encounter with a charm of a wise woman, or perhaps, too, from education, reading demonology treatises and theological arguments. In any case, absolute certainty in the witch craze was a baseline requirement. This conviction was often tied to religious zeal, and many hunters saw themselves as doing God's work by confronting the devil's agents. And they could cite scripture, such as Exodus 22:18, even though that is Old Testament. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Well, when you got stuff like that, coming straight from the Bible, that's about as good of a justification as the witch hunter can get. Well, faith alone didn't make a witch hunter. You couldn't just rock up. One also required some form of authority or sanction to conduct witch trials. Those who became witch hunters typically already held positions that gave them legal or moral jurisdiction. For clerical witch hunters, this meant being an inquisitor or a priest with the backing of a bishop or even the Pope. Heinrich Kramer, for instance, was officially an inquisitor appointed by the Pope himself, and without that he couldn't have roamed around just trying random people for heresy. Other famous cases include Nicholas Remy, or Remigius, in Lorraine in the late 16th century. He was a secular magistrate, a judge, who took it upon himself to prosecute witches in the region, ultimately claiming to have sentenced over 800 witches to death. Well, in England, where there was no Inquisition, witch hunting was often carried out by local justices of the peace once witchcraft was criminalized by the statute. However, there is one peculiar English example. Matthew Hopkins, styling himself as the Witchfinder General in 1640s, without even having a formal higher office. He would just show up to various towns in eastern England, and they would hire him to uncover witches during a time of civil war and breakdown in normal authority. But Hopkins is a bit of an outlier. Even so, he still had at least tacit approval from some local magistrates for what he was doing. Generally, to be a witch hunter, you needed either an official commission from the church or state, or at least the informal support of sponsors, local lords, councils, clergy, who would allow and assist the process of investigation. But without such backing, an individual going around from place to place pointing the finger at people for witchcraft could easily be dismissed as a troublemaker, a weird outsider. They could even be punished themselves, as we saw in earlier periods. But of course, successful witch hunters often possessed a certain education or expertise, though not always a formal one. Many were learned in theology and law, because prosecuting a witch was, well, it was quite complicated in legal terms, and also involved in elaborate theological notions like demonic pacts, signs of a witch, and proper conduct of interrogations. Manuals like the Malleus Maleficarum provided something of a curriculum for the would-be hunters. They taught how to recognize a witch's deeds, injuries and maladies with no natural explanation, how to overcome a witch's supposed powers in the courtroom. For example, we have a section where Kramer advises that the accused should be prevented from using magic in court by shaving all of their hair and perhaps chaining them up, because it was thought witches could not speak spells if they were constrained. A little bit of pseudoscience from that. Of course, there is also the sections on how to question witnesses and suspects, which was quite methodical. Many witch hunters were avid readers of growing demonological literature. In the late 16th century, one could read Malleus, as well as works by authors like Martin del Rio, a Jesuit who wrote another treatise called Descriptiones Magicae, or Francesco Maria Guazzo, who wrote Compendium Maleficarum, which compiled anecdotes of witchcraft and advice on procedure. Even secular magistrates often had those books on hand, just as a bit of a reference. On the other side, some witch hunters gained knowledge through hands-on experience with prior trials, a grisly form of on-the-job training. They might start as assistants to senior judges, or as junior clergy, observing an inquisitor, gradually learning the techniques and perhaps adding their own refinements. But one should note that this knowledge was a mix of fact, fear, and folklore. For instance, a witch hunter might be knowledgeable about how to identify a devil's mark, that is a supposed insensitive spot on a witch's body, or how witches supposedly could not say the Lord's Prayer without stumbling. Well, these were not true in reality, but they were part of an accepted expertise of the craft. In short, becoming a witch hunter meant immersing oneself in the era's lore about witchcraft, which we might call a specialized education in demonology and trial procedure. Many witch hunters were driven by strong personal motivations too, which could range from genuine religious zeal to more worldly ambitions. It would be a little bit too cynical, I think, to say that all witch hunters were just complete opportunists. Clearly some like Kramer or the Puritan ministers in New England were acting out of sincere, if tragically misguided, belief. Yet history also shows that ambition and the prospect of reward played a role, and that's where we get to that outlier, Matthew Hopkins. He's quite instructive. He was that English witch-finder general that we mentioned, a young man of Puritan background, who found in witch hunting a chance to rise from obscurity. For 2 years, between 1644 and 46, he and his small team traveled from town to town, conducting investigations, and they charged fees for their services. Records indicate Hopkins demanded around 20 shillings per town, and some communities paid hefty sums. One town paid him £23, which was a large sum at the time, to get rid of all the witches. By the end of his brief career, Hopkins may have earned the equivalent of a noble's annual income and was responsible for 300 executions, or murders, whatever you want to call them. Similarly, in earlier continental witch trials, local magistrates and even neighbors of the accused could benefit from the confiscation of a convicted witch's property, since convicted goods were often seized by the authorities, and this created a dark incentive for some to pursue witch cases. None of this is to say that wealth was the primary motive for most witch hunters, but it certainly was there for a few of them. And hey, it's, making a little bit of money on the side. Well, everyone wants to do that, regardless of any veneer of piety. But then there was reputation and power. They were also at stake. Successfully unmasking a nest of witches could bolster a magistrate's standing as a stalwart guardian of the community, or a cleric's reputation as a pious warrior against Satan. Witch hunting could thus be a career booster. Until, and unless, the political winds changed, or an accused witch turned out to have powerful friends, which, that sometimes happens. You should probably do your research before pointing the fingers. So really becoming a witch hunter required a confluence of belief, authority, knowledge, and drive rather than any, official certification. The would-be hunter had to believe in the threat, have the means to pursue it, know how to conduct a hunt, and want to carry it through despite the moral and social hurdles it involved. It's important to note, too, that few people only hunted witches. Usually witch hunting was an episodic activity in a broader career. For example, a judge might handle witch trials among many other duties, or an inquisitor might investigate witches in addition to other heresies. Nonetheless, a number of individuals in history became so infamous for their focus on witches that the witch hunter has become their defining title in the annals of history. But once someone stepped into the role of witch hunter, how exactly did they go about the work? The process of identifying, interrogating, and prosecuting a witch drew on a mix of traditional legal procedure and a few horrifying innovations. Witch hunters, whether operating under ecclesiastical courts or secular courts, tended to employ a core set of tools and methods. The first tool was textual. The manuals, the books that outlined the theory and practice of witch prosecution. Chief among them was the Malleus Maleficarum. Its hefty tome provided a step-by-step guidance. Part 1 of the Malleus educated the reader on the theology of witchcraft, insisting that witches are real and that denying their existence is heretical. Part 2 catalogued the alleged activities of witches in lurid detail, from demonic pacts and sexual intercourse with devils, to the brewing of potions from infants' flesh, and the casting of spells that blight harvests or steal men's virility. But this section served to alert a hunter to what signs or confessions to look for. Part 3 then laid out the legal procedures for a witch trial, how to conduct an arrest, how to safeguard against a witch's possible enchantments, and how to question witnesses. Ultimately, how to get the confessions. The Malleus unabashedly endorsed the use of torture. Questioning under torture was sanctioned as a necessary means to secure the truth from those in league with Satan, as they wouldn't give it up easily. And it counseled that normal safeguards could be relaxed. For example, it allowed testimony from dubious witnesses against witches, on the premise of witchcraft being an exceptional crime. Other manuals, too, complemented the Malleus. King James VI of Scotland wrote Demonology in 1597, which, though more of a dialogue than a how-to, reinforced many similar ideas, and even discussed texts like the swimming of a witch, so he just dunked them in and out of the water. Well, the effect of these texts was to create a widely shared playbook, for witch hunters across different regions. A judge in Germany in 1600 and a county magistrate in England in 1640 might both be aware, for instance, that witches often have the devil's mark on their body, or that a witch may be unable to recite the Lord's Prayer without stuttering and stumbling over themselves. Thus the manual spread a kind of homogenized methodology. You can imagine with that Lord's Prayer thing too. Well, when you're under a bit of pressure, stuttering is going to be, it's one of those things you might not be able to avoid. Now, witch hunters typically did not act until some sort of accusation, or perhaps a strange event brought a suspected witch to attention. And there were common triggers, misfortunes like sudden illnesses, livestock dying, or storms destroying crops. The community would look for someone to blame, often a marginalized or contentious person. The witch hunter's first job was to evaluate these reports. Often it started with rumors or complaints. For instance, in small villages, a conflict between neighbors could spiral into an accusation. My cow died after some woman looked at me, so she must be a witch, that kind of thing. Well, once an accusation surfaced, the authorities might detain the accused for examination. In some large witch panics, hunters used the testimony of one accused witch to implicate many others. This was especially the case in continental hunts, where under torture, suspects were asked to name accomplices. Witch hunters became adept at spotting signs of witchcraft. Unexplained witches' marks like the strange moles or scars on the body, jars of herbs or ointments in a suspect's home, dolls with pins in them, thought to be used in curses. I mean, I don't know why they'd have dolls with pins in them anyway in the house, but well, each to their own. Or even the presence of a pet cat or toad, feared as a witch's familiar spirit. It's tragic to note that many of these signs were entirely circumstantial or innocent, but in the eyes of terrified communities they became damning evidence. And like I said, if you look hard enough with a little bit of stretching, you're going to be able to find evidence anywhere. But the centerpiece of the witch hunter's method was the interrogation of the accused. In ordinary medieval or early modern justice, torture was sometimes used. But with witches, it became especially routine and brutal. The logic was that witches, having pledged themselves to the devil, would not confess their sins easily. Thus, extraordinary pain was justified to break their silence. Torture instruments ranged from the strappado, hoisting a person by the arms tied behind their back and then dropping them, which could dislocate the shoulders. Not good. And then he had thumb screws, leg vices, and of course, the rack. Everyone knows about the rack. Well, some inquisitors also employed psychological torments like sleep deprivation. Matthew Hopkins, for example, favored keeping suspects awake and walking for days, utterly exhausted. The poor individuals would babble and often implicate themselves. And it must be emphasized on an academic level that evidence extracted by torture is unreliable. We know this now in hindsight. Many accused witches confessed to things that were impossible, like flying on broomsticks and shape-shifting into animals, consorting sexually with the devil, etc., just to end the agony, or because they were led on by the interrogator's suggestions. However, at the time, a confession, even a fantastical one, was treated as the best evidence. According to church law, a witch could only be executed if she confessed. Since witchcraft was a spiritual crime, her own admission of guilt was needed to hand down the ultimate penalty. But secular courts were slightly less strict, but in practice they too sought confessions to secure convictions. Thus, the witch hunter's mission was often centered on getting this confession by any means necessary, and torture was, of course, the grim mean to that end. But beyond formal torture, there was a few other little tricks that witch hunters resorted to. bordering on superstition themselves. One notorious practice was the swimming test. It was essentially a trial by water. The suspect's hands and feet would be bound, and they were lowered into a body of water, sometimes tied to a rope. The idea, endorsed in King James demonology, is used by Hopkins among others, that water, being pure, would reject a witch, causing her to float, whereas an innocent person would sink, and hopefully be pulled out before drowning, but, It was a no-win scenario. Floating led to execution as a witch. Sinking meant death by drowning, though considered posthumously innocent. Another method was pricking for the devil's mark. Hunters believed that a witch had a secret mark or an insensitive spot on the skin where her imp or familiar sucked blood. They employed professional witch prickers who used needles or special bodkins to poke the accused all over, which was obviously an unpleasant ordeal, but if they found a spot that produced no pain or blood, then that was taken as proof of witchcraft. Unfortunately, some prickers cheated by using retractable needles that would only give the illusion of no blood. Essentially, fraud to secure a conviction. There were also observational tests. For example, it was noted whether the accused could weep. The persistent belief was that witches hardened by the devil could not shed tears. If a woman did not cry under interrogation or in court, perhaps because she was in shock or just had no tears left to cry, this too was added to the pile of evidence against them. If a trial proceeded, a witch hunter, as a prosecutor or judge, would marshal witnesses. Often the villagers who had fallen ill or lost cattle, or sometimes other confessed witches testifying against the accused. Normal rules for evidence were of course loosened. Hearsay was allowed, and often the accused had no lawyer or anyone to speak in their defense beyond a token advocate appointed by the court, who usually did very little to protest. He didn't want to be thrown into the witch category himself. Once a confession was obtained, there was very little doubt of the verdict. The typical sentence for convicted witches was death, most often by burning at the stake on the continent. In England and New England it was a bit different. Usually they would hang them. Burnings could be public spectacles, meant as both punishment and a stern warning to others. In some cases, authorities showed a grim mercy by strangling the convicted witch before the flames could consume the body. And the witch hunter's triumph was seen in the elimination of the witch and the presumed restoration of divine favor to that afflicted community. It is estimated by modern historians that between the 15th and mid-18th centuries, the European witch trials resulted in tens of thousands of executions. Each of those represents a human life caught in the machinery of fear, guided in part by the methods that we have described. But it should be noted that not all witch hunters were equally cruel or credulous. Some followed procedures more scrupulously and avoided the more extreme methods. Others, however, like Pierre de Lancre in France, who conducted a brutal witch hunt in 1609 in the Basque country, or the prince bishops of Germany who oversaw mass burnings in the 1620s, rather displayed a terrifying single-mindedness in pursuing witches with executions numbering in the hundreds. The methods employed were a reflection of the era's legal system, interwoven in with its worst nightmares. Now, witch hunting touched nearly every corner of Western Europe, but that doesn't mean that it didn't manifest differently from region to region. In the German-speaking lands of the Holy Roman Empire, the trials were often especially fierce. Decentralized authority meant that the zealous local ruler or judge could initiate massive witch purges. For example, in the early 1600s, Prince Bishop Johann von Dornheim of Bamberg, nicknamed the Witch Bishop, set up a special torture chamber and oversaw hundreds of burnings in a few years. and the magistrate Nicholas Remy in Lorraine claimed to have condemned over 800 witches to death. These men became witch hunters by virtue of their office and fervor, turning legal power into a tool of terror. Up in England and Scotland, the pattern was somewhat different. England's more centralized legal system and traditional common law safeguards meant fewer large-scale panics, but witchcraft was still prosecuted, especially after the monarchy, such as James I, formerly James VI of Scotland, encouraged a very hard line. Scottish courts, with the Kirk's encouragement, held numerous witch trials, and Scotland's execution rate was actually higher per capita than England's. There were famous Scottish cases, like the North Berwick trials of 1590–91, where several people, including a healer named Agnes Sampson, were accused of raising storms to imperil King James's ship. In England, hunts tended to be more localized affairs, driven by village accusations, with authorities stepping in to try suspects by jury. Yet the chaos of the Civil War period allowed figures like Matthew Hopkins to operate as pretty much free agents. Hopkins' activities from 1645 to 46 show that even in a country without an inquisition, a determined individual with a modest legal backing could spearhead a deadly witch crusade. France saw its own variability. Some regions experienced intense witch persecutions, while others were more restrained. In the Basque territories of southwestern France, a 1609 hunt led by Judge Pierre de Lanque executed perhaps a dozen alleged witches, based on fantastic claims of Sabbaths and devil worship. Well, by contrast, the Parliament of Paris, the highest court in France, grew skeptical of witch trials by the late 1620s and increasingly overturned convictions from rural courts. This high-level skepticism in France helped curtail the excesses of local witch-finders as the 17th century progressed. Meanwhile, the Iberian and Italian lands under Roman and Spanish inquisitions had surprisingly fewer witch executions. The Spanish Inquisition, after investigating a major outbreak of witch hysteria in 1610, the Basque witch trials, that is, concluded that many of the accused had been caught up in a collective delusion. Inquisitors like Alonso de Salazar Frias argued against further burnings and effectively put a stop to large-scale witch hunts in Spain. In Italy, too, the Papal Inquisition was cautious. Cases of witchcraft often resulted in mild penances, unless linked to other heresies. Thus, in southern Europe, the role of the witch hunter was more often subsumed into the broader duties of an inquisitor, and overt witch purges were quite rarer in the north. Across Western Europe, then, one could find the witch hunter in many guises: the village-level enthusiast, the roaming commissioned expert, the learned demonologist judge, or even the church inquisitor. Regional culture and legal structures really shaped how far such people could go. But everywhere they shared a common mindset that we have discussed. Whether in a German principality or an English shire, the witch hunter saw himself as enforcing the law of God and nature against an occult rebellion. By the late 17th century, this figure was disappearing across all regions as skepticism took hold and laws finally changed. But even at the height of the craze, witch hunters faced critics and skeptics who actually had the courage to question the trials. A few brave intellectuals argued that it had all gone too far. For example, the Dutch physician Johann Weyer in 1563 argued that many accused witches were actually just mentally ill or simply deluded, and he denounced the cruelty of the persecutions. Likewise, the English gentleman Reginald Scott wrote a tome in 1584, flatly denying that witches had any real power, and attributing reports of witchcraft to imagination, or trickery. These dissenting voices were largely ignored, or sometimes condemned by authorities of the time. James of England even ordered Scott's book to be burned. He didn't like it. But still, they planted the early seeds of skepticism. Trailblazers, you could call them. Over the 17th century, such skepticism began to spread. The Enlightenment mindset, emerging in Europe, emphasized reason and, of course, empirical evidence, and that made educated people increasingly doubt these fantastical claims that had been accepted in witch trials. Legal standards gradually improved as well. Judges and magistrates started requiring more concrete proof of maleficium, and grew less willing to accept confessions obtained under torture or the testimony of supposed possessed accusers. High-profile miscarriages of justice also made authorities more cautious. The notorious Salem witch trials of 1692 in colonial New England, though outside Europe, served as a pretty grim example. A court initially accepted dubious spectral evidence, and multiple innocents were hanged. But eventually, the hysteria was recognized, and the remaining accused were released. Incidents like this, widely reported, showed everyone the dangers of unchecked witch hunting, certainly a PR nightmare. By the early 18th century, the climate in Western Europe had fundamentally changed. Witchcraft ceased to be viewed as a plausible crime by most lawmakers. One by one, countries repealed or reformed their witchcraft laws. For instance, England abolished the old witchcraft statutes of 1736, replacing them with laws against fraud, implicitly recognizing that claims of magical crime were false. The final executions for witchcraft in France, Germany, and elsewhere took place around the late 17th or very early 18th century. Witch hunting as an enterprise was effectively over, and the very idea of the professional witch hunter became a subject of maybe horror, maybe ridicule, but certainly not of admiration. In enlightened circles, to go on a witch hunt was now a metaphor for an irrational persecution, not some kind of holy spiritual crusade. And thus within a few generations the role of the witch hunter passed into history. It has arisen from fear, sanctioned by faith and authority, and ended when reason and skepticism finally caught up with the people. The decline of witch hunting was not sudden, nor was it simple, but it happened piecemeal, people slowly learning from the tragedies of the past. It all comes too late for the victims. In any case, by the mid-1700s, a young person could no longer realistically become a witch hunter. The age of Kramer, Hopkins, and their ilk had come to a close, and a new age, more skeptical and secular, had dawned. But certainly not an end to the persecutions, not an end to the tragedies, just more blood to come. Well, who knows if that will ever be over. It's certainly strange to step into the shoes of such people. And we began with the question, how does one become a witch hunter? But I think the more appropriate question is, why does one become a witch hunter? Is it through faith? Is it through greed? Or is it just pure, kind of religious, psychotic zeal? In any case, the witch hunter was a product of a specific mindset, a worldview that saw human affairs as a battleground between God and the devil, and the witches were just the foot soldiers of darkness. Stepping into that role required an unwavering conviction in that worldview, no doubt allowed, no gray areas, but it also required institutional empowerment. The laws and leaders had to give you license, and by and large, those who became witch hunters were already authority figures who took the prevailing anxieties of their communities unto themselves and offered an answer. I will find the evil that is causing all of this horror in our lives. Let me get rid of it for you. Here's the bill. Kings, emperors, lords anointed by God. In theory, their power was absolute, and their personage inviolable. But heavy is the crown. History teaches a harsh lesson. On more than one occasion, a European monarch has been ended at the hands of his own people. When we think of regicide, many of us recall the spectacle of the French Revolution, the guillotine blade slicing a king's head off amid the roar of a Parisian crowd. But long before that, European history was marked by dramatic rebellions and bloody public executions of kings, episodes that shocked contemporaries and reshaped kingdoms. From antiquity to the late Renaissance, rebellious subjects have overthrown their sovereigns and meted out final justice. And so today, we are going to talk about kings who were executed by their own people, all the way from ancient times until a little bit later. So spend the next hour with me and we can dig deep into the regicide. Allow me to first welcome you to the channel though. Hello to any newcomers, and welcome back to anybody returning. Of course, if you are returning, you already know what to expect. But for anybody who is new, I'll tell you what you will not get, and that is ads in the video, because we have them all turned off. Yes, we are an ad-free channel, so you won't get any interruptions from start to finish. Now, this is because we are supported by Patreon members, YouTube members, the occasional donation, and of course the merch store with all of its eye-catching goodies. So check out those links if you feel like it in the pinned comment and video description. Oh, and also leave a like, comment, and subscribe, because that pushes us out in the algorithm. Anyway, thank you for doing that, and let's begin the topic for the day. Now, I said we were going to start at ancient times, and I meant it, because our first tale takes us back to ancient Sparta in the 3rd century BCE, a society I'm sure you know is famous for its dual kingship and warrior ethos. Now, even in that land of disciplined soldiers, a king's life was not sacrosanct when internal strife reached a boiling point. King Agis IV of Sparta, he ascended to the throne in 245 BCE, a young man with pretty grand ideas. Ancient sources portray him as an idealistic reformer, determined to restore Sparta's fading glory. He was deeply troubled by how wealth and luxury had corroded the traditional Spartan ways of life. Fewer and fewer citizen families owned land, and the old laws ensuring economic balance had been neglected. Agis, inspired perhaps by the legendary laws of Lycurgus, launched a radical reform program. He proposed cancelling debts and redistributing land to the impoverished citizens. In essence, the youthful king sought to reverse centuries of inequality and bring Sparta back to its austere roots. At first, he won popularity among the common folk, and even a few nobles. Imagine the excitement on the streets of Sparta as debts were symbolically burned in a public bonfire, with crowds cheering the king who promised to level the playing field. Agis even convinced members of his own wealthy family to sacrifice property for the common good. However, His reforms threatened the interests of powerful oligarchs, and even the other Spartan king. Do remember, Sparta had two ruling kings from different dynasties. Dual kingship, as we mentioned. The co-king at the time, Leonidas II, opposed this vehemently. Leonidas and the entrenched elites feared losing their vast estates and influence. Tensions began to get tense. At one point, Leonidas was forced into exile, and Agis managed to enact some changes. But the victory was short-lived. Opposition coalesced around the idea that Agis's popular reforms were a step towards tyranny. Ironically, branding the king a would-be dictator for trying to help the poor. That is ironic. And so in 241, while Agis was out of the city on military campaign, his enemies struck. The old King Leonidas II returned with a faction of supporters and seized the city. Agis hurried back to Sparta, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Betrayed by friends he thought were loyal, Agis was captured and thrown into a cell. What followed was essentially a legal farce. The ephors, Sparta's council of magistrates that is, put their own king on trial for his life. Outside the prison, throngs of citizens who admired Agis gathered nervously, sensing the danger he was in. These loyal supporters were ready to defend him. A great crowd amassed, demanding to know what was happening inside. Fearing a popular rescue attempt, the ephors rushed through a verdict of guilt. King Agis IV, aged only about 24 years old, was sentenced to death by his own government. Now this was unprecedented in Spartan history. No reigning Spartan king had ever been executed by the state's authorities. Until now. The execution itself was conducted in secret within the prison walls. But one anecdote has survived through the ancient biographer Plutarch. Agis was to be strangled to death, a swift and silent method. As the executioners, men who were his fellow Spartans, approached, one of them began to weep at the sight of the young king facing such a cruel fate. Seeing the tears, Agis delivered a remarkable final statement. "Weep not for me, for I suffer unjustly. I am happier than my murderers." In this poignant moment, the doomed king showed compassion toward the very person sent to kill him, even as the garrote was placed around his neck. And with that, Agis was strangled, cut off in the prime of his life. His aged mother and grandmother, who had supported his reforms, were allegedly executed as well, cruelly piled atop Agis's body as the ephor sought to extinguish his entire lineage, and thus ended the life of a reformer king, an idealist, crushed by the forces of reaction in his own country. Now, as for the people of Sparta, they realized what had occurred too late. By the time the mob outside the prison had learned of Agis's death, well, it was all over. There was nothing left to fight for. There would be no heroic rescue. There would only be shock and despair at the news that their king had been murdered. Agis's story spread through the Hellenistic world, and even later Greek writers treated him as a tragic figure, a well-intentioned ruler, undone by treachery and greed. For our purposes, his execution marks one of the earliest clear instances in European history of a reigning monarch being judicially killed by his own governing council, and, indirectly, by the will of a faction of his people. A king who challenged the elite, too boldly and paid with his life. Kind of like Icarus, flying too close to the sun, I suppose. Well, let's move on a couple hundred years, away from poor old Agis. We leave the strict halls of Sparta, and we arrive in Rome, in the year of the four emperors. It is December of 69 CE, a moment of complete anarchy in the Roman Empire. Emperor Vitellius has reigned only a few months, a grossly indulgent and unwieldy ruler who clawed his way to power during a civil war. Now, unlike Agis, Vitellius was not an idealist. Historians rather paint him as a gluttonous and cruel man, infamous for feasting from dawn to dusk, and for executing those who displeased him. You know that scene of the emperor in all of his, well, we can't quite say glory, but perhaps in all of his in-your-face richness, just sitting on that couch, eating the grapes while being fanned by his servants, demanding more and more. Yeah, that's kind of Vitellius summed up. Well, he had ascended to the purple amid civil strife, but his luck was running out. Troops loyal to a rival claimant, Vespasian, were closing in on Rome, and the Roman populace, who were notoriously fickle to say the least, were turning against Vitellius. But what happened next barely fits the image of Romans as staunch law-abiders. It has the atmosphere of a lynching combined with ritual humiliation. According to the historian Tacitus, when Vespasian's forces entered Rome, Vitellius attempted to hide himself away. That once proud emperor skulked off to his palace, reportedly trying to disguise himself, and even planning to flee the city. But in a darkly ironic twist, he supposedly hid in the doorkeeper's lodge, throwing on shabby clothes and even stuffing gold coins into his clothing, as if preparing to escape with a little bit of wealth to start all over again. But there would be no escape for Vitellius. He was soon discovered by soldiers. Some accounts say a common soldier or member of a conquering army spotted him, trembling in his hiding place, probably with his hands next to his ears, "Please don't hurt me" sort of thing. The victorious troops dragged Vitellius out into the streets, kicking and screaming. Here was a man who had been the most powerful individual in the world, now at the mercy of an angry populace and hostile soldiers. His captors tied his hands behind his back. As he was hauled through the heart of the city, a jeering crowd gathered. The humiliated emperor, robe torn and barefoot, was forced to march past the very sites of his former glory. Roman sources described the scene clearly meant to invert all imperial dignity. Vitellius was shoved along, made to endure taunts about his wealth and gluttony, and compelled to watch his own statues, symbols of his authority, toppled and smashed to pieces before his eyes. Now at one point, during this parade, a soldier struck Vitellius in the face. The emperor's captors mockingly lifted his chin with a sword point, so that the Roman people could recognize the man who had called himself their ruler. Tacitus writes that Vitellius managed to utter a plea or protest. His final words were apparently, "Yet I was once your emperor." Less of a defense rather than a pathetic acknowledgement of how far he had fallen. He reminded the mob that he had indeed worn the purple, as if that status might earn him a shred of mercy or respect. Spoiler alert, it didn't. The crowd's hatred had been well stoked by the news of his excesses and the chaos of the year. At last, Vitellius was dragged to the Gemonian Stairs, an infamous execution site in Rome where traitors' bodies were often displayed. And here, the end came swiftly and savagely. Vitellius was beaten and stabbed by his captors. In the final blow of this grim spectacle, the once emperor's corpse was dumped down the steps, rolling out into the street. The people of Rome, who only months earlier had cheered Vitellius's ascent, now took a ghoulish revenge on his body. In one account, the enraged crowd pelted the corpse with dung and stones. Others say they mutilated it. In any case, finally his remains were unceremoniously thrown into the Tiber River. This was not an execution after a formal trial, as we saw in Agus's case. This was mob justice, entwined with military revolt. Yet it was fundamentally an emperor killed by his own people, that's for sure, by Romans who believed they were punishing a tyrant. The shock of Vitellius's death spread through the city. Not only had a Roman emperor been toppled, he had been so utterly dishonored that his death resembled the execution of a common criminal or a traitor. And to the Roman mind, steeped in tradition, such an ending for a first citizen was almost beyond imagination. But that year of 69 CE proved that even the emperor could become a target of collective wrath. Ancient writers, from Tacitus to Suetonius, recorded vivid details. The Germanic bodyguard who tried to protect Vitellius was cut down. Vitellius's desperate plea, the look of terror on his face. One even compared Vitellius's suffering to those of a sacrificial victim, or a parody and inversion of the Passion of Christ, crowned with insults rather than thorns. And no doubt, the Roman public kept the lesson. The populace that lifts up a ruler can just as easily cast him down to destruction. After Vitellius, subsequent emperors took heed to maintain the loyalty of both the army and the people. The fate of this gluttonous, ill-fated ruler is perhaps one of antiquity's most dramatic instances of a monarch executed, in the most literal and blood-soaked manner. Well, as the Roman Empire transformed, and the centuries rolled on, the eastern half of it, the Byzantine Empire that is, well, they would witness their own episode of regicide. One of the most heart-rending instances occurred in 602, when Emperor Maurice of Byzantium was overthrown by his own army. This is a tale of military rebellion, political betrayal, and ultimately an execution that horrified even the battle-hardened men. Maurice had ruled for 2 decades, a competent and relatively principled emperor, who had shored up the eastern frontier and tightened up the state finances. Yet in doing so, he made a fatal miscalculation. He alienated the military. Years of campaigning, and Maurice's cost-cutting orders, such as instructing troops to winter beyond the Danube to save money, brewed quite a bit of resentment among the legions. And, well, one day, it all had to boil over. It was late 602. The Byzantine army on the Danube frontier mutinied. A grizzled centurion named Phocas emerged as the rebels' leader. An unlikely usurper, but one propelled forward by the fury of the common soldiers. Maurice, alarmed, found very little support in the capital Constantinople. The masses there were not happy with him either. Years of high taxes and privation. So with the troops marching on the city, Maurice fled Constantinople along with his family, hoping to find sanctuary across the Bosphorus. It was a desperate and heartbreaking flight. Contemporary accounts describe the emperor, his wife, and their children 6 innocent little boys and girls huddling in a church in the Asiatic suburb of Chalcedon, praying for a miracle that unfortunately never came. Phocas, cheered by crowds as a liberator, entered Constantinople and seized the throne. His first order of business was to eliminate the old emperor. Maurice and his sons were soon captured by the rebels, and what happened next is recorded in both Byzantine chronicles and later folk memory as an act of singular cruelty. The captive emperor was forced to witness the execution of his own children right before his very eyes. One by one, Maurice's 5 sons, ranging from a toddler to perhaps 10 or 11 years old, were bought out by Phocas's soldiers. These little princes, these children, who hours earlier had been playing in the palace gardens or studying their lessons, were then beheaded or stabbed while their helpless father looked on. Now that's brutal. You can scarcely imagine poor Maurice's mental anguish. And yet, multiple sources note that this devout emperor bore it out with a stoic faith. With each terrible stroke that felled a son, Maurice reportedly cried out, "Thou art just, O Lord, and thy judgments are righteous." Well, in that pious exclamation, repeated as his children were slaughtered, Maurice seemed to accept the divine judgment for any sins he believed he committed. But that's gut-wrenching, isn't it? An emperor trying to find spiritual meaning while watching the light of his life extinguished, child by child. At one horrific moment, an executioner hesitated upon being presented with an infant prince, the youngest of Maurice's boys. A nurse had swapped in her own baby, hoping to spare the royal child. But Maurice, ever upright, realized the substitution, and not wanting another's child to die in his son's place, revealed the truth to the soldiers. His sense of justice held, even at the brink of madness. Maurice effectively insisted that his last son, not the innocent substitute, be killed. After this dreadful spectacle, the broken Emperor Maurice was himself executed, beheaded, and, by most accounts, his body was cast into the waters of the Bosphorus alongside his sons. It was November 27th, 602, and with that final stroke, the line of the great Emperor Constantine's successors was severed in one of its most virtuous representatives. The new ruler, Phocas, displayed the severed heads of Maurice and his children on the city walls as grim trophies. The Byzantine public was stunned. True, Maurice had been unpopular at the end, trying to balance those books a little bit too hard. But surely people didn't expect such a barbaric outcome. Well, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, can't you? Over time, even the supporters of Phocas came to regret what had been done. Maurice's fate became a byword for undeserved suffering and the volatility of fortune. In distant provinces, pious Christians whispered that a miraculous sign accompanied his death. Some said the sky darkened, or that an earthquake struck when the blood of this just ruler and his innocence hit the ground. Phocas himself did not enjoy his stolen throne for long either. The outrage over Maurice's murder had simmered, and within 8 years, Phocas was overthrown in turn by yet another rebel, Heraclius from North Africa. Poetic justice, perhaps, that Phocas was executed in 610 amid public scorn. And legend has it that as he was decapitated, someone shouted, "Is this how you have ruled, wretch?" A reference to the atrocities of his reign, beginning with Maurice's murder. But even the brutal punishment of Phocas could not erase the memory of the tragedy on the shores of Chalcedon. For generations, Byzantine storytellers would choke up when they recounted how Emperor Maurice watched his children die. In church, on the anniversary of Maurice's death, some would shed tears. A chronicler, a few decades later, noted that when he read aloud the story of Maurice's end, his audience burst into tears, overcome with sorrow and pity. Thus, the execution of Maurice by his own mutinous troops and people is perhaps one of the most tragic regicides in European history. It combined political ruthlessness with personal horror. Unlike Agis or Vitellius, Maurice was not killed in a spontaneous riot or swift strangling. His death was deliberately staged to break his spirit first. And this teaches us about the fragility of imperial authority in Byzantium. No matter how long one ruler or how legitimate one's claim was, an emperor was never more than one military revolt away from his doom. But it also reveals something about character. Maurice's dignified and faithful response to unimaginable cruelty left a moral example that outlasted the regime that killed him. Where a Phocas is remembered as a usurper and a tyrant, Maurice earned posthumous honor as an almost martyr-like figure. In the end, he was executed, but history delivered a kinder judgment on a victim rather than a perpetrator of his dark deed. Well, for our next stop, we go to the medieval Byzantine Empire once more, but half a millennium later. The setting is Constantinople, September 1185, and the scene is so graphic and chaotic it could have been lifted from a horror film. The man at the center is Emperor Andronicus I Komnenos, a figure as fascinating as he is infamous. Now, Andronicus was no Maurice. Rather, he was a charismatic but deeply flawed ruler, known for cruelty and charm. In his youth, he'd been a handsome prince and adventurer, surviving many intrigues and even a few prison escapes. He seized the throne in his 60s, in 1183, positioning himself as a reformer who would curb corruption among the aristocracy. Well, at first, the people of Constantinople welcomed Andronicus. They were fed up with the misrule of previous regents and hoped that this veteran nobleman might bring about a bit of justice. Indeed, Andronicus did initiate some positive reforms and punish corrupt officials, but it wasn't long before his dark side came out. Paranoia and brutality crept into his rule. He began a reign of terror against the noble families, executing or banishing anyone who he suspected of disloyalty. Fear spread through every stratum of society. By 1185, Andronicus's enemies were legion. The aristocracy despised him, and even the common people had grown terrified by the constant confiscations and executions. In the late summer of 1185, while Andronicus was away dealing with a foreign invasion, the simmering discontent exploded into open revolt in Constantinople. An ambitious young noble, Isaac Angelos, raised the banner of rebellion. The people of the capital, who had just a year prior cheered Andronicus, now rioted in the streets, demanding his overthrow. Hearing of this, Emperor Andronicus hurried back to the city by ship, bringing his young wife, who, in a scandalous twist, was actually a teenage princess who he married in his old age, and he brought another mistress with him too, just for good measure. Well, in any case, it was too late. As Andronicus landed and attempted to flee the city incognito, he was recognized, and he was captured by the mob. Well, the very populace he had vowed to protect from the nobles turned into an unthinking, raging force, hungry for vengeance. Now what follows is possibly one of the most ghastly executions on record, a protracted public torture that spanned several days. The new regime under Isaac II did nothing to stop the violence. In fact, they handed the fallen emperor over to the fury of the crowd. Medieval Byzantine historians like Niketas Choniates, who witnessed the events, describe him in lurid detail. Andronicus was dragged out in chains into the hippodrome of Constantinople, the great arena where the chariot races were normally held. Well, now it became a stage for a different kind of entertainment. Thousands of citizens gathered not to watch sports or games, but to see the downfall of this tyrant who had caused them so much fear. The mob began by mercilessly beating the former emperor. They struck him with whatever was at hand, clubs, stones, their fists. He cried out and he stumbled. Some in the crowd shouted mockeries, recalling his own cruel deeds. But next came even worse torments. Andronicus was hoisted up and tied between two pillars or columns, suspending him mid-air completely exposed. Here, ordinary people were invited to take a share in the grim work. In a frenzy, people rushed forward to inflict their personal brand of punishment. One eyewitness account relates that his right hand was cut off. This was symbolic retribution, since the hand had signed death warrants. Then his teeth were either smashed or yanked out one by one. Tufts of his hair and beard were then torn from his head. One of his eyes was then gouged out. Some individuals took buckets of boiling water, or perhaps boiling oil, and threw it into his face, scalding his skin. Others rubbed filth or dung into his wounds to increase his agony. All the while, Andronicus, once the proud silver-tongued emperor, writhed and screamed. Choniates tells us that through swollen, bloodied lips he begged for mercy. "Have pity on me," he supposedly cried. "Why do you break me on the wheel?" Well, it was of no avail. His cries were drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. Such was the hatred against him that families who had lost loved ones to his purges felt this was righteous justice. Yet observers noted that as the torture dragged on, Andronicus did not die quickly. Despite the unimaginable pain, he lingered alive, a spectacle of suffering. Some onlookers even begged to feel a pang of pity, a gruesome sight almost too much to bear. Finally, after hours upon hours of torment, a pair of foreign knights, Latin crusaders who apparently happened to be in the city, apparently took pity and decided to end it. They ran him through with swords, bringing the wretched Andronicus to his end. His corpse was then tossed aside, to be torn apart further by the crowd and left for the dogs. According to one later legend, his body was so disfigured that no one could even recognize it, and it was quietly buried in a shallow grave with little ceremony. And thus perished Andronicus Komnenos, the last of the Komnenian emperors, a matter more befitting to a hapless criminal or a traitor than a once king. The sheer ferocity of this execution stunned contemporaries and has horrified people since. It encapsulates that medieval concept of tyrannicide, the idea that a tyrant deserved not just death, but the most degrading death imaginable. The people of Constantinople exacted from Andronicus every drop of suffering they felt he owed. The common people themselves were the primary participants, and in their eyes they were avenging the friends and relatives who had been executed or blinded at Andronicus's orders. Choniates, who details the event, seems torn between acknowledging his crimes and shuddering at the excessiveness of the punishment. In a classical allusion, he notes to Andronicus's fate, surpassing even the mythic torments of the ancient Greek tragedies. The execution was a public catharsis, a way for Byzantines to signal a break with the old regime. The new emperor, Isaac II, watching from a safe distance, likely believed this horrifying spectacle would cement his legacy. After all, who would dare oppose the new order after seeing what became of the previous ruler? And indeed, for generations, the people of Constantinople would remember the day of a reigning emperor was literally torn to pieces by his own subjects. The name Andronicus Komnenos thus became synonymous with both tyranny and vengeance. His end remains as one of the most dramatic examples of a monarch executed. An execution so brutal, it almost reads like a martyrdom in reverse. All right, well, let's go to the other side of Europe now. We end up in medieval England, where we encounter a very different setting and style of execution, one that's actually wrapped up in a bit of mystery and rumor. It's 1327, and King Edward II of England meets his demise in a manner that, while clandestine, was undoubtedly orchestrated by one of his own subjects, following a successful rebellion. His story is one of a monarch who alienated his barons, and even his own queen, leading to a coup that forced him from the throne. Unlike the public mob violence of Constantinople, Edward's death occurred behind closed doors. Yet the English populace soon learned of the horrors that transpired. So who is Edward? Well, Edward II had reigned for 2 decades, between 1307 and 1327, and was often seen as a, well, frankly, ineffective king. He suffered disastrous military defeats, most famously by the Scots at Bannockburn, and infuriated the powerful barons of England by lavishing favours on a succession of personal favourites, men like Piers Gaveston and the later Hugh Despenser, whom the nobles saw as royal pets, usurping their rightful influence. Resentment grew, year by year. Finally, in 1326, Queen Isabella, Edward's own wife, took the astonishing step of turning against her husband, which was not the style of the time in the 14th century. It was generally frowned upon. Isabella of France, fed up with Edward's neglect and angered by the Despenser family's tyranny, allied with the exiled Baron Roger Mortimer. This unlikely pair of lovers, for Isabel and Mortimer were widely believed to be romantically involved, though some people argue about that, invaded England with a small force, sparking a general uprising. Disgruntled barons, knights, and even commoners rallied to Isabella's cause, seeing her as the deliverer from Edward's misrule. In a swift, almost bloodless campaign, the king was abandoned by his armies and captured. By early 1327, he was forced to abdicate the throne in favor of his 14-year-old son, who became, very creatively, Edward III. Well, this was a shocking event. The first time an English king had been compelled to resign the crown. But the victors were not satisfied with the mere abdication. As long as Edward II lived, he could be a figurehead for future unrest. Loyalists might try to free him and restore him. You can see where this is going. Thus, the new regime, led by Queen Isabella and Roger Mortimer, quietly decided that the former king must never leave captivity alive. However, they had to be careful about this. Edward was the anointed king, and executing him openly could provoke outrage, even rebellion. So they opted for the silent method, carried out in secret within the walls of Berkeley Castle, where Edward was being held prisoner. What exactly happened on the night of September 21st, 1327 in Berkeley Castle remains a bit of a mystery. No eyewitness account survives. Naturally, the deed was done with the utmost secrecy. But soon after, rumors began to swirl, and chroniclers a few years later reported a version so grisly that it has become infamous. According to the most widespread story, Edward II was murdered by insertion of a red-hot iron rod or poker into his bowels. Now that is a way to go. The tale goes like this. Assassins came to Edward's cell at night, perhaps led by a knight named Sir Thomas Gurney or William Ogle. The exact identity differs in accounts. They then immobilized the king, some say pressing him under a mattress or table to muffle his screams, and then they allegedly inserted a hollow horn or funnel into his rectum, and through it they pushed a long, heated metal rod deep into his intestines, burning him from the inside. Now it sounds really cruel, but it wasn't chosen out of its cruelty. You see, this method was supposedly chosen so it would leave no outward mark on the body, thus concealing the murder. But good Lord, that is a nightmarish image. I don't really care what he's done, he doesn't deserve that. The fallen king, writhing in agony, silently burned from the inside, his cries reportedly audible for miles, despite the assassin's precautions, kind of giving it away. I'd scream pretty bloody hard if that happened to me too. But it must be said that modern historians debate the veracity of this account. There's a little bit of debate about it. Some suggest that Edward may have been just suffocated or strangled, and that is indeed a simpler method that would likewise leave fewer marks. Others even entertain the possibility, once put forth in a letter by an Italian priest, that Edward II might have escaped, and that a double was killed in his place. But this is pretty much considered quite far-fetched. Regardless, the contemporaries firmly believed that Edward II was murdered, and that his death was quite cruel. The secretive nature of the deed did not prevent the truth from leaking out. Within moments, people whispered of the dreadful method used. The chronicler Thomas de la More, writing not long after, vividly described the burning through a horn, and noted the miserable howling of Edward could be heard beyond the castle walls. Now this detail, whether literal or metaphorical, certainly served to illustrate the king's torment. When Edward II's death was announced to the public, the official story given was that he had died of natural causes, grief or melancholy in captivity. But hardly anyone believed that. Public opinion was uneasy. Even some who despised Edward as a ruler felt a pang of sympathy at this alleged fate. He was buried with royal honours at Gloucester Abbey, and it's recorded that in the years afterwards his tomb became something of a shrine. Perhaps guilt prompted people to pay respects. Notably, his son, Edward III, when he grew old enough to wield power independently, executed the men responsible for his father's murder, including Mortimer, and honoured his father's memory. This suggests that even within the royal family there was a recognition that an unspeakable crime had been committed at Berkeley Castle. Edward's tragic end is a case where a king was executed not by public trial or in open rebellion, but in a stealthy way, arranged by his own nobles, and even his queen. It was a culmination of a successful rebellion, successful in that Edward was dethroned and the realm passed to new leadership. His death ensured the regime's security, but it cast a long shadow. Chroniclers in England and on the continent recounted the tale of the red-hot poker with a mix of horror and titillation, ensuring Edward's demise would never be forgotten. The imagery of that purported method has seared itself into popular history, no pun intended, as an archetype of medieval atrocity. Whether it's true or not, it does convey how hated or vulnerable a king can become, that his murderers took such pains to both torture and disguise their act. Edward's story is a sobering reminder, I think. Even a king anointed and crowned can end up at the mercy of his jailers. His fate decided in a dark, dingy old dungeon by the very subjects who had once knelt at his feet. Well, let's head a little bit south now. The late Middle Ages in Spain offer another dramatic example of a king killed by his own people. In this case, at the hand of his own half-brother. King Pedro I of Castile, often called Pedro the Cruel by his enemies, and Pedro the Just by his admirers, reigned from 1350 to 1369. His rule was tumultuous, to say the least, marked by a ruthless internal purge, and a long bitter feud with his illegitimate half-brother, Enrique of Trastamara. The Castilian nobility grew increasingly hostile toward Pedro, citing his mercurial justice and the influence of royal favorites at court. Much like Edward II, Pedro alienated powerful subjects. Unlike Edward, Pedro was also engaged in complex international conflict, part of the 100 Years' War entanglements, where France and England backed opposing sides of a Castilian succession struggle. The stage was set for a fraternal showdown that would conclude in one of the most legendary, intimate killings of the era. As tensions mounted, Enrique of Trastamara, with considerable noble support and aid from the King of Aragon, declared himself the true king in 1366. Of course, this ignited a good old civil war. King Pedro was initially ousted and fled, but he wasn't done. He sought help from abroad and struck an alliance with the English nobility, convincing the famed Black Prince, Edward of Wales, that is, to restore him. In 1367, with English forces, Pedro actually defeated Enrique's army in a fierce battle at Nayera, a dramatic reversal that briefly put Pedro back on the throne. However, Pedro's own vengeful nature undid him. He immediately executed some of his Castilian opponents in cold blood, even in the presence of his English allies. The Black Prince, disgusted by Pedro's vindictiveness and failure to pay the promised rewards, withdrew his support. By 1368, Enrique rallied again, now aided by French mercenaries led by the renowned knight Bertrand de Guesclin. In March 1369, Enrique's forces cornered Pedro in the castle of Montiel. With supplies dwindling, Pedro attempted a desperate gambit. Under cover of darkness, he reached out to du Guesclin, the French captain, offering an enormous bribe if he would betray Enrique and help Pedro escape. De Guesclin pretended to play along, and on the night of 23rd of March 1369, Pedro slipped out of Montiel and was escorted to what he thought was a secret meeting in de Guesclin's tent. But waiting in the shadows, with his half-brother, Enrique, the trap was sprung. And so imagine that charged atmosphere. De Guesclin and a few of his men standing by as two rival kings, two brothers, came face to face. Chroniclers differ on the exact words exchanged, but a famous version by the chronicler Froissart relates that Enrique entered angrily, demanding, quote, Where is that son of a Jewess that calls himself the King of Castile? A vicious insult referring to Pedro's mother's lineage. Pedro, outraged, is said to have retorted, I am the son of the good King Alfonso the Sixth, and, the 11th rather, and it is you who are the bastard. And with that, the enraged Pedro lunged at Enrique. The two fell into a wild grapple, weapons drawn. They were seasoned fighters. Pedro, though known as cruel, was also courageous, and had personally killed enemies in battle. Now the brothers wrestled on the ground in a deadly struggle, while their onlookers circled. For a moment, it seemed that Pedro might be the stronger. Some accounts suggest that he pinned Enrique and was on the verge of victory. But then, Du Guesclin and one of his knights intervened. There is a famous quote attributed to Du Guesclin in the moment. I neither make or unmake kings, but I help my lord. And true to that, he helped Enrique by yanking Pedro off balance. This gave Enrique the opening to gain the upper hand, and in a flash, Enrique drew his dagger and stabbed Pedro in the abdomen. Other men joined in. One knight delivered a blow to Pedro's face. The once king of Castile cried out in pain and fury, but within moments he was overwhelmed. Enrique struck repeatedly and killed his half-brother, falling down onto the tent floor. The fight was intense, I suppose you could say. Well, so ended the life of Pedro, by the hands of his own kin and rebels. It was both a regicide and a fratricide. Enrique took the throne of Castile, founding the Trastamara dynasty, and that would rule for generations. Eventually it would unify Spain too. To cement his legacy, Enrique had Pedro's head severed and displayed, final proof to Castile that King Pedro was gone, and the new order had begun. Pedro's body, according to some sources, was dragged out and left exposed for days, subject to ridicule and abuse to those who had suffered under him. It was later buried, but only after Enrique was sure that his rival's death was well publicized. The story of Pedro's death quickly passed into Spanish law. The personal drama, two brothers battling to the death, while the great knight coolly facilitates the outcome. One chronicler observed, quote, thus did fate judge between the two brothers. Thus was Castile lost and won in a single stroke. To the supporters of Enrique, the result was the righteous end of a cruel tyrant. To the few who remained loyal to Pedro, it was a treacherous murder of a legitimate king. Interestingly, even long after Pedro's reputation remained double-edged. The very epithet, the cruel, suggests how despised he was by many Castilians. His excesses in killing nobles and even his own half-siblings earlier in his reign made him feared. I talked about him in the Spanish medieval serial killers video too, by the way. Yet some commoners still called him the Just, noting that Pedro sometimes defended the lower classes against aristocratic oppression. But regardless, his violent end at Montiel in 1369 marked the triumph of a rebellion. A coalition of his own nobility and half-brother, rising up to eliminate him. Now one might note that unlike Agis or Maurice, Pedro was not executed in a formal sense by a street mob. His death came in the heat of combat, albeit in a carefully arranged confrontation. However, it squarely fits our theme, a legitimate king killed by those within his own realm. in a rebellion that fully succeeded when the king's blood was spilled. Well, last one now. We go back to England. It's only a few decades after Pedro's fall. King Richard II, the great-grandson of Edward II and a ruler with a artistic soul but autocratic tendencies, met a quite interesting end. He had reigned since 1377, coming to the throne as a child. In his youth, he showed flashes of brilliance, famously quelling the peasants' revolt of 1381 with his boldness. But as he grew older, he became increasingly arbitrary or capricious. He clashed with the high nobility and was accused of favoring a coterie of court flatterers. By the 1390s, his heavy-handed tactics, including exiling and disinheriting powerful lords, created deep resentment. A crisis came when he banished his cousin, Henry Bolingbroke, and confiscated his vast estates. This rash act turned Henry into a dangerous enemy in exile. In 1399, when King Richard II was in Ireland on campaign, Henry Bolingbroke returned to England to reclaim his rights. What started as a personal grievance quickly snowballed into a full-scale rebellion. English nobles, many with their own grudges against Richard, rallied to Henry's banner. Meanwhile, the common folk who had suffered under heavy taxes, or who simply sided with the charismatic Bolingbroke, also lent their support. Richard rushed back from Ireland, but his support had already melted away. In a reversal of fortune, the 32-year-old king was abandoned by his allies and found himself at Henry's mercy. By late 1399, Richard was a prisoner, and Henry Bolingbroke had effectively taken control, convening a parliament to legitimize his claim. Under pressure, and likely emotional duress, Richard formally abdicated the throne in September 1399. He purportedly admitted to not being fit to govern and relinquished his crown to Henry. Parliament then, in a highly scripted ceremony, accepted Richard's abdication and ratified Henry as King Henry IV. It was a near bloodless coup, accomplished with legal veneer, but the question remained, what to do with the deposed Richard? Well, a living former king could be a lightning rod for revolts, especially one who had supporters or who might claim his throne back. The new King Henry IV and his councillors were acutely aware of this, so they isolated Richard in Pontefract Castle, a secure fortress in the north of England, far from his remaining adherents in London or Wales. For a few months, Richard languished in his captivity. There were plots, indeed, early in 1400, some loyalists in the so-called Epiphany Rising conspired to free him and restore him, but that did not quite work out. This only hardened Henry's resolve. Sometime in late January or early February 1400, news quietly arrived at the royal court. The news was that Richard was dead in Pontefract Castle. The official announcement was vague, implying perhaps that the former king had died of illness or self-inflicted starvation due to despair. But no one believed that. The timing was just too convenient, and rumors quickly spread that Richard had been deliberately killed, and the finger was solely pointed at Henry. I mean, it all looks pretty obvious, doesn't it? Chroniclers offer varying accounts. Some say that Richard was starved to death, either by refusing food or being denied it, until he expired on the 14th of February 1400. Oh, the forlorn king, solitary in a cold castle tower, growing weaker and weaker every day, with only the silent jailers to witness his slow demise. Other accounts claim a more direct method. According to one tale, Henry sent assassins. Richard bravely fought one of them. A knight named Piers Exton is often named. In that version, Richard managed to wrest a weapon and kill an attacker, only to be overpowered by others who then struck him down with swords and an axe. Shakespeare's famous play Richard II dramatizes this later scenario, with Exton delivering the final blow. Yet no contemporary chronicle definitively describes such a fight. The consensus leans towards starvation. Interestingly, one early report suggested Richard had starved himself in a fit of grief, possibly hoping to cheat his captors out of the satisfaction of killing him. Maybe. But whichever way it happened, it is clear that King Henry IV and his allies engineered Richard's demise. The pieces just fit together too well. They had the body swiftly displayed, shown in public on March 1400 in St. Paul's Cathedral, to quell rumors of Richard's survival. Those who saw the corpse noted that it looked emaciated, which aligns with starvation. The face was visible and reportedly unmarred. See, if he'd been hacked to death, they likely wouldn't show that, lending credence again to the starvation story. King Henry gave his cousin a respectable burial in King's Langley at first. Years later, Henry would reinter Richard in Westminster Abbey to curry favour with the Ricardian loyalists. As for the public reaction, that was a bit of a mixed bag. You see, many people did not like Richard. He was too autocratic, and they felt relief that he was gone. Others, recalling the king's earlier good qualities, or simply the natural sympathy accorded to the fallen, felt sadness or outrage. In the following years, pretenders even arose, claiming to be Richard II, alive and seeking to rally revolts, a sign that not everyone brought the finality of his death, or the legitimacy of Henry for that matter. But Henry dealt quite harshly with those threats. The significance of Richard's execution by neglect, as we might term it, lies in the subtlety. It was not an overt public beheading or lynching, but a regicide behind closed doors, a slow drip, plausibly deniable. It illustrated the political prudence of late medieval rebels. They eliminated the king without the spectacle, in hopes of avoiding the martyrdom narratives. Yet, even done in darkness, the act of killing an anointed king left a moral stain. Chronicles in the monastic centers bemoaned Richard's fate as a warning of the wheel of fortune, how a king could fall from majesty to misery. Some even cast Henry as a second Bolingbroke, likening him to the rebels of old who broke their sacred bonds. Well, in any case, the deposition and the death of Richard II set a precedent that any king can fall victim to the cruelest of fates. And I suppose, like any other person in power, they too need to be watching their backs. In a smoky Victorian parlor, a stout Russian noblewoman leans forward, fixing her piercing blue eyes on the skeptics before her. With dramatic flourish, she produces a letter, supposedly delivered by invisible messengers from mystical Tibetan masters. Murmurs ripple through the room. Some scoff at what they see as a stupid parlor trick. Others gaze in awe, convinced they have just witnessed real magic. Such was the charisma and controversy surrounding Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, better known as Madame Blavatsky, As the co-founder of the Theosophical Society in 1875 and author of influential occult works, she stands as one of the most fascinating figures of 19th century esotericism. Champion to her followers and arch-impostor to her critics, she traversed the globe in search of hidden wisdom, claimed contact with otherworldly masters, and ultimately sparked a spiritual movement that still remains fascinating to this day. As for her life, that is an adventure novel of its own, filled with exotic travels, secret brotherhoods, and metaphysical revelations, but also one rife with paradox. You see, Blavatsky was an aristocrat, but she also consorted with rebels and holy men, a self-proclaimed skeptic who nonetheless reported miracles, a spiritual teacher accused of fraud. So how exactly did this eccentric Russian mystic help ignite a revival of the occult and Eastern thought in the West? And what truth or fiction lay behind her claims of occult powers? If you will come with me for the next hour, we can find out as we explore the life of Helena Blavatsky. But allow me to welcome you to the channel first. Good to see any newcomers. Hello and nice to meet you. And once again, I want to begin with the customary thanks to the Patreon members and the YouTube members who help keep this channel, with all of its videos and all of its playlists, completely ad-free. Because on this channel, we don't like ads either, so we don't put them in. We are supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who choose to have a look at the merch store, and the occasional donation through Patreon, through PayPal rather, and the YouTube Super Chats, which certainly helps. But short of that, give it a like, subscribe, comment, and hit the hype button, all the good algorithm-boosting things, and tell your friends about us, our little ad-free sanctuary, right here on YouTube. Now, with all that being said, I won't say anything more about it. Let's begin. And our story begins in a little town on the Dnieper River in the Russian Empire. Today it's Dnipro in Ukraine, but back then it was called Ekaterinoslav, and it was there on August 12th, 1831, where Helena Petrovna Hahn was born. She came into the world amid quite a bit of privilege and culture. Her father was Peter von Hahn, an officer in the Imperial Cavalry, and her mother, Helena Andreevna, a respected novelist. And notably, her mother even translated the mystical novels of English writer Edward Bulwer Lytton into Russian. Perhaps this is what sparked Helena's early fascination with the occult. Indeed, from her mother, who tragically died when Helena was only 11 years old, the young girl inherited a love of literature, but also a defiant imagination. Raised thereafter by maternal grandparents, Helena roamed freely through her grandfather's extensive library of esoteric and mystical works. But she also traveled with her father's military assignments to various corners of the Russian Empire to get an exposure to the diverse cultures that likely fueled her early curiosity and a little bit of wanderlust. Family lore holds that one ancestor had been a Rosicrucian, and Helena eagerly devoured tales of alchemists, magicians, and all sorts of hidden mysteries. By her teenage years, she was largely self-educated, fluent in multiple languages, an utterly absorbed woman in arcane lore, far beyond the typical curriculum of a young noblewoman, that is for sure. But stories of Blavatsky's youth hint at the psychic sensitivities and theatrical flair that would characterize her later life. Her sister recalled that Helena would gather the younger children in a dark room at twilight and regale them with fantastical tales, which she herself was the heroine of nightly adventures. And even as a child, she blurred the line between imagination and reality, foreshadowing the creative myth-making of her later years. She even spoke of a protective, oriental figure who appeared to her in moments of danger, a spectral guardian she would later identify as one of her occult masters. A little later, at 17 years old, Helena entered a brief and ill-fated marriage to Nikifor Blavatsky, a much older provincial governor. Within a few months of the 1848 wedding, the independent-minded bride scandalized society by leaving her husband and simply striking out on her own. For this bold escape certainly set a tone for the rest of her life, but she did adopt her husband's surname. Madame Blavatsky now, instead of Madame Han, began decades of restless wandering across 3 continents in pursuit of what she called ancient wisdom. And so, for the next 2 decades, she traveled extensively. By her own later accounts, she roamed through Europe, the Middle East, and the Americas, always seeking out esoteric teachers and knowledge. In one episode she described occurring in London in 1851, she claimed that she encountered a mysterious Hindu sage, the very master Maurya, who had appeared to her in visions, and he told her that she had a special mission to pursue in the East. Thus inspired, she embarked on a global quest. Blavatsky later recounted colorful tales of studying voodoo in New Orleans, consulting mystics in Egypt, living with ascetic dervishes in West Asia, and even venturing into the most remote Himalayan regions. She claimed that an early attempt to enter Tibet in the 1850s was thwarted by British authorities, but that she succeeded on a second try a few years later. She also spoke of surviving a shipwreck off the Cape of Good Hope, and of briefly earning a living as a concert pianist in Europe, episodes that stretched a bit of credulity, but certainly managed to enhance her mystique. At one point, she even boasted of fighting in Italy alongside the revolutionary Giuseppe Garibaldi in 1867, a highly questionable tale that nonetheless burnished her legend as an adventuress. But the climax of her narrative was her alleged success in reaching Tibet in around 1868 and finding her long-sought masters. In the hidden monasteries of the Himalayas, she said, she spent some time under the tutelage of Master Maurya and his colleague Kut Humi, who taught her the secret wisdom religion and helped her refine and control her psychic abilities. Now, unsurprisingly, many biographers have expressed doubt about the more fantastical elements of Blavatsky's travelogue. 19th century Tibet was infamously off limits to foreign visitors, making her stories of living among the high lamas pretty difficult to verify and, frankly, difficult to believe. But it is likely that Blavatsky interwove fiction with a bit of fact, perhaps exaggerating or inventing certain adventures to construct a more mythic persona. Yet it is also true that she journeyed more widely than almost any woman of her era. She genuinely spent years exploring distant lands, and the experiences and diverse knowledge she gathered would become raw material for the grand spiritual narrative she would later present to the world. She even believed that a near-fatal riding accident in 1864, which left her in a coma for months, had unlocked the full range of her psychic powers upon recovery. By the early 1870s, spiritualism, the popular craze of communicating with the dead via seances, was well and truly in full swing. Helena Blavatsky had witnessed and investigated spiritualist phenomena herself, but she maintained a critical stance towards its claims. She did not deny the reality of uncanny occurrences. On the contrary, she defended the genuine existence of many mediumistic phenomena. However, Blavatsky adamantly rejected the common spiritualist belief that seance apparitions and messages came from the souls of departed loved ones. In her view, mediums were usually contacting interpersonal astral forces, or the lingering psychic shells of the dead. Essentially, empty remnants of human personalities, often manipulated by trickster entities. True spirit communication, she argued, was quite rare. Most seances only scratched the surface of the unseen world. Spiritualism, Blavatsky scoffed, was a game for amateurs, distracting people from the deeper occult truth. The serious seeker, she insisted, must dig further into the hidden laws of nature and develop one's own latent psychic powers, rather than passively relying on spirit mediums to do it all for them. Blavatsky's ambivalence towards spiritualism was reinforced by hard experience. In 1871, during a sojourn in Cairo, she attempted to find a spiritualist or spiritist society. Teaming up with an American medium, Emma Cutting, she established a short-lived spirit society, inspired by the spiritism of Allan Kardec, which, unlike the mainstream Anglo-American spiritualism, included belief in reincarnation. But from the outset, Blavatsky grew suspicious that the mediums involved were performing fraudulent tricks. Her intuition proved to be correct. Before long, the recruited medium was exposed as a complete and utter fake. Blavatsky, disgusted by this deception, shut down the Cairo Circle after just 2 weeks of operating. And this Egyptian fiasco in general cemented her distrust of, quote, professional mediums. Well, she included that while supernatural phenomena could be genuine, many self-proclaimed mediums resorted to cheating whenever a real spirit contact failed to occur. The lesson she drew was pretty clear. One should develop one's own psychic abilities and investigate the occult firsthand, rather than put blind faith in hired seance performers. And so, in July of 1873, Blavatsky arrived back in New York City to start a new chapter. Virtually unknown in America, too. She was in her 40s now, a Russian noblewoman, turned mystic adrift a bustling metropolis. And with scant resources, she found lodging in the Women's Housing Cooperative on Madison Street in Manhattan's Lower East Side. In this quasi-communal home for working women, she survived by eking out a living through piecework, sewing clothes, crafting advertising cards, drawing on the practical skills that she'd picked up in her travels. Despite language barriers, her English was still not the best, and living hand-to-mouth, Blavatsky soon gravitated into the city's metaphysical and spiritualist circles. She befriended local spiritualists, occult enthusiasts, and journalists, eagerly absorbing the American esoteric scene. An interview in the New York Sun in 1874 marked her first presence, and the first hint of the colorful persona for which she would become known for. And it was during this period, too, that a stroke of fortune briefly eased her struggles. News arrived that her father had died back in Russia. Now, of course, this wasn't good news, but silver linings. It left her with a modest inheritance. Suddenly, she had a bit of funds behind her, and Blavatsky upgraded her quarters from the tenement commune to a comfortable hotel. But far from retiring into bourgeois respectability, she poured her energy and money into the real mission that had brought her to America, the quest to rally like-minded seekers and explore those occult mysteries. But the turning point came in the autumn of 1874. Reports of dramatic ghostly phenomena at a farmhouse in Chittenden, Vermont, the home of the Eddy brothers, famous spirit mediums, by the way, were making headlines in the spiritualist press. Sensing an important opportunity, Blavatsky traveled to the Eddy homestead in October of 1874 to see these marvels for herself. There, amid the nightly seances of materialized phantoms and levitating objects, she crossed paths with Colonel Henry Steele Olcott, a Civil War veteran turned lawyer and journalist. Olcott had been dispatched by the Daily Graphic newspaper to investigate the phenomena with a more skeptical view. When Blavatsky arrived, conspicuous in her eccentric attire, Olcott's first reaction was one of bemusement. He later recalled seeing at the dining room a stout middle-aged woman in a bright red Garibaldi shirt, her thick flaxen hair cut short and unruly like the fleece of a Cotswold ewe. Well, this curious lady promptly stepped outside after the meal to roll herself up a cigarette, which Olcott gallantly lit for her as a pretext to strike up a conversation. Thus began a pretty instant and natural friendship, and Blavatsky admitted as well that she had hesitated to visit the site of this supposed paranormal activity, quote, because she was afraid of meeting that Colonel Olcott, fearing he might publicize her. After all, he was skeptical of everything anyway. But the thing was, Olcott immediately put her at ease and assured her that he wouldn't be printing anything without her express consent. And that's probably the best guarantee you can get, I suppose. In any case, over the ensuing days, Olcott had ample chances to observe Blavatsky's remarkable paranormal talents. The Eddy seances were impressive, but they were chaotic. Apparitions of deceased persons seemed to appear from a spirit cabinet, yet suspicions of trickery persisted. When Blavatsky joined the circle, however, the phenomena took on a startling new character. Olcott reported that mysterious raps sounded on the walls and tables at Blavatsky's command, sometimes occurring even when she sat across the room. If an invisible force answered to her, as if an invisible force answered to her will. Now lights danced around and objects moved without anyone except possibly Blavatsky near them. Blavatsky later hinted to Olcott that she was using her own psychic energy to produce or enhance the manifestations, showing how easily seance phenomena could mislead the observer. But for the practical-minded Olcott, these experiences were very transformative. Here was a medium of a wholly different order, a no-nonsense, worldly Russian woman, who not only possessed authentic psychic powers, but could also explain the underlying occult principles. As Olcott noted, Blavatsky didn't even like the term spiritualism for these occurrences. She distinguished between the popular Western spiritualism and a more profound Eastern spirituality, which was rooted in the older ancient wisdom. Intrigued and impressed, Olcott wrote a series of newspaper articles praising Blavatsky's knowledge of phenomena. The two became inseparable in inquiry, affectionately nicknaming each other Maloney and Jack, respectively, for Olcott and Blavatsky, as their friendship deepened. By early 1875, Blavatsky was already privately tutoring Olcott in occult philosophy, and under her influence, he even adopted a more ascetic lifestyle. She persuaded him to give up alcohol and meat, at least for a time. the skeptic turned believer, would soon help Blavatsky channel their shared enthusiasm into a more concrete organization. Inspired by their mutual passion to uncover these hidden truths, Blavatsky, Olcott, and a small circle of compatriots conceived the idea of a society dedicated to systematic occult study. On a brisk evening in New York City, November 17th, 1875, they formally began the Theosophical Society. Now the name's a bit weird, I know. The name Theosophy, meaning divine wisdom, was suggested by Charles Sotheran, one of the early members, harking back to the ancient Neoplatonic and mystical usage. In any case, everybody agreed that it sounded really cool, I'm sure. They were then joined by lawyer William Tran Judge as a co-founder, along with about a dozen other like-minded truth-seekers, as they were called, approximately about 16 founding members in total. Colonel Olcott was elected the Society's first president. Judge became recording secretary. Blavatsky, well, she took up the role of corresponding secretary, and quite fittingly so, since she was the group's intellectual powerhouse and spiritual linchpin. From the outset, the Theosophical Society announced ambitious aims. They envisioned nothing less than a worldwide movement to revolutionize humanity's understanding of religion, science, and of course our own latent capacities. The Society's mission was often summarized in 3 core objectives, the first being universal brotherhood, basically forming a nucleus of the universal brotherhood of humanity, one that transcends distinctions of creed, race, gender, social rank, caste. The next was comparative study, to encourage the comparative study of religion, science, and philosophy together, by examining the wisdom of East and West, ancient and modern. Theosophists sought to uncover the common truths that linked them all together. No single creed or scientific dogma held all the answers, but taken together they might illuminate the divine wisdom at the core. The next was investigating mysteries of nature and man, that is, to investigate the unexplained laws of nature and the physical powers latent in humankind. Rather than taking supernatural claims on faith, the Society encouraged first-hand inquiry into phenomena like clairvoyance, mesmerism, and psychic healing, approaching them in a spirit of open-minded research. Lofty principles, that is for sure, but they certainly set the Theosophical Society apart from any orthodox church or spiritualist circle. It was something different, something unique. Blavatsky insisted that Theosophy was not about founding a new sect or belief system, but rather about seeking truth without dogma, an open-minded inquisitiveness, I suppose. Now, membership required no one to abandon their personal beliefs, but only to sympathize with the broad ideals of brotherhood and open inquiry. Early society meetings held in Blavatsky's own apartment featured lectures on esoteric topics and lively discussions among an eclectic group, mystics and scientists, Freemasons and journalists, men and women too, which was a notable thing in Victorian times, all united by curiosity about the unseen. Among the prominent figures drawn into the Society's orbit in 1875 were the spiritualist author Emma Hardinge Britten, the inventor Thomas Edison, and even the former Civil War General Abner Doubleday, illustrating the wide appeal of Theosophy's message. To give the nascent movement a manifesto and reach a broader public, Blavatsky turned to writing her first major book, and in 1877 it was all done. She published Isis Unveiled, a sprawling 2-volume work subtitled A Master Key to the Mysteries of Ancient and Modern Science and Theology. This opus was part spiritual polemic, part encyclopedic survey of the world's esoteric traditions. Blavatsky poured into it the vast range of arcane knowledge she had accumulated, and she boldly challenged the materialism of contemporary science and the blind dogmatism of Orthodox Christianity alike. Neither, she argued, had a monopoly on the truth. Instead, Isis Unveiled proclaimed the existence of an ancient, universal wisdom tradition, a secret doctrine or ageless wisdom religion which underlied all of the world's faith. If rediscovered, this primal truth could reconcile science with spirituality and offer answers to those riddles of existence. Pretty exciting stuff. No wonder so many people wanted to join up, I suppose. Definitely an interesting age of fascination back in those times. Well, Blavatsky's writing process for Isis Unveiled was as extraordinary as the book itself. She began the project in 1875, and much of it was written during a stay at the home of Professor Hiram Corson in Ithaca, New York. Professor Corson later recalled his amazement at Blavatsky's method of work. She would sit propped up in bed and write from morning till past midnight, smoking ridiculous amounts of cigarettes, with piles of reference books around her, many of them not even in English or Russian, but other languages. Pretty impressive. The pages were flowing rapidly. She seemed to have at her mental fingertips a whole library of obscure texts. Blavatsky would quote long passages verbatim from rare books that Corson was, quote, perfectly certain there were no copies of at that time in America, according to reporters. When she needed to check an old-world idiom or a Sanskrit term, she would holler to her host in the next room for a little help with the phrasing. And even more intriguingly, Blavatsky claimed that much of the content was inspired by hidden adepts. She spoke of another consciousness or lodger within her that guided the writing. On occasion, as Alcott attested, her penmanship would change mid-paragraph, as if different somebodies were taking turns dictating the manuscript. Blavatsky herself said she sometimes saw astral visions of the very pages she needed to quote, and simply transcribed what she saw. Professor Corson admitted that, however implausible such claims sounded, that he found it much easier to believe her statement than to account for her quotations by any ordinary explanation of memory, given the sheer volume of precise citations she produced from the inaccessible works. In short, writing Isis Unveiled was, for Blavatsky, an occult exercise in itself, a testament to the mysterious wellsprings of knowledge that she tapped into. So when Isis Unveiled debuted in the fall of 1877, it caused a sensation in American metaphysical circles. The book's first print run of 1,000 copies sold out in a single week, surprising even the publisher with its brisk sales. Readers were astonished, in some cases bewildered, by the dazzling array of lore that it contained, from ancient Egyptian and Hindu scriptures to Renaissance alchemy, Kabbalah, spiritualist writings, and cutting-edge Victorian science. Blavatsky marshaled all these sources to argue her central thesis, that modern Western science and religion had both lost sight of the deeper truths which could be found in the ancient wisdom religion once known to Plato, the Hindu sages, and the mystics of the other cultures. She asserted that if you peel back the dogmas of the churches and the narrow hypothesis of scientists, you will find a unifying esoteric truth, a kind of alpha and omega, that had been kept alive through secret brotherhoods and initiates. Such bold ideas naturally grew to a bit of controversy. Mainstream scholars and clergymen gave Isis Unveiled many negative reviews, criticizing its lack of academic rigor and accusing Blavatsky of liberally borrowing from over 100 other books without proper credit. And indeed, the text is quite quotation-heavy. Some cite it, some not. Another reflection of Blavatsky's conversational and patchwork writing style. But it didn't matter too much because despite the skeptics, the book's impact was undeniable. It instantly established Blavatsky as a formidable new voice in esoteric thought. Isis made converts to theosophy and attracted curious minds around the globe. Even those who challenged her conclusions had to acknowledge the erudition and audacity on display. As Blavatsky put it, she had thrown down the gauntlet to both materialists and theologians, urging them to consider that ancient wisdom might hold the key to bridging science and spirituality. And so the success of Isis Unveiled gave the fledgling Theosophical Society a huge boost in visibility, but also legitimacy. And suddenly, Madame Blavatsky was a name on everyone's lips. By the late 1870s, those who met Blavatsky in the flesh often found her just as fascinating as her books, and she hardly fit the Victorian image of a gentle, ethereal, spiritual teacher. Instead, she was a blunt woman with a forceful personality, all wrapped up in a pretty unconventional appearance. A stout woman with penetrating pale eyes and a strong jaw, typically wearing a long, flowing robe or eccentric outfits that flouted contemporary fashions. Indoors, she might drape herself in a loose gown. Outdoors, she favored a trademark black cloak and occasionally a colorful peasant handkerchief. She spoke with a throaty, deep voice laced with sarcasm and hearty humor, an earthy Russian candor that often startled the unprepared. But perhaps more scandalously, she was constantly smoking, and everywhere too, puffing on her hand-rolled cigarettes and sometimes a pipe, even in an era when ladies were expected to be prim and proper. But it seems that she could not care less, even to the point where she was rubbing it in society's face. One acquaintance quipped that the sight of her smoking like a steamboat was enough to shock any genteel church matron. Blavatsky herself joked about her style, quote, "An old woman whose features, even in my youth, never made her appear pretty. A woman whose uncouth manners and masculine habits are enough to frighten any bustled and corseted fine lady out of her wits." And so she relished being a bit of a shock to polite society. Well, yet for all of her rough edges, as we can call them, Blavatsky's charisma was undeniable. Once she began to speak on a metaphysical topic, even her skeptics often fell under the spell of her knowledge. Her conversation was famously wide-ranging and erudite. She could discuss Buddhist sutras, Vedantic concepts, European philosophers, occult symbols, and scientific theories, all at once, and with an encyclopedic-like recall of details. One reporter who visited her New York apartment came away calling Blavatsky a veritable sphinx, which is quite a Victorian compliment. She could be cryptic and wise, posting riddles and answering questions, with teasing hints rather than direct replies. And indeed, many found her to be an enigma, simultaneously a down-to-earth, profane grandmother figure and a vessel for otherworldly insights. As a German admirer later wrote, anyone who met her in person could only speak of her with admiration, assuming they were open-minded. But those who could not fathom the depths of her character well, to them she must remain a riddle. Blavatsky often delighted in confounding the expectations of disciples and critics alike. He was quick to poke fun at pretension, sometimes with a bit of biting sarcasm, yet also capable of deep compassion and generous friendship. In New York, her unconventional magnetism drew a steady stream of seekers to her society's gatherings, many of which took place in her own lodgings on Irving Place. Curiosity seekers came to see Madame Blavatsky in all her bohemian glory, lounging amid exotic bric-a-brac, puffing on cigarettes, perhaps with her pet parrot on her shoulder, holding court about ancient Atlantis, or the nature of karma. When they got there, they found a woman who was at once kindly and formidable. She had little patience for fools, but a genuine affection for earnest students. Under her influence, the society in America grew steadily. By 1878, new theosophical branches had sprouted in major cities like Boston and Philadelphia, and even as far as London. Blavatsky handled an enormous correspondence with inquirers worldwide, energetically spreading the gospel of theosophy through letters and articles. Notable figures in literature and science were starting to take notice of the movement. The stage was set, of course, for theosophy to expand beyond America's shores, and Blavatsky knew her work in the West was only beginning. Restless and sensing a greater destiny, Blavatsky decided that it was time to move on. She had long felt a pull towards India, the land as she regarded as a wellspring of the ancient wisdom. And so in 1879, only a few years after Isis Unveiled was published, she and Colonel Olcott set sail for Bombay, intent on establishing the Theosophical Society in India. For Blavatsky, this was something of a return, given her early travels in South Asia, but she arrived as the leader of an organized movement this time. The British colonial authorities, eyeing a Russian expatriate with suspicion, were not particularly welcoming. Nevertheless, Blavatsky and Olcott quickly found common ground with various Indian intellectuals and religious reformers. The late 19th century was a time of cultural awakening in India, with figures like Swami Dayananda Saraswati urging the revival of Vedic knowledge through his Arya Samaj movement, and others seeking to more so modernize Indian spirituality. Theosophy's message of a universal brotherhood and respect for Eastern religions resonated with many educated Indians who chafed under British dismissals of their traditions. But here was a Western woman proclaiming the greatness of Hindu and Buddhist philosophy, a pretty startling turnaround from the usual colonial attitudes. In Bombay, Blavatsky started a magazine called The Theosophist. In 1879, this became an important forum for East-West dialogue, and she wrote article after article on topics ranging from the symbolism of the Bhagavad Gita to the nature of psychic phenomena, while also publishing essays by Hindu and Buddhist scholars for global readership. Blavatsky's own paranormal exploits continue to be a source of fascination. Indian associates and British officials alike reported witnessing peculiar incidents around her. Unexplained noises, objects moving around on their own, or the uncanny appearance of letters seemingly delivered by no ordinary means. Helena hinted that her masters, the Tibetan adepts that is, were guiding her still, even delivering correspondence to her by occult post. These were the famous Mahatma letters, notes said to precipitate out of thin air, often in response to questions from theosophists like A.P. Sinnett, a British journalist based in India. But one of the most influential friendships she formed in India was with Alfred Percy Sinnett, the editor of the Pioneer, as we just mentioned, and this was a prominent English-language newspaper in Allahabad. Sinnett was deeply intrigued by theosophy and by Blavatsky's powers. In 1880, he invited her and Olcott to Simla, the Himalayan hill station where the colonial elite spent their summers. There, in the cool mountain air, Blavatsky astounded Sinnett and his wife with feats that Sinnett carefully documented. During a picnic in the Simla woods, for instance, a lady mentioned wistfully that she had lost a cherished antique brooch months before. Blavatsky, after going into a brief, trance-like concentration, announced that the brooch would be found nearby. And sure enough, after a search, the missing brooch was discovered on the ground, wrapped inexplicably in fresh paper. A gift, it seems, delivered by those unseen masters, as Blavatsky claimed. On another occasion, Blavatsky reportedly caused letters from her Mahatma teachers to materialize inside sealed envelopes or in remote locations. Sinnett was thrilled. Here was apparent proof of the hidden Eastern adepts Blavatsky spoke of. And he wrote 2 books as a result: The Occult World in 1881, which described these encounters and phenomena in India, and in 1883, Esoteric Buddhism, which conveyed the spiritual teachings from the Mahatma letters. Despite its title, the book was more theosophy than orthodox Buddhism. In any case, these works stirred excitement in the West and attracted new seekers to theosophy, eager to learn more of the mysterious masters behind Madame Blavatsky. And so, under her guidance, the Theosophical Society flourished in India. Branches opened in cities like Bombay, Madras, and Ceylon, which is what they used to call Sri Lanka. In Ceylon in 1880, Blavatsky and Olcott made headlines by formally converting to Buddhism, the first Westerners to do so in that era, by the way. They took the 5 precepts from a Sinhalese Buddhist monk, signaling respect for the Buddhist faith. This act endeared them to many local people. Olcott even became known for his work in reviving Buddhist education in Ceylon. Blavatsky's identification with India's and Ceylon's religions gave her an almost celebrity-like status among certain circles. Some Indian nationalists later recalled her and Olcott with fondness as Westerners who truly valued Indian spiritual teachings. But not everything went smoothly. Blavatsky attempted an alliance with Swami Dayananda's Hindu reform movement, but it fell apart amid a few mutual misunderstandings rather. Dayananda, a staunch Vedic purist, grew suspicious of Theosophy's eclectic approach, and perhaps of Blavatsky's claims of secret masters. And by 1882, he publicly denounced the Theosophists as charlatans, which Blavatsky in turn answered with her own barbed criticisms. Nevertheless, the society pressed on, and in late 1882 Blavatsky and her colleagues established a new international headquarters in Adyar, a suburban district of Madras in South India. And by the way, Madras is now called Chennai, I should add. Well, the Adyar compound, with its spacious garden on the Adyar River, became the heart of the Theosophical World movement going forward. The period from 1879 to 1884 marked the high tide of Blavatsky's influence and activity, but it was also a time of sowing the seeds of turmoil. She was working incessantly, writing, mentoring new disciples, and orchestrating occult demonstrations. Despite recurring health problems, she was suffering from kidney and heart ailments. Those around her sometimes witnessed her go into intense trances or bear the strain of churning out pages of spiritual correspondence day and night. Her dedication inspired great loyalty, but her volatile temperament also led to friction with staff and associates. In particular, a storm was brewing at Adyar in the form of a couple named Emma and Alexis Colum. The Colums were acquaintances of Blavatsky, and she had taken them in. They helped with household matters at the headquarters, but by 1884, things were not so friendly. That year, while Blavatsky was on a visit to Europe, the Colums turned against her and made explosive allegations. They claimed that the vaunted Mahatma letters and other wonders at Adyar were fabricated with mundane tricks. To back up their charges, they produced letters, allegedly written by Blavatsky to Emma Colum, that contained instructions for faking spiritual phenomena, including references to secret doors in Blavatsky's rooms and hidden mechanisms for simulating apparitions. These letters were published by Christian missionaries in Madras who were eager to discredit Blavatsky, whom they of course saw as a threat to their proselytizing efforts. The Colum affair, as it came to be known, was a bombshell. Newspapers in India and Europe seized on the scandal, debating whether the famous occultist had been finally unmasked as a fraud. Theosophists loyal to Blavatsky either dismissed the Colum letters as forgeries, or argued that they were private jokes taken out of context. Blavatsky herself, returning from Europe to face the crisis, vehemently denied instructing anyone to cheat. But the damage was done. Doubt had been cast on every claim of paranormal aid that she ever invoked. Sensing a threat to the Society's credibility, some members in London approached the Society for Psychical Research in Britain to investigate the phenomena. Blavatsky agreed, hoping an impartial inquiry would vindicate her. In late 1884, the SPR, as the Society for Psychical Research is abbreviated, sent a young researcher, Richard Hodgson, to India. Hodgson interviewed witnesses, inspected Blavatsky's quarters, where he did find secret trapdoors in the wall, though Theosophists said these predated her occupancy. So, I don't know. But he also gathered testimony from disaffected insiders like the Colums. The result? It was devastating for Blavatsky. In 1885, the SPR published the report, which flatly concluded that Helena Blavatsky was an impostor, one of the most ingenious, accomplished, and interesting frauds in history. His words, not mine. Well, he asserted that the Mahatma letters were penned by Blavatsky herself in disguised handwriting, and that she had engineered fake miracles. Hodgson even insinuated that she might have been a Russian agent spying under the cover of a spiritual movement, but they had pretty scant proof for that theory. The SPR report gave Victorian science a seal of disapproval, and from that point onward, mainstream opinion in the West increasingly labeled Blavatsky as a trickster. It was a bitter blow to her reputation, and decades later, in 1986, an SPR member named Vernon Harrison re-examined Hodgson's work and concluded that it was deeply flawed and biased, effectively challenging the validity of the original verdict. But of course, such reconsideration comes along quite a bit too late. For Blavatsky personally, the immediate consequences were as dire as they could be. Exhausted and ill, she felt hounded by enemies, and at times completely unsupported by those who had once admired her. And so in March of 1885, she left India, never to return. heartbroken to depart the land she loved under a cloud of accusation. As she sailed westward, it seemed possible that the Theosophical Society might not survive the scandal. Yet Blavatsky was not going to abandon her mission. Though physically broken, she retained her spirit and resolved to continue the work of spreading theosophy from a new base in Europe. Blavatsky spent her last 6 years, from 1885 to 1891, in Europe, a period that proved both intensely productive but personally challenging. Initially, she went to Germany and Belgium to recuperate. During 1885 to 86, she lived quietly in Würzburg and then Ostend. It ended by a small circle of loyal students and friends. One of them was Countess Constance Wachtmeister, a Swedish noblewoman who became Blavatsky's companion and helper. The Countess later recalled how, despite recurring bouts of heart trouble and nephritis, Helena would still sit at her desk, writing from early morning until the evening, with only brief pauses for meals. What occupied Blavatsky so fervently was the writing of her magnum opus, The Secret Doctrine. This massive work, published in 2 volumes in 1888, was subtitled The Synthesis of Science, Religion and Philosophy, and it aimed at nothing less than to outline an occult history of the cosmos and humanity. The Secret Doctrine built upon themes from Isis Unveiled, but it went further in systematizing Blavatsky's esoteric worldview. It presented itself as a commentary on an ancient text called the Book of Dzyan, verses that Blavatsky claimed to have translated from archaic Senzar manuscripts that she saw in Tibet. Hard to prove her wrong, I suppose. The first volume dealt with cosmic evolution, describing how the universe and life emerged through vast cycles, or rounds, and how spiritual essence gradually densified into matter and then into time, and would return to the spirit. The second volume focused on human evolution, introducing Blavatsky's elaborate schema of root races, successive great civilizations or stages of humanity leading up to our present state and projecting into the future. With this sweeping cosmology, Blavatsky interwove ideas from Hindu cosmology, Buddhist thought, Western alchemy and Kabbalah, and even contemporary scientific theories. She suggested that Darwinian evolution was just one part of a much grander spiritual evolution, guided by karma and cosmic law. Well, to the average reader, The Secret Doctrine was and remains quite challenging. It's a dense, arcane book with spanning mythology, science, and history. A lot of prior reading required. It's worse than that big blue book from Aleister Crowley. I have a good friend in Australia who has that one. He's had it for about 20 years and he hasn't even read it yet. It's quite intimidating. About 2,000 pages long, I think. Well, anyway. Yet for those drawn to occult ideas, it became a kind of Bible for theosophy, the Secret Doctrine, that is, and it showcased Blavatsky's erudition and imaginative power, attempting to synthesize vast realms of knowledge into a single grand narrative. Some contemporaries marveled at how one woman could command such breadth of material. Others noted that she borrowed heavily from earlier authors, and indeed critics accused her of plagiarizing numerous sources in her books. But regardless, The Secret Doctrine cemented Blavatsky's status as the preeminent occult teacher of her time. But it also attached a new wave of converts to the Theosophical Society, especially in Europe and America, where interest in alternative spirituality was on the rise. By mid-1887, Blavatsky had relocated to London, deciding that the heart of the British Empire would be her next field of work. In London, she was welcomed by a number of seekers and intellectuals who had read her books and were eager to meet the notorious Madame Blavatsky in person. Despite, or perhaps partly because of her scandalous reputation, she became a magnet for truth-seekers of all stripes. Among those who came into her orbit was a former Anglican clergyman turned mystic, Charles Webster Leadbeater, and a brilliant Irish-born reformer, Annie Besant. Now Besant, her conversion to theosophy became one of Blavatsky's proudest achievements. Initially a skeptic and secularist, Besant was won over after reading The Secret Doctrine and then meeting its author. She would later recall that Blavatsky's presence and wisdom profoundly changed her life. Besant soon emerged as a close confidant that would go on to carry the theosophical torch after Blavatsky's passing. In London, she established a new esoteric circle. She started an English theosophical journal, cheekily titled Lucifer, meaning light-bringer, which raised a few pious eyebrows in Victorian society, no doubt. But she also formed an inner esoteric section of the Theosophical Society for her most dedicated students, entrusting them with deeper spiritual exercises and teachings. Around this time, she produced two more notable books, The Key to Theosophy in 1889, which expounded the theosophical doctrines in a clear question-and-answer dialogue, and The Voice of Silence, 1889, a slender collection of devotional aphorisms, as she claimed to have translated from an ancient Egyptian scripture. What this scripture was, she conveniently left out. Well, the works did further spread her ideas and offered guidance to those seeking to live by theosophical principles. Though her health continued to deteriorate, she worked tirelessly. She gave weekly meetings at the Blavatsky Lodge in London, wrote articles and answered correspondence from inquirers around the world, and guided new disciples. But by 1890, she was physically frail, overweight, often confined to a chair by rheumatism, but with a mind as sharp and bold as ever. May 8th, 1891. She passed away at the age of 59 from complications of influenza. On the night before she died, she had turned to a close disciple and implored, "Keep the link unbroken. Do not let my last incarnation be a failure." This plea was Blavatsky's final message to her followers, urging them to carry on the Society's mission. Her death made international news. Even newspapers that had mocked her in the past noted that a remarkable woman had passed from the scene. Honoring her wishes, her friends had her body cremated. Her ashes were divided and sent to three places that were dearest to her: India, the United States, and England. Soon after, her devotees instituted an annual celebration on May 8th, White Lotus Day, on which readings from the Bhagavad Gita and The Voice of Silence, one of her last books, commemorate her life and legacy. And I hope I did her justice in telling her story. Ultimately, she remains a bit of a mystery, I think. She was a woman of contradictions, professing pretty lofty ethics and a universal brotherhood, while displaying a fierce temper and egoism too, ridiculing charlatans while being accused of ingenious deceit. But those close to her spoke very warmly of her, that she had a good heart and generosity beneath her gruff exterior. She could curse like a sailor and roar with laughter at a joke, yet also discourse intellectually for hours on the metaphysics of the soul, and that complexity makes her a pretty fascinating character in retrospect. By the time of her death, even her retractors had to admit that Blavatsky had been a force to be reckoned with. And as a final note, as one newspaper eulogized. She was one of the most remarkable women of the century, having catalyzed a worldwide revival of interest in mysticism and the occult. Ah, the pampered life of a medieval princess, the storybook castle, the feasts, the beautiful dresses and the adoring subjects. What if I were to tell you that all of that is a lie? Peel away a romanticized veneer, and there's a harsh reality beneath it. Beneath the gilded walls of Europe's castles, many royal daughters led lives marked by danger, duty, and despair. A medieval princess's existence was seldom the fairy tale that we imagine. Instead, it was bounded by ironclad expectations from birth. She was born not for herself, but for her dynasty, there to fulfill a purpose. So consider a young girl, perhaps around 12 years old, sent across the sea to marry a complete stranger decades older than her. Childhood abruptly ended. Or imagine a king's daughter locked in a convent at 7 to remove her from the political chessboard. Or maybe even a noble bride who, after failing to bear a son, is thrown aside or framed for dynastic crises. Not isolated horrors at all. I don't mention them randomly, but these are just common threads in the lives of princesses during the Middle Ages. And so today, that is what we are going to look at. The miserable life of a medieval princess. A crown of gold, lined with thorns. Welcome to any newcomers of the channel. I'm sure you know what you're in for. But let me tell you what you're not in for. Ads. On this channel we hate ads. And we know you do too. So we've got them all turned off. It's a kind of foaming at the mouth, irrational hatred that we actually see as a point of personal pride. But what we do have is a very large support base on Patreon, YouTube memberships. We also have a merch store, and we have the occasional kind person who donates rather through super thanks on YouTube or the PayPal link. All of those links can be found in the pinned comment or video and channel description. But if you can't afford to do that, don't do it. The best thing you can do for us is just spread the word of this ad-free oasis here on YouTube. A life raft in the stormy sea, I suppose. And just do the whole like, comment, subscribe, hype button, algorithm boosting things. And now that I've said it once, I won't say it again. Get relaxed, and we can begin our talk on the miserable existence of a medieval princess. Enjoy. So from the moment a royal daughter drew her first breath, her life was charted along a course of duty. In Western Europe's royal families, whether they were Frankish, English, French, or Spanish, a princess's birth was a dynastic asset. Her parents saw not just a child, but a future bargaining chip, an alliance sealed in flesh and blood. Now, this pragmatic view of daughters meant that their upbringing was carefully tailored to the roles they were expected to play. A medieval princess was usually raised in privilege and piety, but often in relative isolation from her parents. It was not unusual for royal children to have their own separate households. For example, in the 13th century England, King Edward I's younger daughters spent much of their childhood apart from the itinerant royal court. They were entrusted to nurses, tutors, noble guardians, rather than doted upon daily by their actual parents. They were way too busy for that. The chroniclers note that even a devoted father like Edward I saw his daughters rarely while they were young, as they were kept in the royal nursery. or sent to stay with relatives, learning proper comportment from other ladies of the court. And this distance was practical. Kings and queens were often on the move or consumed by affairs of state, and young children were safer and better educated in stable households. But emotionally, you can imagine that it could be quite a cold upbringing, and I don't think we have to delve into the historical records to come to that conclusion. The princess might form stronger bonds with her ladies-in-waiting, or a beloved governess, than with her own father and mother. I mean, they're effectively shooing them off to replacements, aren't they? Education for a princess in the Middle Ages went far beyond needlework and deportment. Royal daughters were trained from an early age to be the ideal gentlewoman and future consort, basically just molding them into a best product. Now, this included mastery of languages, especially Latin or French in many courts, and often multiple vernacular tongues, if international marriage was likely. They learned music, dancing, and poetry to entertain and display courtly grace. But equally important was instruction in managing a great household, overseeing servants, planning great feasts, directing charity for the poor, because one day they would be the lady of a princely court, or even, the top job, a queen. Medieval guides to female behavior reveal the intense pressure on princesses to cultivate virtue and wisdom. The late 14th century author Christine de Pizan, writing in The Treasure of the City of Ladies, advised that a royal woman must surpass all other ladies in good prudence, moral standards, conduct, and manners. In other words, a princess was expected to be a paragon, learned but modest, gracious but firm, pious, yet politically astute. Any error in manners or morals would reflect not just upon her, but on the entire royal family. The young princess grew up acutely aware that her comportment was constantly watched and judged, so you can imagine the psychological burden on a child being trained to embody near impossible ideals of perfection. For some princesses, upbringing could take an even more extreme turn, being shut away from the world for strategic reasons. A striking case is that of Charlemagne's daughters in the 8th to 9th centuries. Emperor Charlemagne, the ruler of the Franks, famously refused to marry off any of his daughters, an almost unheard-of policy for a king. According to the court biographer Einard, Charlemagne kept his daughters at home because he could not bear to part with them, insisting that they stay in his company always. Well, it sounds sweet, but the unintended result? These women were denied the normal path of marriage and motherhood afforded to princesses. Several took lovers and bore children out of wedlock, a scandalous situation that the emperor apparently tolerated while he lived, but it came back to haunt his daughters later. In any case, after Charlemagne's death, his pious son, Louis the Debonair, what a name that is, forced his unmarried sisters into convents, effectively ending their worldly lives. Thus, princesses could find themselves cloistered not out of personal devotion, but because of a father's overprotectiveness, or even a brother's zeal for propriety. Similarly, in 13th century England, King Henry III's daughter Mary was dispatched to a nunnery at the age of 7, and not due to any calling of her own, but just as a political convenience. She was one less pawn in the marriage market, and another offering to the church. Little Mary of England was veiled as a novice by age 12. Her life as a potential wife and mother cut off before it began. Yet behind convent walls, a princess could not fully escape the world's expectations. Mary of Woodstock, as Henry's daughter is known, grew up to be an abbess who mingled in court politics, at one point even accumulating debts from gambling and being entangled posthumously in a scandal when no woman claimed to have been her lover. The church refuge did not spare her the intrigues and tarnish that haunted royal women. But nothing epitomized the lack of autonomy of a medieval princess more than the arrangements made for her marriage. In royal circles, marriages were not love matches. They were just treaties on two legs. A princess's hand in marriage was a diplomatic tool, a currency to buy a peace or cement alliances between kingdoms. The idea that she might choose her own spouse was almost unthinkable. Her parents, especially her father, made that choice in service of their political strategy. Medieval chronicles and letters are rife with evidence that princesses were betrothed as infants or even toddlers, their futures pledged to strangers, long before they could even understand what marriage meant, let alone all the rest of it. By the High Middle Ages, it was common for princesses of Western Europe to be married off in their early teens. At the age of 12 or 13, what we would today consider childhood, a royal daughter might be dispatched to a foreign land to marry a bloke she'd never even met. The human aspect of this could be heart-wrenching. The princess would travel away from her home, often never to return, accompanied by a grand entourage and a big old dowry, yet leaving behind everything familiar: her mother, father, siblings, friends, the comforts of her native culture. Contemporary chronicles sometimes remark on the farewells of these girls, and one can only imagine the tears of a 14-year-old French princess, leaving, knowing she might never see her family again, or to fulfill a marriage pact arranged before she was even aware of it. As an observer noted of one such journey, the young bride wept as the shores of her beloved homeland vanished from view. These were children. Remember that. Children thrust into roles of wives and peace weavers between nations. Just another piece on the chessboard, I'm afraid. Well, the age disparities in these marriages could often be quite eyebrow-raising. For dynastic reasons, widowers or older kings often took teen princesses as new brides. The case of Isabella of France illustrates the extreme of that. She was only about 12 years old in 1308 when she married King Edward II of England, who was 23. By medieval standards, this was pretty normal. It didn't really matter. A girl at the age of 12 was deemed marriageable. But I suppose the psychological and emotional gap is not something they really took into account. Well, Isabella's initial experiences in England were quite miserable. The young French princess found that her husband neglected her in favor of his male favorite, Piers Gaveston. Isabella wrote letters back to France, complaining that she had too little company of the king, and that she felt humiliated at Edward's court. Well, this neglected bride, still barely a teenager, was essentially powerless to change her situation. Her duty was simply to endure, to try and charm her husband and win allies among his barons, all while hoping to conceive a royal heir. Isabella's story would later take a dramatic turn. She famously rebelled against Edward II as an adult, but in these early years she exemplified the vulnerability of a trapped princess. Another poignant example is that of Joan of England, called Joan of the Tower, daughter of Edward II and Isabella. In 1328, at the age of 7, little Joan was married to the 6-year-old David, Prince of Scotland, to seal a peace treaty. Two mere children stood at the altar as symbols of reconciliation between warring kingdoms. For Joan, marriage meant being raised in a foreign Scottish court, away from her mother and familiar England. And as she grew older, her husband, by then King David II, largely just ignored her, and he was openly seeing other women, keeping mistresses. He wasn't even trying to hide it. Although that's being, let's be fair, I mean, he didn't really want to get married either, so he was probably pretty miserable with the arrangement. It's probably a little bit of rebellion, maybe making up for lost time, who knows. In any case, Joan didn't really have any power to object. Her role was simply to play the queen and, sit down and be quiet, maintain the alliance. She remained childless, and after many lonely years, she eventually returned to England, effectively estranged from David. People even called her Joan Makepeace, because her only significance had been to make peace between nations. A sad encapsulation of a princess's fate. Her marriage existed to serve diplomacy, not to bring her happiness. And indeed, even if there was a small light at the end of the tunnel, well, she didn't quite reach it. No happiness for her, I'm afraid. But it was not only the English and French princesses who faced such situations. Across Western Europe, royal daughters were exchanged like valuable pieces on the chessboard of politics. Spanish infantas, Italian nobildonne, German ducal ladies. They all understood that duty demanded a marriage that strengthened family interests. A Castilian princess might be married to a Portuguese prince to secure a border treaty. A Burgundian duke's daughter wed to a French royal to ensure loyalty of a region, or a Norwegian princess given to an English prince to cement a trade alliance. The motives weren't always the same. They could go from securing peace, gaining a rich dowry, maybe inheritance rights, trade concessions. But the princess's personal preference, well, that never entered the equation. As one medieval proverb succinctly put it, marriage goes where advantage lies. Well, I suppose we can say that at least in our year, 2025, people don't marry for material reasons anymore. It's never about the money, right? Yeah. Perhaps they'll be making a history about that in 100 years' time. Well, for the princesses, though, advantage was calculated by kings and councillors in council chambers, not by the girls in question. There were rare occasions. A princess might attempt to defy these marital plans. One remarkable story is that of Joan of Acre, not Joan of Arc, Joan of Acre, a daughter of England's Edward I. Widowed young, Joan was expected to hurry up and remarry a foreign noble of her father's choosing. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo kind of situation. The king had lined up a wealthy European count as her next husband. But Joan, she fell in love with a mere knight in her household, Ralph de Monthermer. In a bold act of independence, she secretly married Ralph in 1297, without the king's permission. Is there someone you forgot to ask? When her father learned of this clandestine union, he was not impressed, flew into a rage even, off the handle, as they say. King Edward imprisoned poor Ralph in a castle dungeon, and he confiscated Joan's lands by way of punishment. Joan herself, a princess turned rebel, had to plead for forgiveness. According to chronicles, she even sent her small children from her first marriage to their royal grandfather as supplicants, hoping to smooth things over a little bit. In time, Edward relented, reportedly after realizing that Joan was pregnant with Ralph's child. They weren't wasting any time getting to that, apparently. And he released her husband begrudgingly, recognizing that the marriage was, well, it just is what it is. Joan of Arc's story is often noted as one of the few genuine love stories of medieval princesses. But even in success, it shows how extraordinarily dangerous such defiance was. You see, Joan had the mettle and a little bit of luck to eventually win her father's acceptance. But most princesses would not dare risk the wrath of their family and the potential political fallout of choosing their own mate. So, the wedding itself, that was a different thing. You see, marriage for a medieval princess was an obligation tied with a ribbon and a knot of sacrifice. The ceremony was filled with jewels, ceremonies, and celebrations. But once those candles burned down, she found herself in a pretty unfair contract. Any personal contentment was a matter of chance. Well, if she was lucky, affection might bloom over time. And yes, some royal couples did grow to love or at least respect each other. If she was unlucky, though, she might endure neglect, mistreatment, or simply a cold partnership of convenience. But love and luck had very little to do with it. It was all about duty. She had to get married, whether she agreed or not. Well, just a few of the key reasons. We have forging alliances. A union could seal peace treaties or even create bonds between rival kingdoms, clearing up any political difficulties. Then dynastic ambitions. Marriage could press a claim or unite two thrones. Think about it when a princess brought a claim to inheritance in her dowry, things like this. Then wealth and territory. Princesses often came with dowries of land or gold that made them pretty attractive bargains on the political market. And then we also have the route of succession and heirs. You see, by marrying into another royal line, a princess was expected to bear children who might inherit or strengthen both families' claims to continue the lineage. Now, if none of these in none of these calculations was her own desire given any weight, marriage was just the destiny and duty. Bad luck, I'm afraid. Well, once married, the medieval princess's trials were certainly far from over. In many ways, they were just the beginning. Uprooted from her homeland, she had to find her footing in a foreign court, where everything could feel alien. The language, the customs, the food, the climate. So we can imagine a young English princess sent to marry in the Spanish court of Castile, arriving in a very warm and sun-baked land of unfamiliar architecture and elaborate court ritual, struggling to understand the rapid Spanish speech around her. Or a French princess sent over the Alps to marry an Italian noble, suddenly immersed in the rich, volatile politics of the city-states. Far different, of course, from the northern feudalism that she knew. These women often felt a profound homesickness. Medieval letters do occasionally survive in which queens and noble ladies write longingly of home. For instance, one 12th century English princess turned queen in Sicily, Joanna, daughter of Henry II of England, reportedly begged her brother for news from home after years in a Latin Mediterranean court, a world apart from the lands of her youth. Upon arrival in her new home, a princess was expected to adapt swiftly and seamlessly. She had to learn the social hierarchy and etiquette of her husband's court, whom to greet first, how deeply to bow, which local saints' feasts days to honor, and subtle rivalries among the nobility. All eyes were on her, as the newcomer and as a representative of her natal family. If a princess brought attendants from her homeland, which many did, ladies, knights, chaplains, etc., that could cause a bit of friction with the locals, and a famous example of that is Anne of Bohemia, who married King Richard II of England in 1382. Though Anne was well liked by Richard, the English commoners initially resented her Bohemian household and the costly wedding arrangements. Chroniclers note that some in London grumbled about these foreigners taking positions and favor. A princess had to tread carefully to avoid appearing aloof or too partial to her own countrymen. She walked a bit of a tightrope. Integrate enough to be accepted, but uphold enough of her own prestige to command respect. No one likes a doormat. Loneliness was the common companion for these young women. In many cases they had no one to confide in who truly understood their upbringing, or their moral tongue, their mother tongue, rather. A medieval court could be a pretty hostile environment for an outsider, especially if political factions opposed the marriage. We hear of queens who were ostracized or poorly treated by their husbands' families. Isabella of England, a 14th century English princess, married into the powerful German court as the wife of Emperor Frederick II. She was around 12, and he was nearly 40. The emperor was oft absent, waging wars in Italy, and Isabella lived in a far-flung Sicilian palace. Accounts suggest she struggled to fit in among her Latin-speaking courtiers, many of whom viewed her as an irrelevant teenager. In such scenarios, a princess might turn to increased piety or patronage of the arts to fill her days, safe outlets in a potentially unfriendly court. Nevertheless, a resourceful princess could also carve out a sphere of influence in her new home. By tradition, royal wives were given a dower, that is, lands or incomes set aside for their maintenance. Administering these estates gave a princess some practical responsibilities and power. At least it was something to do, I guess. Many princesses turned queens became noted patrons of local projects, founding monasteries, sponsoring scholars, or introducing fashions from their homelands. For example, Eleanor of Castile, after marrying England's Edward I, brought some tastes of Spain with her, even reportedly introducing more cosmopolitan styles of gardening and court cuisine. She also engaged in substantial land management and business deals, earning a reputation, fair or not, as a shrewd, even hard-nosed manager. But that being said, Eleanor's primary duty in England was to support her husband and bear children, which she did prodigiously, not to implement cultural exchange. Any influence she wielded was informal and always dependent on the king's favor. In other cases, a princess in a foreign court had to face outright hostility. Perhaps the most harrowing example is found in the feud of the Merovingian Franks in the 6th century. Brunhilde of Austrasia, a Visigothic princess from Spain, married King Sigbert of the Franks, and packed her things and moved to Gaul. Her sister, Galswintha, likewise married another Frankish king, Chilperic. But the Frankish court was divided and treacherous. Galswinther found herself unloved. Her husband Chilperic preferred his mistress Fredegund, and in a grim turn of events, Galswinther was found strangled in her bed, very likely murdered at Fredegund's urging. This murder of a foreign princess sparked decades of war, as Brunhilde sought revenge for her sister. Brunhilde herself navigated a stormy life too. After Sigbert's assassination, she ruled as regent, only to be eventually betrayed and executed. Though Brunhilde was a queen and ruler for a time, her fate reminds us how dangerous the foreign court could be. A princess was vulnerable to factional hatred, and if she became too entangled in politics, she could end up a casualty of power struggles. In Brunhilde's case, the chronicler Gregory of Tours paints a pretty grim picture of a brilliant but embattled princess, queen, ultimately dragged into a horrific death. How horrific? Well, apparently she was tied to wild horses and torn apart as her foes cheered. Doesn't get much more horrific than that. Poor thing. Well, few princesses faced an end that gruesome, but many would empathize with the core experience, that of being a political outsider struggling to survive the intrigues of an adopted home. But let's look at a more typical tale. We might look into the 15th century to find that Margaret of Anjou, a French-born princess who married King Henry VI of England. Arriving in England during the late stages of the 100 Years' War, Margaret encountered suspicion. Some English subjects feared that she was too French in her sympathies. She had to win over a court divided by factions, and eventually she even led a faction of her own to protect her husband's throne during the Wars of the Roses. Margaret's life in England was anything but tranquil. She effectively became a general and a leader of her party in a civil war, and not many princesses went that route. But though it is far from the norm, her case does show that a foreign princess did sometimes have to fight, whether it be metaphorically or literally, for her position and for acceptance. Despite the challenges, there were instances of genuine integration and contentment. A princess who produced healthy heirs, charmed the common people, and managed not to offend the local nobility, could become quite accepted and popular, even beloved. Anne of Bohemia, mentioned earlier, though initially met with skepticism in England, endeared herself with her gentle demeanor and support of King Richard II's peace policies. She became known as Good Queen Anne, and her early death from plague was widely mourned by the English. In that sense, a princess's fortunes at court could change over time. Early loneliness might give way to loyalty from her new subjects if she navigated the cultural transition successfully. But still, even in the best of cases, a princess lived as a foreigner till the end of her days. She might never see again the land of her birth, speaking like a New Yorker, or the family that she left behind. When letters arrived from home, they were treasured missives, sometimes filled with aching expressions of longing on both sides. We have records of queens writing to their fathers or brothers across the continent, sending gifts and news, but also subtle reminders of shared kinship, as if to keep those ties alive despite the distance. A medieval princess learned to put on a brave face in public, gracious and smiling, concealing whatever sorrow or homesickness she might feel. To the world, she was the noble consort, perfectly at ease in her adopted nation, but in private she might pray through tears for the well-being of the family that she desperately, desperately missed. But of all the expectations heaped upon the princess, none was more relentless than that insatiable demand that she bear children, and not just any children, male heirs. Once married, the princess-turned-wife was expected to get to work as soon as possible to conceive and secure the lineage. Frankly, the womb was just a device, a vessel for dynastic continuity. Chroniclers and family members anxiously tracked her status, kind of like a child in the back seat of a car. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? This kind of thing. Are you pregnant yet? Have you delivered a son? How many children? This kind of thing. Oh, imagine it. Well, in royal marriages, love might have been optional, but fertility was essential. A princess who did not or could not produce children faced tremendous pressure, sometimes open blame and repudiation. The physical toll this expectation took on women was immense. I'm sure any girls listening can attest to that. Consider the case of Eleanor of Castile, Queen of England in the late 13th century. She was married to Edward I at around 13 years old, and spent nearly 30 years of her life either pregnant or recovering from pregnancy. Get this, how's this for a record? She gave birth to around 16 children. The exact number is debated, but certainly over a dozen. You think you'd start to forget their names after a while. Only about 6 of those children survived to adulthood, a sadly typical ratio in the age of high infant and child mortality. But the repeated pregnancies, miscarriages, and burying of infants, now that must have been not just physically exhausting, but emotionally devastating. One contemporary account notes that toward the end of her childbearing years, Eleanor was worn down in body and spirit, having endured so many confinements and losses. Ultimately, she died at the age of 49, shortly after giving birth to what would have been her 16th child, likely weakened by the cumulative strain on her health. Her husband erected the famous Eleanor crosses across England to honor her memory, an acknowledgement of her significance. But you might also view the crosses as silent witnesses to a queen who literally gave her life in an effort to produce heirs, just turned into a baby factory, I suppose. Pretty terrible, pretty terrible. I mean 2 or 3, yeah, fair enough, but 16? That's too many. In any case, Eleanor's experience, while extreme in the number of children, was not unique in kind. Medieval noblewomen often had very high fertility rates, as they tried to ensure at least one surviving male heir, and it was not uncommon for a princess to bear 8 or 10 children over her married life, knowing that perhaps only a few might get past childhood, given the era's medical limitations. And of course, each pregnancy carried risk. Although exact maternal mortality statistics are hard to come by, historians estimate that in medieval Europe, a woman of childbearing age faced a significant lifetime risk of death from childbirth complications, sometimes estimated at roughly 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 of maternal death per pregnancy over a lifetime. But many did survive multiple births, while others tragically died young. Princess Catherine of Aragon, though technically more Renaissance than medieval by her prime at least, famously said, quote, "Having children is what we are made for," reflecting the ingrained belief that a noblewoman's destiny was motherhood. Yet Catherine herself lost many infants, and only had one surviving child, demonstrating how fraught that destiny could be. Of course, the sex of the children was enormously important too. In the succession system, bearing sons was the ultimate duty. A princess who bore a healthy son quickly would be lauded and secure her position. But if years passed without a male heir, rumors would start. Was the marriage cursed? Was God withholding favor? Maybe, who knows? And though we know now that the father's genetic contribution determines a child's sex, medieval people usually placed the blame on the mother if only daughters came forth. Well, one of the most famous examples of pressure for a male heir earlier in the medieval era is King Louis VII of France and Queen Eleanor of Aquitaine. Eleanor of Aquitaine was a powerful and brilliant woman, but after years of marriage to Louis VII, they had only produced daughters. Louis was anxious for a son, and perhaps frustrated with Eleanor's strong-willed personality, eventually sought an annulment of the marriage, on the pretext of consanguinity, but effectively because he wanted a male heir. Eleanor was sent away, promptly marrying Henry II of England, with whom she would have sons. So, what does that tell you? Anyway, Louis remarried and finally obtained a son by his second wife. But this whole episode shows that a princess' worth in marriage was measured not by just children, but by sons more specifically. Failing that, her position could be in jeopardy. It's pretty cruel, even after bearing that many children, if there's no sons. Basically King Louis VII saying, "This one isn't any good, I want a new wife." Yeah, that's pretty terrible. Well, childbearing was not only dangerous, but it was also profoundly private grief wrapped in public scrutiny. A royal pregnancy was a state event. Courtiers noted signs of the princess's condition, and announcements were made when she took to her chamber in the later stages of pregnancy as per custom. When labor came, it often did so in a crowded room, midwives and ladies attending, perhaps even trusted counselors or churchmen in the adjacent chamber waiting to witness the child's sex, certainly with fingers crossed, I assume. After the ordeal of birth, if the baby was a boy, cannons might fire, and church bells would ring. If it was a girl, there might be polite congratulations, but often a sense of letdown, however unfairly that is among the court. Meanwhile, the mother herself was expected to undergo churching, a religious purification rite, and then get back to her duties swiftly, sometimes becoming pregnant again within months if her husband was impatient for more sons. The emotional strain of repeated bereavements was another element of misery. Many princesses had to bury children, sometimes one after another. Queen Blanche of Castile, a 13th century French queen, originally a Castilian princess, gave birth multiple times. Some children died young, though she was fortunate that her son, St. Louis, that is, Louis IX, survived to adulthood. Margaret of Scotland, an English princess who married King Alexander III of Scotland, died in 1275 in childbirth, and so did the infant. A double tragedy, not uncommon in the records of the era. Joan of England, the daughter of Edward I, whom we met as Joan of Arc earlier, lost a teenage son on the battlefield, and 2 young sons in childhood. She didn't get far herself either, by the way. She died when she was 35, which is my current age. And when you think about it like that, you think, well, yeah, that's too young. In any case, it often fell to these women to endure such losses quietly and continue performing their roles. Society expected them to be paragons of fortitude. Public mourning was allowed for a time, but A princess should remain composed, dignified, and more importantly, ready to attempt more children, if she was still of childbearing age. The pressure to produce heirs also meant that a princess's personal health and preferences were secondary. If she had difficulty conceiving, various remedies might be tried. There might be prayers, potions, pilgrimages to shrines reputed to aid fertility. If she suffered painful or dangerous pregnancies, that was considered part of her burden to bear. That whole concept of my body, my choice, well, that did not exist, I'm afraid. Her body was effectively everybody else's choice, the property of her husband's lineage. One medieval moralist even wrote that a wife should be thankful to endure the pains of childbirth as her service to God and her Lord. Just a reflection of how thoroughly normalized this expectation was. And it should be noted that not all princesses resented motherhood. Many likely found genuine joy in their children, and some were very affectionate mothers by all accounts. The problem was that their children's survival and gender were matters of the state. A prince's success was too often judged in cold dynastic terms, rather than in the warmth of family bonds. For instance, if a princess gave birth to 6 children and 5 survived, but none of them were male, the court might view it as a complete failure, despite all those new, happy faces brought into the world. On the other hand, if she bore a son, just one, but died, she might be praised posthumously as having done her duty by dying in the cause of securing the succession. Now, in the public eye, a medieval princess was not only expected to do her duty, but she was expected to embody virtue itself. Here's the main ones: chastity, fidelity, piety, generosity, meekness, and elegance. The list of ideal qualities was pretty long and exacting. Of course, the chastity, well, you've only got to embody that before you get married. Well, a king's daughter or a king's wife had to maintain a flawless reputation. If she faltered, gossip would spread like wildfire through Christendom's courts and chronicles, and if she fell into a real scandal, well, the consequences could be pretty dire for that, not only personally but politically. The stakes of her reputation were incredibly high. Her honor was a proxy for her family's honor, and by extension the stability of alliances and claims. From her childhood, a princess was instructed in the virtues of silence and good conduct. The 14th century Book of the Knight of the Tower, a guide written by a French nobleman for his daughters, is filled with cautionary tales of women who strayed from the path of virtue and met terrible fates. Many of those tales were meant for girls of the noble class in general, but they certainly applied to princesses. For example, the Knight of the Tower warned young women against the dangers of vanity, recounting stories of queens who dressed immodestly, or reveled too much and thereby lost their honor, eventually being punished by God. Princesses were cautioned to be humble and devout. They were to dress richly enough to reflect their status, but never in a manner that could be construed as lewd or prideful. They were expected to speak eloquently, but not too freely. A sharp tongue or a habit of gossip in a princess could become the talk of many realms. Christine de Pizan, in her advice to royal ladies, explicitly counseled princesses to avoid the slightest whiff of scandal. Keep reputable companions. Avoid private meetings with men who weren't your husband, and not indulge in empty amusements that might give people a reason to talk. A princess's behavior was in essence a constant performance of virtue. She prayed publicly, gave alms to the poor, and patronized religious foundations to burnish her image as a model of Christian queenship. Many princesses did so sincerely. Religiosity was a pretty genuine part of medieval life. But there was also an immense social pressure to at least appear saintly. But why did it all matter so much? Well, the answer to that is in part because a princess, especially one who was a queen, basically set the moral tone for the entire court. Chroniclers often compared the comportment of queens, one's praised for chastity and godliness, another disparaged for frivolity or even worse. And the common people, who usually never saw their monarchs except on procession, would circulate stories magnifying either the virtues or vices of high-born ladies. A virtuous princess could become a beloved figure of legend, St. Margaret of Scotland, who was revered for her piety and charity, for example. But if a princess transgressed, she could swiftly become the subject of, well, scurrilous songs and the mockery of the public. But the ultimate transgression, the mortal sin for a married princess, was adultery. Betraying the marital bond that had so much political significance. Accusations of adultery in royal circles caused sensational scandals. One infamous example that rocked Western Europe occurred in 1314 in the French royal family, known as the Tour de Nesle affair. Well, King Philip's the Fourth's 3 daughters-in-law, all of them young princesses of the House of Burgundy by birth, were accused of engaging in extramarital affairs with knights. Uh-oh, not allowed to do that. According to contemporary chroniclers, it was Philip's own daughter, Isabella, who noticed something amiss. She allegedly saw the Burgundian princesses give embroidered purses to 2 knights, and later observed those knights were wearing the tokens, arousing her suspicion of illicit relationships. Well, when this came to light, Philip IV launched an investigation, and the scandal exploded. 2 of the princesses, Margaret and Blanche of Burgundy, were found guilty of adultery, and their lovers were brutally executed. Reports say the unfortunate knights were skinned alive and mutilated before being put to death, a gruesome punishment reflecting the perceived enormity of their offense. As for the princesses, they didn't meet violent deaths, but their lives were effectively over. Their heads were shaved in shame, and they were locked away in a prison for life. Margaret, who had been the wife of the heir to the throne, died within a year. Rumors whispered that she was either starved to death or strangled. As for Blanche, well, she languished in captivity for years. Now the 3rd princess, Joan, who was accused mainly of knowing about the affairs, was spared harsh treatment due to her husband's support. She was eventually cleared and restored, but not without enduring house arrest and humiliation. The Tour de Nesle scandal didn't just destroy lives, it shook the French succession, and arguably contributed to the crisis that led to the 100 Years' War, since those princesses' sons were entangled in questions of legitimacy. This sensational episode shows a princess's infidelity was certainly not a private matter, couldn't get away with anything back in those days, but it was rather a treasonous and destabilizing event, and it had to be dealt with mercilessly. Well, heavy is the crown, as they say. Now, even short of adultery, a princess could suffer from mere rumors. Courts were hotbeds of gossip. A friendly exchange, or an overly gracious smile bestowed on a young courtier, could birth rumors that the princess had a lover. Some royal women had to fend off slander that they used witchcraft or potions, especially if something unfortunate befell their husbands or children. Joan of Navarre, an early 15th century queen of England, originally a Breton princess, was accused of sorcery against her stepson, King Henry V. Charges widely believed now to be false and politically motivated, but at the time she was imprisoned nonetheless. Reputation was such a valuable commodity that a princess and their families would engage in active propaganda to protect it. They sponsored chronicles that portrayed them favorably. They commissioned artworks and poems that highlighted their purity or benevolence. If a princess made a misstep, damage control might involve lavish public acts of piety to swing back public opinion. For instance, after Queen Isabella of England, that is Isabella of France originally, led a rebellion against her husband, with a lover, Roger Mortimer, at her side, her son, King Edward III, eventually deposed her regency. Though Isabella had been arguably justified politically, her personal reputation, her personal reputation, suffered from having taken a lover and wielded power unfitting for a woman. So she spent the rest of her life in semi-seclusion, and chroniclers, especially later English writers, dubbed her the she-wolf of France, cementing an image of her as a femme fatale who broke almost every convention, successfully at first, but at cost to her legacy. Now let's look at the other side of the coin. Princesses who were meek and saintly were sometimes idealized to the point of legend after death. Elizabeth of Hungary, though a bit outside our Western Europe focus, was a 13th century princess renowned for her extreme charity and piety. After widowhood, she became a symbol of holy renunciation. Or if you want to look closer to Western Europe, Matilda of Scotland, an English queen, originally a Scottish princess, was celebrated for her goodness. Chroniclers wrote admiringly of how she would wash the feet of lepers and feed the poor daily. These portrayals, while undoubtedly exaggerating for hagiographic effect, served a purpose: to present the image of a perfect princess who upheld Christian virtue and helped legitimize her dynasty through her moral excellence. Thus, medieval princesses had to walk a narrow line. They had to be visible enough to radiate virtue and grace, but not so visible or autonomous as to invite criticism. They were expected to counsel their husbands quietly and wisely, but never appear to dominate them, at least not in public. Well, they should be beautiful, not flaunting, educated, but not presumptuous, generous, but not too extravagant. The chronicler William of Tyre once commented on a certain 12th century princess, Melisende of Jerusalem, praising her intelligence and capability, but then quickly tempering it by noting she still behaved with due feminine modesty. And that encapsulates the attitude. A princess could be competent, even powerful, so long as she embodied a culturally approved virtue and femininity. If she lost that aura, she lost everything. For once a princess' reputation was ruined, she virtually had no recourse. There was no justice for a woman accused of immorality. A word carried little weight against the tide of a scandal. But you might wonder, with all these constraints, did the princess have any avenue for empowerment or influence? The answer is yes, but also no, but also maybe. Can you repeat the question? Anyway, it's a bit complex. Generally, medieval Europe was a man's world politically. Women were excluded from direct rule in many places. Salic law in France, for instance, barred women from inheriting the throne. Yet princesses could and did wield power in certain circumstances. One of the most dramatic examples is Empress Matilda of England. Daughter of King Henry I of England and thus a princess by birth, she had been married off to the Holy Roman Emperor in her youth, gaining the title Empress. But widowed and without heirs, she returned to England, where her father named her as his heir, a pretty bold move at the time, when no woman had ruled England in her own right. Upon Henry I's death, Matilda's cousin Stephen seized the throne, leading to a long civil war, known as the Anarchy. Matilda fought to claim her rightful crown, commanding loyalty from a faction of nobles and even capturing Stephen at one point. In 1141, it seemed that she would finally be crowned queen. But the chroniclers describe how Matilda's own assertiveness became her undoing. Entering London to prepare for a coronation, she allegedly angered the citizens with her haughty demeanor. It didn't help that she was raising all of the taxes as well. The city rose against her, forcing Matilda to flee in haste. Legend has it she escaped in the snow from Oxford Castle, cloaked in white to avoid detection. Though undeniably competent and courageous, Matilda was branded by hostile chroniclers as proud and unfeminine for her ambition to rule. They called her Matilda the Empress, arrogant and unconciliatory. Ultimately, she never wore England's crown, though she negotiated with her son's succession years later. Matilda's struggle shows both the possibilities and perils. A princess trying to be a monarch, she could only push so far before societal norms and oppositions pushed back. She experienced battlefield hardships, sieges, and near captures, rare for a high-born lady. And while she survived and left a legacy, Matilda was personally denied the title of queen, and remembered with a mixture of respect and censure. Well, another instructive case is that of Isabella of France, whom we've already met as the neglected child bride of Edward II. Years later, Isabella took matters into her own hands spectacularly. Dispatched to France on diplomatic mission, she refused to return to England as long as her despised rival, the new royal favorite Hugh Despenser, held power over Edward. In France, Isabella formed an alliance with a faction of English exiles and with Roger Mortimer, a powerful lord and, more importantly, her new boyfriend. In 1326, Isabella and Mortimer invaded England, deposed Edward II, who was later murdered in captivity under pretty suspicious circumstance, and installed her young son as King Edward III, with Isabella and Mortimer acting as rulers in the king's name. For a short period, Isabella was the de facto sovereign of England, a position almost unprecedented for a woman not officially a queen regent. She demonstrated astute political maneuvering to achieve this. However, her transgression of traditional roles, armed invasion, wielding royal authority, and not to mention the open adultery, made her position untenable in the long run. By 1330, her son, chafing at Mortimer's control, asserted himself, had Mortimer executed, and forced Isabella into retirement. She lived the rest of her life quietly, kept in comfortable semi-captivity, so I suppose it's not all that bad. While chroniclers in her lifetime were sometimes respectful, after all, she was the king's mother, you can't talk too badly about her. Later tradition judged her pretty harshly. We already mentioned that epithet, she-wolf, the one who dared to overthrow a king. Well, still, not all exercises of power by princesses ended badly. Some navigated the currents more subtly and left positive marks. And Blanche of Castile was a fine example, a Spanish princess who became Queen of France as wife of Louis VIII, and later regent for her son Louis IX in the 1220s to 30s. Blanche faced down revolts by French nobles who bristled at being governed by a woman, yet she prevailed through a blend of diplomacy and sheer force of will. Chroniclers note that Blanche was deeply involved in government and in training her son to be a just king. She even led armies, or at least directed military strategy during her regency, successfully defending her young son's kingdom. Importantly, Blanche cultivated an image as a devout and devoted mother, which helped legitimize her rule. One famous story recounts that Blanche told the young King Louis IX, "I love you, my son, as much as a mother can love her child, but I would rather see you dead at my feet than you should ever commit a mortal sin." And this sort of saintly, maternal sternness endeared her to churchmen and chroniclers. Though she was undoubtedly a forceful ruler, history remembers her largely pretty kindly as the wise mentor of St. Louis and a stabilizing force in France. Now, this softer presentation of power made it a little bit more palatable, and indeed many princesses who held power did so indirectly or temporarily, acting as a regent ruling on behalf of a young child or absent husband, the socially accepted path. Through medieval Europe we find multiple instances. Matilda of Flanders, the wife of William the Conqueror, governed Normandy when William was off in England. Eleanor of Provence, the wife of King Henry III of England, who took a hand at statecraft and later led a faction to secure her son's reign. Margaret of Austria in the 15th century served as governor of the Low Countries and was renowned for her administrative skill. But still, the undercurrent was always that power was simply borrowed from a man. A princess who had to rule in her own right without a king to validate her often faced challenges to her legitimacy. Look at the kingdom of Navarre in the 14th century. Princess Joan II of Navarre became queen regnant after her father died without sons. Navarre allowed female succession, by the way, although France did not. She ruled Navarre relatively peacefully for years, but she's a bit of obscure history compared to the majority of kings, a sign of how chronicles often underplayed even the successful female rulers. Or consider the varying fates of heiress princesses. Margaret, the Maid of Norway, a little princess who became heir to the Scottish throne in the 1280s, tragically died en route to claim her crown, plunging Scotland into a succession crisis. And some whispered that perhaps even if she'd lived, the rough Scottish lords might not have accepted a female monarch at all. Yet, for every princess who managed to influence or rule without scandal, there were those whose grasp to power led to hazard. And well, we've seen a few of them. Matilda, Isabella. We can add Margaret of Anjou as well as a cautionary tale. As Henry VI's queen, when her husband fell into madness, she stepped up to lead the Lancastrian faction in the War of the Roses. Margaret was a princess from France, thrust into a dynastic civil war in England. She fought fiercely for her son's inheritance, but the protracted conflict was vicious, and Margaret's enemies demonized her as a bloodthirsty foreign woman meddling in English affairs. In Shakespeare's later dramatization, drawing from chronicle traditions, Margaret is portrayed as a vengeful and passionate figure. Powerful, yes, but monstrous for a woman by the standards of the time. Historically, she ended up defeated, her son killed in battle, her husband murdered, and she herself captured, eventually ransomed back to France, living out her days in poverty. Unhappily ever after, I suppose. But in any case, one can't help but admire the perseverance of those who did seize the reins even briefly, in a world which told them they had no right to do so. And their lives tell us that amid the misery, there were also moments of agency. Costly, hard-won, sure, but quite real. And ironically, those very moments of agency often amplified the hardships they faced, as the backlash could be severe. The story of medieval princesses in power is thus bittersweet. They could be queens and kingmakers, regents and rebels, yet they had to walk through fire to do so. And most of the time, they did not make it out. Midnight, in a little room off a Qing dynasty alley. Figures lie sprawled on a raised wooden platform, while the thick haze of smoke hangs in the air. A dozen men, some clad only in thin tunics, recline shoulder to shoulder, each one of them nursing a long bamboo pipe. One of them, having finished his last few puffs, slumps on a low stool by the door, arms and legs dangling limp, as he greets a newcomer with a vacant and good-natured smile. It is a den of poisonous vapor, where time slows to a crawl. It is an opium den, at the very height of the opium trade. These were a notorious fixture of urban life in late Qing China. By the late 1800s, establishments where people gathered to smoke opium could be found in every major city and in many market towns. Of course, they weren't all the same. They ranged from luxurious salons patronized by wealthy merchants and officials to squalid back rooms frequented by laborers and beggars. But stepping into an opium den offered a glimpse into a very unique social microcosm, born of China's complex encounters with the drug. Here rich and poor alike recline side by side, temporarily escaping the hardships of reality in a cloud of narcotic smoke. But to the outsider, these dens were both fascinating and repellent, subjects of countless lurid reports and moral condemnation. But to the regular inhabitant, the opium den was just a routine part of daily life, a place to find comfort, camaraderie, or simply just to stave off the withdrawal. Today we're going to take a walk into a Chinese opium den back in the Qing dynasty, and have a look at the daily goings-on of the people who frequented these establishments. So, if you'll spend the next hour with me, cover your nose, and we'll go on a different kind of adventure. Of course, let me first welcome you all to the channel. Hello to any newcomers, and hello to those coming back. And there's one thing you will not get at this channel, and that's ads, because we've turned them all off. That's good news, isn't it? So rest assured that you can watch this whole video without any interruptions. What a time to be alive. This is because we are supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional super thanks and PayPal donation, along with those who check out the merch store. So thank you very much. And if you want to join that little prestigious group of people, you'll find where you need to go in the pinned comment. Now, apart from that, give us a like, comment, subscribe, and tell all of your buddies. That helps us out too. In any case, we've said it once, so we won't say it again. Let's get on with the video and walk into the opium dens. Ooh. Right, well, First of all, we have to begin by saying that opium was not always a recreational scourge in China. You see, for centuries, opium sap had been known and primarily used as a medicine, a potent analgesic or remedy for ailments like dysentery or chronic cough. But all that began to change in the 17th century, when the practice of smoking tobacco, newly arrived from the Americas, spread across East Asia. In southern Chinese ports and in Southeast Asia, smokers started mixing opium into the tobacco, creating a blend called madak. By the early 1700s, the practice of smoking opium, sometimes with tobacco and later in a pure form, had taken hold in coastal regions like Fujian and Formosa, which today we call Taiwan. The imperial court took alarm. As early as 1729, Emperor Yongzheng issued an edict banning non-medicinal opium sales and closing known smoking houses. The very fact that such a ban was declared indicates that smoking opium had become a noticeable issue by the 1720s. But still, demand continued to grow. In the 18th century, foreign traders, first Portuguese and Dutch, then the most prominently the British East India Company, eagerly supplied the Chinese market with opium produced in India. Despite imperial prohibitions, the imports surged, and Chinese merchants distributed the drug deep into the interior. By the 1820s and 30s, opium addiction had spread to all levels of Chinese society, worrying reformist officials who saw the drug sapping population's health and productivity. In came one called Lin Zexu, a prominent Qing official, described opium as a poison flowing into China, and lamented that those who smoked it, quote, squander their property and destroy their families. In 1839, Lin's cracked down on opium imports at Canton, which is nowadays Guangzhou, including the seizure of destruction of foreign opium stockpiles, provoked Britain to retaliate militarily, and that was what ignited the First Opium War. Basically, Lin Zexu went down to the docks, cracked open all of the opium cases, and burned everything, spreading lime all over it and other things to stop people from getting the effects of it. How effective that was, we don't know, but in any case, he was the anti-drug crusader, the Opium Wars. And so the Opium Wars, both the first and second one, the first one between 1839 to 42, and the second between 1856 to 60, ended in a disastrous defeat for China, and they forced the Qing government to tolerate the opium trade. Under the Treaty of Tianjin in 1858, opium importation was legalized, albeit with import duties, essentially making the once illicit trade now an accepted part of commerce. You see, the British, right, especially at this time when it was in between that era of Napoleon and the First World War, this time of idealism, where everyone thought, well, if we just stick to the issues of free trade, if we all just make money, then we'll have peace. Some money-making ventures are worse than others. In any case, the British merchants, now operating openly, expanded their sales, and opium flooded into China. At the same time, domestic opium cultivation within China had existed on a small scale, but it began to boom as provinces like Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan found both a profitable cash crop in the opium poppy. By the late 19th century, China was awash in opium, both from foreign and local sources. The drug was cheaper and more accessible than ever before, and what had been a luxury vice of the rich in the 18th century had now become a mass commodity. Contemporary observers noted that opium consumption cut across class lines. Scholars and officials, merchants and craftsmen, soldiers, porters, even the rickshaw pullers, they could all be found smoking opium. By the 1870s and 80s, opium dens had become a common feature of daily life in many parts of China, from the treaty ports all the way to the inland market towns. We even have some statistics from the turn of the 20th century. Though they are imperfect, they certainly convey the astonishing scale of opium use. By 1906, an official survey estimated that as much as 27% of adult Chinese males were habitual opium smokers, suggesting how pervasive the opium habit had become after decades of unrestricted trade. Opium had burrowed deep into the social fabric. It was used as a relaxant after a day's labor, sometimes a stimulant before work, sometimes a medicine, and often as a leisurely indulgence. Crucially, it also became a major source of revenue, not just for foreign traders, but for Chinese authorities who levied taxes on opium shops and farms. This complicity of profit made opium quite difficult to uproot, even as an anti-opium sentiment was slowly spreading among reformers. Thus, by the late Qing, China faced a dire paradox. Opium smoking was widely acknowledged as a destructive vice enslaving millions, but the opium dens thrived openly in every city, their very existence entwined with local economies and official coffers. Against this backdrop, let's step inside a typical opium den of the late 19th century and check out its routine and settings in a bit more detail. So most opium dens in China were tucked away in the shadowy margins. Now they could be found down narrow side alleys in the teeming neighborhoods of cities like Guangzhou, Beijing, and Shanghai, often identifiable by little more than a discreet sign or a distinctive odor wafting out from the doorway. Visiting a den at the height of its business, usually late evening or into the night, was to enter a distinct sensory world. The first thing you might notice would be the smoke, a dense, bluish haze that made the air heavy and still. Opium smoke has an interesting fragrance, a mixture of sweetness and bitterness that clings to clothing and hair. In a crowded den with poor ventilation, this aroma could be quite overpowering, saturating the senses as soon as you walked in. Illumination in these dens came from oil lamps, the same lamps used to vaporize opium in the pipe. The lighting was therefore quite dim and flickering. Many dens were described as low-ceilinged and windowless, creating a cave-like atmosphere. Along the walls or spanning the room would be the wooden bunks or platforms raised a foot or two off the ground, often just simple boards resting on trestles. Now these served as communal beds for smokers. Patrons would remove their shoes, sometimes even outer garments, and lie on the sides of these hard platforms. A thin mat or bamboo rattan might cover the boards, and wooden headrests or ceramic opium pillows were provided to support the neck. These pillows, often cube-shaped and hollow, were deliberately firm. They elevated the smoker's head to the optimal angle for drawing on the long pipe. As for the furnishings, well, they were quite minimal too. In a cheap den, aside from the bunks, one might see only a few low stools, perhaps a rickety table where the proprietor kept opium and pipes for rent. In wealthier establishments, there could be nicer decor, black wood couches with cushions, silk or brocade curtains partitioning the private nooks, and hanging scrolls or mirrors on the walls. Regardless of the decor, Every opium house stored the essential paraphernalia, trays holding the opium itself, which would be a tar-like paste, specialized lamps with steady flames, long pipes, and needles or metal prongs used to handle the opium. Often these tools were provided by the den for communal use, or for a small fee. Visitors who had their own pipes might bring them along in an ornate case. The overall mood inside the den was generally quiet, subdued, pretty intimate. Unlike a noisy tavern or tea house, the opium den was a place where movement slowed and voices softened. Many smokers just lay there in silence, absorbed in their own reverie. Small groups of friends might whisper together or murmur indulgently as they passed a pipe back and forth. The clink of pipe implements, the occasional cough of a smoker, or the soft exhale of smoke, they were the typical sounds. Some dens allowed or even provided tea, so one might hear the faint clatter of teacups as well. But in lower-class dens, there might be an undercurrent of groans or snores from those who slipped into a deep opium slumber. A foreign observer in the 1890s described one Canton opium den as a low-pitched, dark room, where only the discernible shapes were several men stretched out on benches, their faces livid and death-like in the lamplight, a scene that reminded him of the horrors of a nightmare. Indeed, to an unaccustomed visitor, the sight of pallid smokers sprawled motionless in the smoky gloom, well, that would certainly appear to be quite eerie, sure you can imagine. Think about the modern-day crack houses, this kind of thing. Yet, for the inhabitants of the opium den, the regular clientele, this was an atmosphere at the height of comfort. The dim light and swirling smoke afforded privacy and also camaraderie. Regulars often had their favorite spot on the platform, maybe a preferred pillow or their own pipe. Den keepers usually knew their clients by name. Well, in some establishments, too, attendants moved about quietly, very discreetly to light lamps or assist customers. Think of it kind of like a waiter going around refilling glasses of water, kind of like that. Within the enclosed world of the den, social distinctions often fell away. A wealthy gentleman and a ragged coolie might be reclining as equals, each gently inhaling from his pipe. The opium den was thus a bit of a social leveler, as well as an escape from the outside world. There was even an old saying, "In the cloud of opium, all men are at peace." But remember this, that smoking opium was not just a simple throwaway act like puffing a cigarette. It was a deliberate ritual, and it required a bit of skill, and not to mention a bit of patience. A newcomer to an opium den might first arrange a place to lie down, stretching out on one side, usually to the right side with head propped up. The den keeper or attendant might come over to provide a pipe or prepare a dose of opium, especially if the customer was inexperienced or of perhaps high status. Seasoned smokers often took pride in preparing their own pipe, but doing so in semi-darkness could be a little bit tricky, so there was always help around. The opium itself, known as chanto when refined for smoking, had a consistency of thick molasses, or you could, I guess, say jam, that kind of thing. It came from raw opium that had been boiled down, strained and reduced to a concentrated form. A small bit of this substance, about the size of a pea, was the standard dose for one pipe. Using a slender metal probe or needle, the smoker would take up a dab of opium from a lamp-heated box or tray. Holding it over the lamp flame, he gently roasted the opium on the tip of the needle. This required a steady hand. As the opium heated, it sizzled and puffed, giving off an aromatic smoke. The goal was to partially caramelize and dry the opium into a little ball, often called a pill or pilule. When it was suitably toasted, giving off a rich brown vapor, the smoker carefully inserted this ball into the small hole of the opium pipe's bowl. An opium pipe was a distinctive instrument too. Unlike a tobacco pipe, it had a very long stem, often 2 to 3 feet in length, usually made of wood or bamboo, with a large flat round bowl attached near one end. The bowl was typically ceramic or metal, and was engineered with a tiny orifice on top to hold the opium. The smoker would hold the pipe's bowl just above the flame of the opium lamp, and then, lying on their side, they would place their lips to the pipe's wide mouthpiece and inhale slowly and deeply. The flame heated the opium in the bowl, vaporizing it. With each inhalation, a plume of opium vapor traveled down the stem into the smoker's lungs. A skilled smoker could empty the bowl in a single long draw, consuming the entire pill of opium in one protracted breath. Beginners might need several times to burn it all, often sputtering as they learned to coordinate the flame, the pipe, and the breathing. After drawing in the smoke, the smoker would hold it in his lungs for a brief moment to maximize the absorption of the drug, and then exhale slowly through the mouth or nose. Unlike tobacco smoke, opium vapor was not harsh. It tends to come out thin and in bluish wisps. A well-practiced smoker might exhale almost imperceptibly, the smoke just leaking out in a languid trail. The spent opium residue left in the bowl, called dross, by the way, was usually poked out and saved, either to be re-smoked later because it still contained some opium, or collected by the house to sell as a cheap byproduct. Smokers often tapped their pipe bowl or used a wire to clear it before preparing the next pipe. This process, rolling a pill, heating, inhaling, was repeated as many times as the smoker desired, or as many times as they could afford. In a social setting, 2 people might share one pipe, taking turns preparing and smoking a pill each. Some dens provided multiple lamps so that regulars could prepare pipes simultaneously. The first pipe or 2 typically produces a wave of soothing warmth and lightness in the body. Smokers described a feeling of calm well-being, muscles relaxing and anxiety slipping away. After a few more pipes, a heavier drowsiness would set in. People smoked at a leisurely pace. There was an unspoken etiquette of unhurried enjoyment. Between pipes, one might sip some tea, or just recline quietly with eyes half closed. Just realized I forgot to sip my own tea. Excuse me for one moment. That's better. No opium required on this channel, just tea. But for the well-to-do, the opium ritual could be even more elaborate. In upscale opium parlors, or perhaps even in one's private residence's opium chamber, a personal servant might handle the pipe preparation entirely. A wealthy smoker could simply lie back on their silk pillows as an attendant cooked the opium and presented the pipe at the perfect moment. In such cases, the act of smoking took on a refined and, almost ceremonial character, akin to a tea ceremony or a fine wine tasting, I suppose, with great attention to the quality of the opium and the technique of the smoking. Connoisseurs graded opium by its fragrance and potency. They collected elegant pipe bowls carved from ivory or jade and used intricate tools to refine their experience. There were even special snacks or candied fruits to complement the opium's effects, much like pairings for a gourmet indulgence. Whether simple or sophisticated, the opium smoking ritual required that the smoker lay himself out for his work, as one observer described it. You could not hurry the smoking process. You had to literally lie down and relinquish active pursuits for a while. It wasn't like you'd have a quick pipe on your walk to work or something like that, or just quickly for your last few minutes of your break. Just get a quick one in. It wasn't like that at all. Well, as the pipe's vapors entered the system, any pressing concerns or physical activities were just put on hold. Smokers would spend hours in the den, often only emerging after a prolonged session of many pipes, and perhaps a refreshing nap. Indeed, for many, the opium den was a place to spend the whole night. A laborer might smoke until he fell asleep right on the platform. A gentleman might while away an entire evening there and stumble home to his angry wife at dawn. And in this way, opium dens served as both drug dispensaries but also dormitories of a sort, hazy narcotic lounges where time lost all of its meaning. Right, so we know about the establishments. Let's talk more about the people, okay? And that is the real striking aspect of the opium phenomenon. It was its social breadth. You see, unlike some vices that cling to particular classes, opium smoking was embraced, or at least tried out once, by pretty much members of all classes. At the top of the social ladders, some aristocrats and officials even maintained luxurious opium chambers in their homes, or they at least visited exclusive upmarket opium houses, which were, not really dens, but more like, I don't know. We don't really use the word den for a upmarket establishment. Opium house, maybe. For example, wealthy merchants in Shanghai or Guangzhou might invite friends to smoke opium in their own private rooms, adorned with fine furniture and attended by beautifully dressed maidservants. In such elite circles, opium could be a social pastime, kind of like a gentleman in Victorian England, inviting around people for dinner and brandy and cigars, this kind of thing. Qing Dynasty literature and memoirs contain references to high-ranking Chinese who negotiated business or indulged in poetry while sharing opium pipes, and also courtesans who smoked elegantly with their clientele, all just part of the evening's entertainment. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of society, the poorest of the poor also found their ways to the opium dens, and these were the dingy back-alley places. By the late 19th century, even the laborer, which they call coolies, by the way, this term coolie comes from an actual Chinese word, ku li, which pretty much just means bitter work, like hard worker, this kind of thing. So you had the coolies, the rickshaw pullers, the, bricklayers, that kind of thing. Those who earned a pittance through back-breaking labor. You could often see them spending part of their wages on opium. In fact, many such laborers used opium as a form of self-medication. A few pipefuls after a grueling day could soothe the sore muscles, stave off hunger, and provide much-needed sleep in overcrowded tenements. Contemporary accounts frequently mention the prevalence of opium among beggars. Missionaries and travelers described encountering destitute men on the streets, whose emaciated frames and vacant stairs, marked them as opium sought. Some of these beggars had once been middle class, but they lost everything. Jobs, their families, their homes, due to their addiction, and ended up literally begging on the streets just for their next dose. One observer noted that many beggars would, quote, give the last rag that covers them in exchange for opium. These unfortunates often gravitate to the cheapest dens, where for a few copper coins they could obtain a pipe of low-grade opium, or even the scrapings off somebody else's pipe. Pretty much think of someone standing outside of the train station, picking up the cigarette butts that still have a tiny little bit of tobacco just beyond the filter. Like half a centimeter sort of thing still there. We still see that in our modern era. Or at least in my old city you did. It was not uncommon to see beggars lying in the corner of a den, opium pipe still clutched in hand, having smoked themselves into a stupor, a temporary lift from their misery. Between these extremes were the vast majority of opium smokers, ordinary urban folk. You had the shopkeepers, the clerks, the minor officials, the boatmen, the artisans, mostly men but some women, who lived otherwise normal lives, except from being a raging opium fiend. Many would stop by a neighboring opium house in the evening, much as you might visit a tea stall or a tavern for a bit of a drink before home. These were people who kept the dens in business. They were usually not outcasts or degenerates in that sense, at least not to their neighbors or colleagues. They would seem perfectly normal, except for the nightly ritual of reclining with the pipe. Chinese sources from the late Qing dynasty sometimes distinguished between heavy addicts and moderate users. It was said that a moderate smoker might limit himself to, say, a few mace of opium per day, a mace being an old measurement, by the way. It's roughly a few grams. Such a person could remain functional, going to work and fulfilling family duties, while still enjoying opium in the evenings. In fact, in some communities, opium smoking carried no great stigma if done in moderation. It was seen as just a personal habit, not too different from drinking alcohol every now and then. But that's it. The line between moderate use and addiction was perilously thin. Opium's pleasurable grip often tightened over time. A scholar official or merchant who began by smoking socially could end up dependent on daily doses. There were stories of once successful men who progressively sold off their estates, pawned their family heirlooms, and sank into poverty as the drug took over their lives. John Thompson, a photographer who traveled in China in the late 1870s, recounted the tale of a talented Cantonese artist he knew. Over just 5 years, this man went from a vigorous, well-dressed young painter to a, quote, shrunken, hollow-eyed, sallow-faced husk who could barely work 2 days a week, spending the rest of his time in the thrall of a pipe. Cautionary tales like that abounded, showing how opium dens could host the tragic downfall of individuals from any background. If you weren't poor already, you'd certainly be kept in poverty. There were also regional and gender differences. Opium use was generally more common in the southern coastal provinces and in cosmopolitan cities, partly due to greater availability. Ports and all the rest. In the countryside, where life was more conservative and opium costlier relative to income, fewer peasants could afford the habit, though opium did permeate rural areas, especially where poppies were grown. Female smokers existed, but they were fewer. Social norms discouraged women from public den smoking. Still, in some areas, particularly among the wives of wealthy men, prostitutes, or entertainers, women did smoke opium, sometimes in private boudoirs or alongside men in brothels that doubled as opium houses. Foreign visitors to treaty ports occasionally commented on seeing Chinese women reclining with pipes in hand, adorned in silk, languidly partaking alongside the men. You can imagine in a high-class Shanghai opium parlor of the 1880s, a courtesan in her silk robes lighting a pipe for her gentleman companion, and then taking a little puff of it herself. Finally, it is worth noting, too, that opium dens were not exclusively a Chinese domain. Because of China's central role in the opium trade, the practice spread internationally. In port cities from San Francisco to Singapore, overseas Chinese communities established opium dens similar in layout and atmosphere to those back home. Foreign adventurers in China also sometimes ventured into opium dens out of curiosities and became smokers themselves. By the late 19th century, a visit to an opium den had even become a kind of tourist attraction for some Western travelers in China, a bit of a peek into that strange Oriental world. Guidebook for visitors mentioned the infamous opium establishments of Guangzhou or Hong Kong, and a few daring souls tried a pipe under supervision, just for a bit of a story to bring back home. Thus, the Chinese opium den, while a distinctly Chinese social space, also entered the global imagination as a symbol of exotic decadence. So inside the opium den, after the initial few inhalations, the drug's effect would gradually unfold. The physiological and psychological experience of opium was often described in pretty kind and poetic terms by those who were under its spell. In the early phase of a smoking session, users typically felt a wave of calm wash over them. All those aches and pains, the fatigue, the anxieties, they all seemed to just dissolve. Smokers often reported a comforting warmth in their limbs and stomach, followed by a floaty lightness, as if one's body were drifting like a cloud. Pain and discomfort were often numbed. Breathing became slow and deep. The mind, meanwhile, was liberated into a daydream-like state. Thoughts might wander pleasantly, sometimes accompanied by mild visual or auditory hallucinations when the eyes were closed. Contrary to the frenzy of alcohol's intoxication, opium's high was soporific and more introspective. Contemporary Chinese writings sometimes likened it to being half awake, half asleep, an immortal's reverie. In the communal setting of a den, one could observe these effects playing out on the smokers. Some would lie quietly, a faint smile on their lips, eyes unfocused as they savored an inner vision. Others became talkative in a gentle and rambling way, engaging fellow smokers or the den keeper in philosophical musings or nostalgic memories, their voices slow, occasionally slurring a word or two. A few might hum a folk tune under their breath. In an opium stupor, even sworn enemies might embrace each other like brothers, all aggression tamed by the drug's benevolence. And indeed, one facet often noted by foreign observers was that opium, unlike alcohol, rarely incited violence or rowdy behavior. Instead, it pacified. A den full of opium smokers was typically tranquil, the most disruptive event being a pipe accidentally knocked over or a lamp running low on oil. However, alongside these pleasures came the insidious side of opium: tolerance and dependence. The more regularly one smoked, the more opium the body demanded to achieve the same level of euphoria. Thus, over weeks and months, a casual user could become a habitual one, needing an increasing number of pipes per day. Eventually, a point might be reached where opium was not taken to get high, but simply just to feel normal and avoid the withdrawal sickness. The signs of a long-term heavy smoker were pretty well known: weight loss, a gaunt face with sallow or gray skin, sunken cheeks, and stained teeth. Many chronic addicts developed a characteristic lethargy and a weakness when not under the drug's influence. The stereotype of the opium fiend, a skeletal figure with trembling hands and vacant eyes, that did exist. Though it represented the extreme end of the spectrum, not everybody was like that. Interestingly, observers in the late Qing noted that not all smokers deteriorated to that state. There was a considerable variation. It hit people in different ways. I mean, everyone's bodies are different, right? Some lifelong smokers, especially wealthier ones, could afford moderation and good nutrition, and they remained relatively robust. One Western traveler, George Ernest Morrison, remarked that in the 1890s that during his journey across China he saw thousands of opium smokers, yet almost none matched the horror stories propagated by anti-opium activists, like the image of the utterly emaciated wreck. Morrison suspected that many opium users led functional lives, and that cases of extreme physical decay were often due to concurrent diseases or poverty as much as the drug itself. Nonetheless, the potential for ruin was undeniably present and tragically common, especially among those who lost control of their intake. But in any case, the immediate high of opium would last perhaps an hour or two per pipe, depending on the dose and tolerance, of course. After a prolonged smoking bout, users would usually slip into a deep sleep. Opium-induced sleep was also notorious for its vivid dreams. Both Chinese and foreign accounts mentioned fantastical or blissful visions that visited smokers as they dozed off on the opium couch. Sometimes described as visits to heavenly realms, or sometimes nightmares, if the circumstances were off. One popular Chinese term for smoking opium was dreaming of the dragon, capturing the dreamlike allure of the experience, and the phrase chasing the dragon, which emerged later, similarly refers to pursuing that ever-elusive, perfect dream state with each successive pipe. But when the intoxication wore off, a habitual smoker would face the less pleasant side of opium. Many woke up feeling extremely groggy, thirsty, and physically achy. Those already addicted would soon experience cramps, chills, sweating, and anxiety if they didn't quickly get another dose. Classic withdrawal symptoms that could become quite torturous. Such individuals often essentially lived on or near opium dens. Well, as they needed frequent smoking to function, this just made sense. They were colloquially called opium slaves. The Chinese description sometimes referred to them as having du yang, poison habits, or being possessed by the opium demon. It was not unheard of for a heavy addict to spend entire days and nights in a den, scarcely stirring except to prepare another pipe. These unfortunate souls formed a kind of sad fraternity within the den, often familiar to the proprietor, and pitied or scorned by other customers. They might pawn their last possessions at the den, or run errands for the owner in exchange for a little bit of the product. On the more extreme end, some long-term addicts succumbed to despair and even contemplated taking their own lives, as they had no way out. One grim scenario reported from Hong Kong: destitute opium smokers would save up the accumulated dross, that is, ash residue from the pipes, which still contained narcotic content, and then swallow a large quantity of it mixed in water. This overdose, it was said, adhered to the stomach lining and was almost invariably fatal. Contemporary doctors noted cases of such people, a final act of surrender to the drug's embrace. Stories like these amplified the image of opium as a merciless destroyer of lives. Yet it is important to recognize that the culture of opium smoking in Qing China was not viewed purely through a lens of horror by everyone. We've mentioned a few cases, but many smokers themselves saw opium as a source of solace and didn't consider it to be an immoral thing at all. In Chinese society, where alcohol drunkenness was often frowned upon, opium offered a different path to forgetting your problems, and one that was private, and to some more refined. There were even pro-opium voices in the 19th century who argued that opium, when used moderately, was no worse or perhaps even better in its effects than alcohol. They pointed out that an opium smoker did not come home to beat his wife or cause public disturbances as a drunkard might. Instead, he might just go to sleep. This debate on opium's effect would grow in intensity towards the end of the Qing, as reformers and defenders wrangled over whether opium was the ultimate cause of China's weakness, or merely just one problem among many, and not as much of a big deal as everyone was making it out to be. Now, within China, attitudes toward opium dens and their interesting clientele throughout much of the 19th century were pretty ambivalent. On one hand, Confucian moralists and many community leaders viewed opium smoking as a deplorable habit that undermined individual virtue and family responsibility. Chinese newspapers and reformist essays in the late Qing contained searing condemnations of opium dens as places of dissipation and idleness. These writers decry how young men squandered their salaries and neglected their parents or wives. Tales of families ruined by an addicted patriarch were published as cautionary tales. The opium den in this moral discourse was portrayed more like a trap, often deliberately maintained by profiteers, sometimes implied to be in league with foreign powers to enfeeble the Chinese nation. Now the phrase yang huo, foreign poison, became a popular moniker for opium, emphasizing its foreign origin and harmful nature. By the 1890s, a nationalist tinge colored the anti-opium rhetoric. Critics argued that widespread opium use had been foisted on China by imperialist forces, and that continuing to tolerate opium dens was tantamount to accepting national humiliation and decline. But on the other hand, opium dens were an undeniable source of revenue, and to some extent, a socially tolerated vice. Many local officials turned a blind eye, or even licensed opium establishments so they could tax them. While the revenue farms in places like Shanghai or Canton collected substantial sums from opium sales, which funded local government projects. This pragmatism meant that enforcement of bans, when they existed on paper, was often pretty relaxed. Their law was one thing, but, well, people just turn a blind eye. Police might raid an unlicensed den every now and then, or arrest individuals causing trouble. But the ordinary smoker was seldom penalized solely for just having a little bit of fun on the side. Indeed, in the decades after the Opium Wars, opium was essentially legal in China. It was only around the turn of the 20th century that serious suppression efforts began. Thus, for much of the late Qing, the opium den operated openly and was just a part of urban life, just like a brothel would be or a gambling house, frowned upon by the upright, frequented by the willing, and managed with semi-official approval. Foreign observers, from missionaries to diplomats, often commented on the prevalence of opium dens and contributed to shaping their notorious reputation abroad. Christian missionaries in China were among the fiercest critics. They routinely published accounts of visits to dens, describing scenes of human degradation, emaciated people lying in dark, filthy rooms, and even of children introduced by the addicted parents to the pipe. These accounts were all used to rally support in the West for the anti-opium movement. They argued that opium not only destroyed individuals, but impeded China's social progress and receptiveness to Christianity. One missionary physician in northern China wrote that opium smoking, quote, benumbs the conscience, and that an opium sot could scarcely distinguish right from wrong, being lost in the pursuit of their next hit. And just a little personal note, I love that word, sot. Said with a bit of force. While such depictions, while sometimes exaggerated for shock value, were grounded in real experiences from the worst of the dens. Not the best, the worst. But interestingly, not all foreign accounts were entirely negative, and we've mentioned a few. A few other adventurous writers provided more nuance to the situation. Some acknowledged the opium den as a relatively orderly place compared to the Western gin bars or opium dens overseas. They noted the absence of brawls and loud behavior, and the curious camaraderie among the smokers. A famous literary example is Charles Dickens' portrayal of an opium den in his unfinished novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, which, though set in London's Chinatown, drew on the popular imagery of the Chinese opium den. In Dickens' depiction, as in others inspired by actual Chinese dens, the den is depicted as an eerie yet strangely calm place, where the proprietor tends gently to a drugged customer. Such portrayals fed a mix of horror and fascination among outsiders, contributing to the den's enduring mystique in world culture. But as the 19th century waned, momentum built within China to confront the opium problem. Chinese reformist officials and intellectuals vocally criticized the Qing government for its inaction. They pointed out that how could China stand up to foreign powers and modernize when a huge population was enslaved by narcotics? Anti-opium societies formed in many cities, spreaded awareness of opium's harmful effects, and even set up treatment refuges for willing addicts. Some reformist officials began to crack down on dens locally, though these efforts were patchy. By the early 1900s, even the British, facing pressure from an international anti-drug lobby, admitted the need for change. Hold on a second. This was your idea to begin with. Well, finally, in 1906, the Qing imperial court promulgated the ambitious edict to systematically eliminate opium smoking within 10 years. And this was a radical turn of policy. It banned all new poppy cultivation, ordered gradual destruction of existing crops, and required addicts to register and steadily reduce their consumption year by year. Notably, the edict also outlawed the opium den, recognizing these establishments as key to the opium problem. And so across China, authorities began posting notices that operating an opium den was now a crime. Sure, a lot of bosses would have been quite panicked about that one. Of course, the implementation of these reforms met resistance, but they did achieve notable reductions. Tens of thousands of opium dens were closed by local magistrates, often with dramatic public burnings of opium pipes and lamps to signal a new era. In major cities, known opium houses were raided and shut down, sometimes only to spring up secretly elsewhere. Social attitudes, too, were shifting. Where once an opium habit might have been shrugged off, it was increasingly seen as shameful and even unpatriotic. By 1911, the imperial government claimed significant progress, though the complete eradication was far from achieved. The political upheaval soon after with the fall of the Qing certainly complicated matters. But nonetheless, the height of the opium trade, roughly the mid-1800s to the early 1900s, was slowly coming to an end. That iconic opium den grew less visible as the 20th century advanced, driven underground by stricter laws and public disapproval. In the later decades, especially under the determined campaigns of the Chinese Republic and the People's Republic, opium smoking was gradually suppressed to the point of near extinction. But for the period we're examining, roughly the 1870s to 90s, the opium den stood as a symbol of an era, a symbol of pleasure and escape for its users, of exploitation and sorrow for its critics, and ultimately of a national dilemma that China struggled to resolve. All right, just like that, we're at the end of our video for today. Hope you enjoyed that, and I hope I don't find you in any opium dens anytime soon. Don't think they got many of them left. Well, we have the unfortunate modern equivalents, I'm afraid. Now anyway, let me thank the top-tier patrons and YouTube supporters. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Vanita, Claire, Cordsey, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, Jennifer, Brittany, David, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, Carrie, Katie B, Lovely, Poma, Kevin, Marissa, Altazakin, Lucy, Julianne, Rosie, Tivolo, Chris, Apocalyptic, Brandy, Wolfsvein, Dude, Brinny, Aidan, Fabian, Michael, Agworm, Prince of Persia, River, Indian Trail, Catherine, Alexa, Big Gun 101, Brandy, Pesty Hun, Stevie, Jessica, Scott, Gale, Emily, Jade, Jake, Demon's Toe, Mason, John Magenta, Dumpster, Tracy, Mossy Frog, Catherine, Ezio's Art, Autumn, Monica, Jennifer, White Rags, Gertrude, Rose, Formal Horse, and Sandpiper. All right, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next exciting video. Good night, and farewell for now.